Brooksmith by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. We are scattered now, the friends of the late Mr. Oliver Offord. But whenever we chance to meet, I think we are conscious of a certain esoteric respect for each other. Yes, you too have been in Arcadia, we seem not too grumpily to allow. When I passed the house in Mansfield Street, I remember that Arcadia was there. I don't know who has it now, and don't want to know. It's enough to be sure that if I should ring the bell, there would be no such luck for me as that Brooksmith should open the door. Mr. Offord, the most agreeable, the most attaching of bachelors, was a retired diplomatist, living on his pension, and on something of his own over and above. A good deal confined by his infirmities to his fireside, and delighted to be found there any afternoon in the year, from 5 o'clock on, by such visitors as Brooksmith allowed to come up. Brooksmith was his butler and his most intimate friend, to whom we all stood, or I should say sat, in the same relation in which the subject of the sovereign finds himself to the Prime Minister, by having been for years in foreign lands the most delightful Englishman anyone had ever known. Mr. Offord had, in my opinion, rendered signal service to his country. But I suppose he had been too much liked even by those who didn't like it, so that, as people of that sort never get titles or dotations for the horrid things they've not done, his principal reward was simply that we went to see him. Oh, we went perpetually, and it was not our fault if he was not overwhelmed with this particular honour. Any visitor who came once came again. To come merely once was a slight nobody, I'm sure, had ever put upon him. His circle, therefore, was essentially composed of habitués, who were habitués for each other as well as for him, as those of a happy salon should be. I remember vividly every element of the place, down to the intensely Londonish look of the grey opposite houses in the gap of the white curtains of the high windows, and the exact spot where, on a particular afternoon, I put down my teacup for Brooksmith, lingering an instant to gather it up as if he were plucking a flower. Mr. Offord's drawing-room was indeed Brooksmith's garden, his pruned and tended human parterre, and if we all flourished there and grew well in our places, it was largely owing to his supervision. Many persons have heard much, though most have doubtless seen little, of the famous institution of the salon, and many are born to the depression of knowing that this finest flower of social life refuses to bloom where the English tongue is spoken. The explanation is usually that our women have not the skill to cultivate it, the art to direct through a smiling land between suggestive shores a sinuous stream of talk. My affectionate, my pious memory of Mr. Offord contradicts this induction only, I fear, more insidiously to confirm it. The sallow and slightly smoked drawing-room, in which he spent so large a portion of the last years of his life, certainly deserved the distinguished name, but on the other hand it couldn't be said at all to owe its stamp to any intervention throwing into relief the fact that there was no Mrs. Offord. The dear man had indeed, at the most, been capable of one of those sacrifices to which women are deemed peculiarly apt. He had recognized, under the influence in some degree, it is true, of physical infirmity, that if you wish people to find you at home, you must manage not to be out. He had in short accepted the truth, which many dabblers in the social art are slow to learn, that you must really, as they say, take a line, and that the only way as yet discovered of being at home is to stay at home. Finally his own fireside had become a summary of his habits. Why should he ever have left it, since this would have been leaving what was notoriously pleasantest in London, the compact charmed cluster, thinning away indeed into casual couples, round the fine old last-century chimney-piece, which, with the exception of the remarkable collection of miniatures, was the best thing the place contained. Mr. Offord wasn't rich. He had nothing but his pension, and the useful life of the somewhat superannuated house. When I am reminded by summer post discomfort of the present hour how perfectly we were all handled there, I ask myself once more what had been the secret of such perfection. One had taken it for granted at the time, for anything that is supremely good produces more acceptance than surprise. I felt we were all happy, but I didn't consider how our happiness was managed. And yet there were questions to be asked, questions that strikes me as singularly obvious now that there's nobody to answer them. Mr. Offord had solved the insoluble. He had, without feminine help, save in the sense that ladies were dying to come to him and that he saved the lives of several, established a salon. But I might have guessed that there was a method in his madness, a law in his success. He hadn't hit it off by a mere fluke. There was an art in it all, and how was the art so hidden? Who indeed, if it came to that, was the occult artist? Launching this inquiry the other day, I had already got hold of the tail of my reply. I was helped by the very wonder of some of the conditions that came back to me, those that used to seem as natural as sunshine in a fine climate. How was it, for instance, that we never were a crowd, never either too many or too few, always the right people with the right people? There must really have been no wrong people at all, always coming and going, never sticking fast nor overstaying, yet never popping in or out with an indecorous familiarity. How was it that we all sat where we wanted, and moved when we wanted, and met whom we wanted, and escaped whom we wanted, joining, according to the accident of inclination, the general circle, or falling in with a single talker on a convenient sofa? Why were all the sofas so convenient, the accidents so happy, the talkers so ready, the listeners so willing, the subjects presented to you in a rotation as quickly foreordained as the courses at dinner? A dearth of topics would have been as unheard of as a lapse in the service. These speculations couldn't fail to lead me to the fundamental truth that Brooksmith had been somehow at the bottom of the mystery. If he hadn't established the salon, at least he had carried it on. Brooksmith, in short, was the artist. We felt this covertly at the time, without formulating it, and were conscious, as an ordered and prosperous community, of his even-handed justice, all untainted with flunkeyism. He had none of that vulgarity. His touch was infinitely fine. The delicacy of it was clear to me on the first occasion my eyes rested, as they were so often to rest again, on the domestic revealed, in the turbid light of the street, by the opening of the house door. I saw on the spot that though he had plenty of school, he carried it without arrogance. He had remained articulate and human. L'école anglaise, Mr. Offord used laughingly to call him, when later on it happened more than once that we had some conversation about him. But I remember accusing Mr. Offord of not doing him quite ideal justice. That he wasn't one of the giants of the school, however, was admitted by my old friend, who really understood him perfectly and was devoted to him, as I shall show, which doubtless poor Brooksmith had himself felt, to his cost, when his value in the market was originally determined. The utility of his class in general is estimated by the foot and the inch, and poor Brooksmith had only about 5 feet 3 to put into circulation. He acknowledged the inadequacy of this provision, and I am sure was penetrated with the everlasting fitness of the relation between service and stature. If he had been Mr. Offord, he certainly would have found Brooksmith wanting, and indeed the laxity of his employer on this score was one of many things he had to condone, and to which he had at last indulgently adapted himself. I remember the old man saying to me, "Oh, my servants, if they can live with me a fortnight, they can live with me for ever. But it's the first fortnight that tries 'em." It was in the first fortnight, for instance, that Brooksmith had to learn that he was exposed to being addressed as "my dear fellow" and "my poor child." Strange and deep must such a probation have been to him, and he doubtless emerged from it tempered and purified. This was written to a certain extent in his appearance, in his spare brisk little person, in his cloistered white face and extraordinarily polished hair, which told of responsibility, looked as if it were kept up to the same high standard as the plate, in his small clear anxious eyes, even in the permitted, though not exactly encouraged, tuft on his chin. "He thinks me rather mad, but I've broken him in, and now he likes the place. He likes the company," said the old man. I embraced this fully after I had become aware that Brooksmith's main characteristic was a deep and shy refinement, though I remember I was rather puzzled when, on another occasion, Mr. Offord remarked, "What he likes is the talk, mingling in the conversation." I was conscious I had never seen Brooksmith permit himself this freedom, but I guessed in a moment that what Mr. Offord alluded to was a participation more intense than any speech could have represented, that of being perpetually present on 100 legitimate pretexts, errands, necessities, and breathing the very atmosphere of criticism, the famous criticism of life. "Quite an education, sir, isn't it, sir?" he said to me one day at the foot of the stairs when he was letting me out, and I've always remembered the words and the tone as the first sign of the quickening drama of poor Brooksmith's fate. It was indeed an education, but to what was this sensitive young man of 35 of the servile class being educated? Practically and inevitably, for the time, the companionship to the perpetual, the even exaggerated reference and appeal of a person brought to dependence by this time of life and his infirmities, and always addicted moreover, this was the exaggeration, to the art of giving you pleasure by letting you do things for him. There were certain things Mr. Offord was capable of pretending he liked you to do even when he didn't. This I mean, if he thought you liked them. If it happened that you didn't either, which was rare, yet might be, of course there were cross purposes. But Brooksmith was there to prevent their going very far. This was precisely the way he acted as moderator. He averted misunderstandings or cleared them up. He had been capable, strange as it may appear, of acquiring for this purpose an insight into the French tongue, which was often used at Mr. Offord's, for besides being habitual to most of the foreigners, and they were many, who haunted the place or arrived with letters often requiring a little worried consideration, of which Brooksmith always had cognitions, it had really become the primary language of the master of the house. I don't know if all the malentendos were in French, but almost all the explanations were, and this didn't a bit prevent Brooksmith's following them. I know Mr. Offord used to read passages to him from Montaigne and Saint Simon, for he read perpetually when alone, when they were alone, that is, and Brooksmith was always about. Perhaps you'll say no wonder Mr. Offord's butler regarded him as rather mad. However, if I'm not sure what he thought about Montaigne, I'm convinced he admired Saint Simon. A certain feeling for letters must have rubbed off on him from the mere handling of his master's books, which he was always carrying to and fro and putting back in their places. I often noticed that if an anecdote or a quotation, much more a lively discussion, was going forward, he would, if busy with the fire or the curtains, the lamp or the tea, find a pretext for remaining in the room till the point should be reached. If his purpose was to catch, if you weren't discreet, you were in fact scarce human to call him off, and I shall never forget a look, a hard stony stare, I caught it in its passage, which one day, when there were a good many people in the room, he fastened upon the footman who was helping him in the service, and who, in an undertone, had asked him some irrelevant question. It was the only manifestation of harshness I ever observed on Brooksmith's part, and I at first wondered what was the matter. Then I became conscious that Mr. Offord was relating a very curious anecdote, never before perhaps made so public, and imparted to the narrator by an eye-witness of the fact, bearing on Lord Byron's life in Italy. Nothing would induce me to reproduce it here, but Brooksmith had been in danger of losing it. If I ever should venture to reproduce it, I shall feel how much I lose in not having my fellow auditor to refer to. The first day Mr. Offord's door was closed was therefore a dark date in contemporary history. It was raining hard, and my umbrella was wet, but Brooksmith received it from me exactly as if this were a preliminary for going upstairs. I observed, however, that instead of putting it away, he held it poised and trickling over the rug, and I then became aware that he was looking at me with deep acknowledging eyes, his air of universal responsibility. I immediately understood. There was scarce need of question and answer as they passed between us. When I took in that our good friend had given up as never before, though only for the occasion, I exclaimed dolefully, "What a difference it will make, and to how many people!" "I shall be one of them, sir," said Brooksmith, and that was the beginning of the end. Mr. Offord came down again, but the spell was broken, the great sign being that the conversation was for the first time not directed. It wandered and stumbled, a little frightened, like a lost child. It had let go the nurse's hand. The worst of it is that now we shall talk about my health. "C'est la fin de tout," Mr. Offord said, when he reappeared, and then I recognized what a note of change that would be, for he had never tolerated anything so provincial. We ran to each other's health as little as to the daily weather. The talk became ours, in a word, not his, and as ours, and even when he talked, it could only be inferior. In this form it was a distress to Brooksmith, whose attention now wandered from it altogether. He had so much closer a vision of his master's intimate conditions than our superficialities represented. There were better hours, and he was more in and out of the room, but I could see he was conscious of the decline, almost of the collapse, of our great institution. He seemed to wish to take counsel with me about it, to feel responsible for its going on in some form or other. When, for the second period (the first had lasted several days), he had to tell me that his employer didn't receive, I half expected to hear him say after a moment, "Do you think I ought to, sir, in this place?" as he might have asked me, with the return of autumn, if I thought he had better light the drawing room fire. He had a resigned, philosophic sense of what his guests, our guests as I came to regard them in our colloquies, would expect. His feeling was that he wouldn't absolutely have approved of himself as a substitute for Mr. Offord, but he was so saturated with the religion of habit that he would have made, for our friends, the necessary sacrifice to the divinity. He would take them on a little further till they could look about them. I think I saw him also mentally confronted with the opportunity to deal, for once in his life, with some of his own dumb preferences, his limitations of sympathy, weeding a little in prospect and returning to purer tradition. It was not unknown to me that he considered that toward the end of our host's career a certain laxity of selection had crept in. At last it came to be the case that we all found the closed door more often than the open one, but even when it was closed Brooksmith managed a crack for me to squeeze through, so that practically I never turned away without having paid a visit. The difference simply came to be that the visit was to Brooksmith. It took place in the hall at the familiar foot of the stairs, and we didn't sit down, at least Brooksmith didn't. Moreover, it was devoted wholly to one topic, and always had the air of being already over, beginning, so to say, at the end. But it was always interesting. It always gave me something to think about. It's true that the subject of my meditation was ever the same, ever. It's all very well, but what will become of Brooksmith? Even my private answer to this question left me still unsatisfied. No doubt Mr. Offord would provide for him, but what would he provide? That was the great point. He couldn't provide society, and society had become a necessity of Brooksmith's nature. I must add that he never showed a symptom of what I may call sordid solicitude, anxiety on his own account. He was rather livid and intensely grave, as befitted a man before whose eyes the shade of that which once was great was passing away. He had the solemnity of a person winding up, under depressing circumstances, a long established and celebrated business. He was a kind of social executor or liquidator, but his manner seemed to testify exclusively to the uncertainty of our future. I couldn't in those days have afforded it. I lived in 2 rooms in Jermyn Street and didn't keep a man, but even if my income had permitted, I shouldn't have ventured to say to Brooksmith, emulating Mr. Offord, "My dear fellow, I'll take you on." The whole tone of our intercourse was so much more an implication that it was I who should now want a lift. Indeed, there was a tacit assurance in Brooksmith's whole attitude that he should have me on his mind. One of the most assiduous members of our circle had been Lady Kenyon, and I remember his telling me one day that her ladyship had, in spite of her own infirmities, lately much aggravated, been in person to inquire. In answer to this I remarked that she would feel it more than any one. Brooksmith had a pause before saying in a certain tone, there's no reproducing some of his tones, "I'll go and see her." I went to see her myself, and learned he had waited on her. But when I said to her, in the form of a joke, but with the core of earnest, that when all was over some of us ought to combine to club together and set Brooksmith up on his own account, she replied a trifle disappointingly, "Do you mean in a public house?" I looked at her in a way that I think Brooksmith himself would have approved, and then I answered, "Yes, the Offord Arms." What I had meant, of course, was that for the love of art itself we ought to look to it that such a peculiar faculty and so much acquired experience shouldn't be wasted. I really think that if we had caused a few black-edged cards to be struck off and circulated, "Mr. Brooksmith will continue to receive on the old premises from 4 to 7, business carried on as usual during the alterations," the greater number of us would have rallied. Several times he took me upstairs, always by his own proposal, and our dear old friend in bed, in a curious flowered and brocaded casque, which made him, especially as his head was tied up in a handkerchief to match, look to my imagination like the dying Voltaire, held for 10 minutes a sadly shrunken little salon. I felt indeed each time as if I were attending the last coucher of some social sovereign. He was royally whimsical about his sufferings, and not at all concerned, quite as if the Constitution provided for the case about his successor. He glided over our sufferings charmingly, and none of his jokes, it was a gallant abstention, some of them would have been so easy, were at our expense. Now and again, I confess, there was one at Brooksmith's, but so pathetically sociable as to make the excellent man look at me in a way that seemed to say, "Do exchange a glance with me, or I shan't be able to stand it." What he wasn't able to stand was not what Mr. Offord said about him, but what he wasn't able to say in return. His idea of conversation for himself was giving you the convenience of speaking to him, and when he went to see Lady Kenyon, for instance, it was to carry her the tribute of his respective silence. Where would the speech of his betters have been if proper service had been a manifestation of sound? In that case the fundamental difference would have had to be shown by their dumbness, and many of them, poor things, were dumb enough without that provision. Brooksmith took an unfailing interest in the preservation of the fundamental difference. It was the thing he had most on his conscience. What had become of it, however, when Mr. Offord passed away, like any inferior person, was relegated to eternal stillness after the manner of a butler above stairs. His aspect on the event, for the several successive days, may be imagined, and the multiplication by funeral observance of the things he didn't say. When everything was over, it was late the same day, I knocked at the door of the house of mourning, as I so often had done before. I could never call on Mr. Offord again, but I had come literally to call on Brooksmith. I wanted to ask him if there was anything I could do for him, tainted with vagueness as this inquiry could only be. My presumptuous dream of taking him into my own service had died away. My service wasn't worth his being taken into. My offer could only be to help him to find another place, and yet there was an indelicacy, as it were, in taking for granted that his thoughts would immediately be fixed on another. I had a hope that he would be able to give his life a different form, though certainly not the form, the frequent result of such bereavements, of his setting up a little shop. that would have been dreadful, for I should have wished to forward any enterprise he might embark in. Yet how could I have brought myself to go and pay him shillings and take back coppers over a counter? My visit then was simply an intended compliment. He took it as such, gratefully and with all the tact in the world. He knew I really couldn't help him, and that I knew he knew I couldn't. But we discussed the situation, with a good deal of elegant generality, at the foot of the stairs, in the hall already dismantled, where I had so often discussed other situations with him. The executors were in possession, as was still more apparent when he made me pass for a few minutes into the dining room, where various objects were muffled up for removal. Two definite facts, however, he had to communicate, one being that he was to leave the house for ever that night. Servants, for some mysterious reason, seem always to depart by night. And the other, he mentioned it only at the last and with hesitation, that he was already aware his late master had left him a legacy of £80. "I'm very glad," I said, and Brooksmith was of the same mind. "It was so like him to think of me." This was all that passed between us on the subject, and I know nothing of his judgment of Mr. Offord's memento. £80 are always £80, and no one has ever left me an equal sum. But all the same, for Brooksmith I was disappointed. I don't know what I had expected, but it was almost a shock. £80 might stock a small shop, a very small shop, but I repeat, I couldn't bear to think of that. I asked my friend if he had been able to save a little, and he replied, "No, sir, I've had to do things." I didn't enquire what things they might have been. They were his own affair, and I took his word for them as assentingly as if he had had the greatness of an ancient house to keep up, especially as there was something in his manner that seemed to convey a prospect of further sacrifice. "I shall have to turn round a bit, sir. I shall have to look about me," he said, and then he added indulgently, magnanimously, "if you should happen to hear of anything for me." I couldn't let him finish. This was in its essence too much in the really grand manner. It would be a help to my getting him off my mind to be able to pretend I could find the right place, and that help he wished to give me, for it was doubtless painful to him to see me in so false a position. I interposed with a few words to the effect of how well aware I was that wherever he should go, whatever he should do, he would miss our old friend terribly, miss him even more than I should, having been with him so much more. This led him to make the speech that has remained with me as the very text of the whole episode. "Oh, sir, it is sad for you, very sad indeed, and for a great many gentlemen and ladies, that it is, sir. But for me, sir, it is, if I may say so, still graver even than that. It is just the loss of something that was everything. For me, sir," he went on with rising tears, "he was just all, if you know what I mean, sir. You have others, sir, I dare say. Not that I would have you understand me to speak of them as in any way tantamount. But you have the pleasure of society, sir, if it is only in talking about him, sir, as I dare say you do freely, for all his blessed memory has to fear from it, with gentlemen and ladies who have had the same honour. That's not for me, sir, and I've to keep my associations to myself. Mr. Offord was my society, and now, you see, I just haven't any. You go back to conversation, sir, after all, and I go back to my place." Brooksmith stammered without exaggerated irony or dramatic bitterness, but with a flat, unstudied veracity, and his hand on the knob of the street door. He turned it to let me out, and then he added: "I just go downstairs, sir, again, and I stay there." "My poor child," I replied in my emotion, quite as Mr. Offord used to speak. "My dear fellow, leave it to me. We'll look after you. We'll all do something for you." "Ah, if you could give me someone like him! But there ain't two such in the world," Brooksmith said as we parted. He had given me his address, the place where he would be to be heard of. For a long time I had no occasion to make use of the information. He proved on trial so very difficult a case. The people who knew him and had known Mr. Offord didn't want to take him, and yet I couldn't bear to try to thrust him among strangers, strangers to his past when not to his present. I spoke to many of our old friends about him, and found them all governed by the odd mixture of feelings of which I myself was conscious, as well as disposed further to entertain a suspicion that he was spoiled, with which I then would have nothing to do. In plain terms, a certain embarrassment, a sensible awkwardness, when they thought of it, attached to the idea of using him as a menial. They had met him so often in society. Many of them would have asked him, and did ask him, or rather did ask me to ask him, to come and see them, but a mere visiting list was not what I wanted for him. He was too short for people who were very particular. Nevertheless, I heard of an opening in a diplomatic household, which led me to write him a note, though I was looking much less for something grand than for something human. 5 days later I heard from him. The secretary's wife had decided, after keeping him waiting till then, that she couldn't take a servant out of a house in which there hadn't been a lady. The note had a P.S. "It's a good job there wasn't, sir, such a lady as some." A week later he came to see me, and told me he was suited, committed to some highly respectable people. They were something quite immense in the city, who lived on the Bayswater side of the park. "I dare say it will be rather poor, sir," he admitted, "but I've seen the fireworks, haven't I, sir? It can't be fireworks every night. After Mansfield Street there ain't much choice." There was a certain amount, however, it seemed, for the following year, calling one day on a country cousin, a lady of a certain age who was spending a fortnight in town with some friends of her own, a family unknown to me and resident in Chester Square. The door of the house was opened, to my surprise and gratification, by Brooksmith in person. When I came out I had some conversation with him, from which I gathered that he had found the large city people too dull for endurance, and I guessed, though he didn't say it, that he had found them vulgar as well. I don't know what judgment he would have passed on his actual patrons if my relative hadn't been their friend, but in view of that connection he abstained from comment. None was necessary, however, for before the lady in question brought her visit to a close they honoured me with an invitation to dinner, which I accepted. There was a largish party on the occasion, but I confess I thought of Brooksmith rather more than of the seated company. They required no depth of attention. They were all referable to usual, irredeemable, inevitable types. It was the world of cheerful, commonplace and conscious gentility and prosperous density, a full-fed material insular world, a world of hideous florid plate and ponderous order and thin conversation. There wasn't a word said about Byron, or even about a minor bard, then much in view. Nothing would have induced me to look at Brooksmith in the course of the repast, and I felt sure that not even my overturning the wine would have induced him to meet my eye. We were in intellectual sympathy. We felt, as regards each other, a degree of social responsibility. In short, we had been in Arcadia together, and we had both come to this. No wonder we were ashamed to be confronted. When he had helped on my overcoat as I was going away, we parted for the first time since the earliest days of Mansfield Street in silence. I thought he looked lean and wasted, and I guessed that his new place wasn't more human than his previous one. There was plenty of beef and beer, but there was no reciprocity. The question for him to have asked before accepting the position wouldn't have been how many footmen are kept, but how much imagination. The next time I went to the house, I confess it wasn't very soon, I encountered his successor, a personage who evidently enjoyed the good fortune of never having quitted his natural level. Could any be higher, he seemed to ask, over the heads of 3 footmen and even of some visitors? He made me feel as if Brooksmith were dead, but I didn't dare to inquire. I couldn't have borne his "I haven't the least idea, sir." I dispatched a note to the address that worthy had given me after Mr. Offord's death, but I received no answer. 6 months later, however, I was favoured with a visit from an elderly, dreary, dingy person, who introduced herself to me as Mr. Brooksmith's aunt, and from whom I learnt that he was out of place and out of help, and had allowed her to come and say to me that if I could spare half an hour to look in at him he would take it as a rare honour. I went the next day. His messenger had given me a new address, and found my friend lodged in a short sordid street in Marylebone, one of those corners of London that wear the last expression of sickly meanness. The room into which I was shown was above the small establishment of a dyer and cleaner who had inflated kid gloves and discoloured shawls in his shop front. There was a great deal of grimy infant life up and down the place, and there was a hot moist smell within, as of the boiling of dirty linen. Brooksmith sat with a blanket over his legs at a clean little window, where from behind stiff bluish white curtains he could look across at a huckster's and a tinsmith's and a small greasy public house. He had passed through an illness and was convalescent, and his mother as well as his aunt was in attendance on him. I liked the nearer relative, who was bland and intensely humble, but I had my doubts of the remoter, whom I connected, perhaps unjustly, with the opposite public house. She seemed somehow greasy with the same grease, and whose furtive eye followed every movement of my hands as to see if it weren't going into my pocket. It didn't take this direction. I couldn't unsolicited put myself at that sort of ease with Brooksmith. Several times the door of the room opened, and mysterious old women peeped in and shuffled back again. I don't know who they were. Poor Brooksmith seemed encompassed with vague prying beery females. He was vague himself, and evidently weak and much embarrassed, and not an allusion was made between us to Mansfield Street. The vision of the salon, of which he had been an ornament, hovered before me, however, by contrast, sufficiently. He assured me he was really getting better, and his mother remarked that he would come round if he could only get his spirits up. The aunt echoed his opinion, and I became more sure that in her own case she knew where to go for such a purpose. I'm afraid I was rather weak with my old friend, for I neglected the opportunity, so exceptionally good, to rebuke the levity which had led him to throw up honourable positions, fine stiff steady berths in Bayswater and Belgravia, with morning prayers, as I knew, attached to one of them. Very likely his reasons had been profane and sentimental. He didn't want morning prayers, he wanted to be somebody's dear fellow, but I couldn't be the person to rebuke him. He shuffled these episodes out of sight. I saw he had no wish to discuss them. I noted further, strangely enough, that it would probably be a questionable pleasure for him to see me again. He doubted now even of my power to condone his aberrations. He didn't wish to have to explain, and his behaviour was likely in future to need explanation. When I bade him farewell, he looked at me a moment with eyes that said everything. How can I talk about those exquisite years in this place before these people, with the old women poking their heads in? It was very good of you to come to see me. It wasn't my idea. She brought you. We've said everything. It's over. You lose all patience with me, and I'd rather you shouldn't see the rest. I sent him some money in a letter the next day, but I saw the rest only in the light of a barren sequel. A whole year after my visit to him I became aware once, in dining out, that Brooksmith was one of the several servants who hovered behind our chairs. He hadn't opened the door of the house to me, nor had I recognized him in the array of retainers in the hall. This time I tried to catch his eye, but he never gave me a chance, and when he handed me a dish I could only be careful to thank him audibly. Indeed, I partook of two entrees of which I had my doubts, subsequently converted into certainties in order not to snub him. He looked well enough in health, but much older, and wore in an exceptionally marked degree the glazed and expressionless mask of the British domestic de race. I saw with dismay that if I hadn't known him I should have taken him, on the showing of his countenance, for an extravagant illustration of irresponsive servile gloom. I said to myself that he had become a reactionary, gone over to the Philistines, thrown himself into religion, the religion of his place, like a foreign lady sur le retour. I divined, moreover, that he was only engaged for the evening. He had become a mere waiter, had joined the band of the white waistcoated who go out. There was something pathetic in this fact. It was a terrible vulgarization of Brooksmith. It was the mercenary prose of butlerhood. He had given up the struggle for the poetry. If reciprocity was what he had missed, where was the reciprocity now? Only in the bottoms of the wine glasses and the 5 shillings, or whatever they get, clapped into his hand by the permanent man. However, I supposed he had taken up a precarious branch of his profession because it after all sent him less downstairs. His relations with London society were more superficial, but they were of course more various. As I went away on this occasion I looked out for him eagerly among the 4 or 5 attendants whose perpendicular persons, fluting the waltz of London passages, are supposed to lubricate the process of departure. But he was not on duty. I asked one of the others if he were not in the house, and received the prompt answer, "Just left, sir. Anything I can do for you, sir?" I wanted to say, "Please give him my kind regards," but I abstained. I didn't want to compromise him, and I never came across him again. Often and often, in dining out, I looked for him, sometimes accepting invitations on purpose to multiply the chances of my meeting him, but always in vain. so that as I met many other members of the casual class over and over again, I at last adopted the theory that he always procured a list of expected guests beforehand, and kept away from the banquets which he thus learned I was to grace. At last I gave up hope, and one day at the end of 3 years I received another visit from his aunt. She was drearier and dingier, almost squalid, and she was in great tribulation and want. Her sister, Mrs. Brooksmith, had been dead a year, and 3 months later her nephew had disappeared. He had always looked after her a bit since her troubles. I never knew what her troubles had been, and now she hadn't so much as a petticoat to pawn. She had also a niece, to whom she had been everything before her troubles, but the niece had treated her most shameful. These were details. The great and romantic fact was Brooksmith's final evasion of his fate. He had gone out to wait one evening as usual, in a white waistcoat she had done up for him with her own hands, being due at a large party up Kensington Way. But he had never come home again, and had never arrived at the large party, nor at any party that any one could make out. No trace of him had come to light. No gleam of the white waistcoat had pierced the obscurity of his doom. This news was a sharp shock to me, for I had my ideas about his real destination. His aged relative had promptly, as she said, guessed the worst. Somehow and somewhere he had got out of the way altogether, and now I trust that, with characteristic deliberation, he is changing the plates of the immortal gods. As my depressing visitant also said, he never had got his spirits up. I was fortunately able to dismiss her with her own somewhat improved, but the dim ghost of poor Brooksmith is one of those that I see. He had indeed been spoiled. End of Brooksmith by Henry James. Read by Lars Rolander.
Champagne, a Wayfarer's Story by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. In the year in which my story begins, I had a job at a little station on one of our southwestern railways. Whether I had a gay or a dull life at the station, you can judge from the fact that for 15 miles round there was not one human habitation, not one woman, not one decent tavern. And in those days I was young, strong, hot-headed, giddy, and foolish. The only distraction I could possibly find was in the windows of the passenger trains, and in the vile vodka which the Jews drugged with thorn-apple. Sometimes there would be a glimpse of a woman's head at the carriage window, and one would stand like a statue without breathing and stare at it until the train turned into an almost invisible speck. Or one would drink all one could of the loathsome vodka till one was stupefied and did not feel the passing of the long hours and days. Upon me, a native of the north, the steppe produced the effect of a deserted Tatar cemetery. In the summer, the steppe, with its solemn calm, the monotonous chirr of the grasshoppers, the transparent moonlight from which one could not hide, reduced me to listless melancholy, and in the winter, the irreproachable whiteness of the steppe, its cold distance, long nights, and howling wolves, oppressed me like a heavy nightmare. There were several people living at the station. My wife and I, a deaf and scrofulous telegraph clerk, and 3 watchmen. My assistant, a young man who was in consumption, used to go for treatment in the town, where he stayed for months at a time, leaving his duties to me, together with the right of pocketing his salary. I had no children. No cake would have tempted visitors to come and see me, and I could only visit other officials on the line, and that no oftener than once a month. I remember my wife and I saw the New Year in. We sat at table, chewed lazily, and heard the deaf telegraph clerk monotonously typing on his apparatus in the next room. I had already drunk 5 glasses of drugged vodka, propping my heavy head on my fist, thought of my overpowering boredom from which there was no escape, while my wife sat beside me and did not take her eyes off me. She looked at me as no one can look but a woman who has nothing in this world but a handsome husband. She loved me madly, slavishly, and not merely my good looks or my soul, but my sins, my ill-humor and boredom, and even my cruelty, when in drunken fury, not knowing how to vent my ill-humor, I tormented her with reproaches. In spite of the boredom which was consuming me, we were preparing to see the New Year in with exceptional festiveness, and were awaiting midnight with some impatience. The fact is, we had in reserve 2 bottles of champagne, the real thing, with the label of Veuve Clicquot. This treasure I had won the previous autumn in a bet with the station-master of D, when I was drinking with him at a christening. It sometimes happens during a lesson in mathematics, when the very air is still with boredom, a butterfly flutters into the classroom. The boys toss their heads and begin watching its flight with interest, as though they saw before them not a butterfly, but something new and strange. In the same way, ordinary champagne, chancing to come into our dreary station, roused us. We sat in silence, looking immediately at the clock and at the bottles. When the hands pointed to 5 minutes to 12, I slowly began uncorking the bottle. I don't know whether I was affected by the vodka, or whether the bottle was wet, but all I remember is that when the cork flew up to the ceiling with a bang, my bottle slipped out of my hands and fell on the floor. Not more than a glass of the wine was spilt, as I managed to catch the bottle and put my thumb over the foaming neck. "Well, may the New Year bring you happiness," I said, filling 2 glasses. "Drink." My wife took her glass and fixed her frightened eyes on me. Her face was pale and wore a look of horror. "Did you drop the bottle?" she asked. "Yes, but what of that?" "It's unlucky," she said, putting down her glass and turning paler still. "It's a bad omen. It means that some misfortune will happen to us this year." "What a silly thing you are," I sighed. "You are a clever woman, and yet talk as much nonsense as an old nurse. Drink. God grant it is nonsense, but something is sure to happen. You'll see." She did not even sip her glass. She moved away and sank into thought. I uttered a few stale commonplaces about superstition, drank half a bottle, paced up and down, and then went out of the room. Outside there was the still frosty night, in all its cold, inhospitable beauty. The moon and 2 white fluffy clouds beside it hung just over the station, motionless as though glued to the spot, and looked as though waiting for something. A faint, transparent light came from them and touched the white earth softly, as though afraid of wounding her modesty, and lighted up everything, the snowdrifts, the embankment. It was still. I walked along the railway embankment. "Silly woman," I thought, looking at the sky spangled with brilliant stars. "Even if one admits that omens sometimes tell the truth, what evil can happen to us? The misfortunes we have endured already, and which are facing us now, are so great that it is difficult to imagine anything worse." What further harm can you do a fish which has been caught and fried and served up with sauce? A poplar covered with hoarfrost looked in the bluish darkness like a giant wrapped in a shroud. It looked at me sullenly and dejectedly, as though, like me, it realized its loneliness. I stood a long while looking at it. My youth is thrown away for nothing, like a useless cigarette end, I went on musing. My parents died when I was a little child. I was expelled from high school. I was born of a noble family, but I received neither education nor breeding, and I have no more knowledge than the humblest mechanic. I have no refuge, no relations, no friends, no work I like. I am not fitted for anything, and in the prime of my powers I am good for nothing but to be stuffed into this little station. I have known nothing but trouble and failure all my life. What can happen worse? Red lights came into sight in the distance. A train was moving towards me. The slumbering steppe listened to the sound of it. My thoughts were so bitter that it seemed to me that I was thinking aloud, and that the moan of the telegraph wire and the rumble of the train were expressing my thoughts. What can happen worse? The loss of my wife? I wondered. Even that is not terrible. It's no good hiding it from my conscience. I don't love my wife. I married her when I was only a wretched boy. Now I am young and vigorous, and she has gone off and grown older and sillier, stuffed from her head to her heels with conventional ideas. What charm is there in her maudlin love, in her hollow chest, in her lustreless eyes? I put up with her, but I don't love her. What can happen? My youth is being wasted, as the saying is, for a pinch of snuff. Women flit before my eyes only in the carriage windows, like falling stars. Love I never had and have not. My manhood, my courage, my power of feeling are all gone to ruin. Everything is being thrown away like dirt, and all my wealth here in the steppe is not worth a farthing. The train rushed past me with a roar, and indifferently cast the glow of its red lights upon me. I saw it stop by the green lights of the station, stop for a minute, and rumble off again. After walking a mile and a half, I went back. Melancholy thoughts haunted me still. Painful as it was to me, yet I remember I tried as it were to make my thoughts still gloomier and more melancholy. You know people who are vain and not very clever have moments when the consciousness that they are miserable affords them positive satisfaction, and even coquette with their misery for their own entertainment. There was a great deal of truth in what I thought, but there was also a great deal that was absurd and conceited, and there was something boyishly defiant in my question, what could happen worse? And what is there to happen? I asked myself. I think I have endured everything. I have been ill. I have lost money. I get reprimanded by my superiors every day, and I go hungry, and a mad wolf has run into the station-yard. What more is there? I have been insulted, humiliated, and I have insulted others in my time. I have not been a criminal, it is true, but I don't think I am capable of crime. I am not afraid of being hauled up for it. The two little clouds had moved away from the moon and stood at a little distance, looking as though they were whispering about something which the moon must not know. A light breeze was racing across the steppe, bringing the faint rumble of the retreating train. My wife met me at the doorway. Her eyes were laughing gaily, and her whole face was beaming with good humor. "There is news for you," she whispered. "Make haste. Go to your room and put on your new coat. We have a visitor." "What visitor?" "Aunt Natalia Petrovna has just come by the train." "What's Natalia Petrovna?" "The wife of my uncle, Semyon Fyodoritch." "You don't know her. She is a very nice, good woman." Probably I frowned, for my wife looked grave, and whispered rapidly, "Of course it is queer having her come, but don't be cross, Nikolay, and don't be hard on her. She is unhappy, you know. Uncle Semyon Fyodoritch really is ill-natured and tyrannical. It is difficult to live with him. She says she will only stay 3 days with us, only till she gets a letter from her brother." My wife whispered a great deal more nonsense to me about her despotic uncle, about the weakness of mankind in general, and of young wives in particular, about its being our duty to give shelter to all, even great sinners, and so on. Unable to make head or tail of it, I put on my new coat and went to make my acquaintance with my aunt. A little woman with large black eyes was sitting at the table. My table, the grey walls, my roughly made sofa, everything to the tiniest grain of dust seemed to have grown younger and more cheerful in the presence of this new, young, beautiful, and dissolute creature, who had a most subtle perfume about her. And that our visitor was a lady of easy virtue, I could see from her smile, from her scent, from the peculiar way in which she glanced and made play with her eyelashes, from the tone in which she talked with my wife, a respectable woman. There was no need to tell me she had run away from her husband, that her husband was old and despotic, that she was good-natured and lively. I took it all in at the first glance. Indeed, it is doubtful whether there is a man in all Europe who cannot spot at the first glance a woman of a certain temperament. "I did not know I had such a big nephew," said my aunt, holding out her hand to me and smiling. "And I did not know I had such a pretty aunt," I answered. Supper began over again. The cork flew with a bang out of the second bottle, and my aunt swallowed half a glassful at a gulp, and when my wife went out of the room for a moment, my aunt did not scruple to drain a full glass. I was drunk both with the wine and with the presence of a woman. Do you remember the song, "Eyes black as pitch, eyes full of passion, eyes burning bright and beautiful, how I love you, how I fear you"? I don't remember what happened next. Any one who wants to know how love begins may read novels and long stories. I will put it shortly, and in the words of the same silly song, "It was an evil hour when first I met you." Everything went head over heels to the devil. I remember a fearful, frantic whirlwind which sent me flying round like a feather. It lasted a long while, and swept from the face of the earth my wife and my aunt herself and my strength. From the little station in the steppe it has flung me, as you see, into this dark street. Now tell me, what further evil can happen to me? End of Champagne by Anton Chekhov.
A Comedy in Rubber by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One may hope, in spite of the metaphorists, to avoid the breath of the deadly upas tree. One may, by great good fortune, succeed in blacking the eye of the basilisk. One might even dodge the attentions of Cerberus and Argus. But no man, alive or dead, can escape the gaze of the rubberer. New York is the caoutchouc city. There are many, of course, who go their ways making money without turning to the right or the left. But there is a tribe abroad wonderfully composed, like the Martians, solely of eyes and means of locomotion. These devotees of curiosity swarm like flies in a moment in a struggling breathless circle about the scene of an unusual occurrence. If a workman opens a manhole, if a streetcar runs over a man from North Tarrytown, if a little boy drops an egg on his way home from the grocery, if a casual house or two drops into the subway, if a lady loses a nickel through a hole in the lisle thread, if the police drag a telephone and a racing chart forth from an Ibsen Society reading room, if Senator Depew or Mr. Chuck Connors walks out to take the air, if any of these incidents or accidents takes place, you will see the mad, irresistible rush of the rubber tribe to the spot. The importance of the event does not count. They gaze with equal interest and absorption at a chorus girl or at a man painting a liver pill sign. They will form as deep a cordon around a man with a clubfoot as they will around a balked automobile. They have the furor rubberendi. They are optical gluttons, feasting and fattening on the misfortunes of their fellow beings. They gloat and pour and glare and squint and stare with their fishy eyes, like goggle-eyed perch at the book baited with calamity. It would seem that Cupid would find these ocular vampires too cold game for his calorific shafts. But have we not yet to discover an immune even among the protozoa? Yes, beautiful romance descended upon two of this tribe, and love came into their hearts as they crowded about the prostrate form of a man who had been run over by a brewery wagon. William Pry was the first on the spot. He was an expert at such gatherings. With an expression of intense happiness on his features, he stood over the victim of the accident, listening to his groans as if to the sweetest music. When the crowd of spectators had swelled to a closely packed circle, William saw a violent commotion in the crowd opposite him. Men were hurled aside like ninepins by the impact of some moving body that clove them like the rush of a tornado. With elbows, umbrella, hatpin, tongue, and fingernails doing their duty, Violet Seymour forced her way through the mob of onlookers to the first row. Strong men, who even had been able to secure a seat on the 5:30 Harlem Express, staggered back like children as she bucked center. Two large lady spectators who had seen the Duke of Roxburgh married and had often blocked traffic on 23rd Street fell back into the second row with ripped shirtwaists when Violet had finished with them. William Pry loved her at first sight. The ambulance removed the unconscious agent of Cupid. William and Violet remained after the crowd had dispersed. They were true rubberers. People who leave the scene of an accident with the ambulance have not genuine caoutchouc in the cosmogony of their necks. The delicate, fine flavor of the affair is to be had only in the aftertaste, in gloating over the spot, in gazing fixedly at the houses opposite, in hovering there in a dream more exquisite than the opium-eater's ecstasy. William Pry and Violet Seymour were connoisseurs in casualties. They knew how to extract full enjoyment from every incident. Presently they looked at each other. Violet had a brown birthmark on her neck as large as a silver $50. William fixed his eyes upon it. William Pry had inordinately bowed legs. Violet allowed her gaze to linger unswervingly upon them. Face to face they stood thus for moments, each staring at the other. Etiquette would not allow them to speak, but in the caoutchouc city it is permitted to gaze without stint at the trees in the parks and at the physical blemishes of a fellow creature. At length, with a sigh, they parted, but Cupid had been the driver of the brewery wagon, and the wheel that broke a leg united two fond hearts. The next meeting of the hero and heroine was in front of a board fence near Broadway. The day had been a disappointing one. There had been no fights on the street. Children had kept from under the wheels of the streetcars. Cripples and fat men in negligee shirts were scarce. Nobody seemed to be inclined to slip on banana peels or fall down with heart disease. Even the sport from Kokomo, Indiana, who claims to be a cousin of ex-Mayor Lowe and scatters nickels from a cab window, had not put in his appearance. There was nothing to stare at, and William Pry had premonitions of ennui. But he saw a large crowd scrambling and pushing excitedly in front of a billboard. Sprinting for it, he knocked down an old woman and a child carrying a bottle of milk, and fought his way like a demon into the mass of spectators. Already in the inner line stood Violet Seymour, with one sleeve and two gold fillings gone, a corset steel puncture and a sprained wrist, but happy. She was looking at what there was to see. A man was painting upon the fence, "Eat bricklets, they fill your face." Violet blushed when she saw William Pry. William jabbed a lady in the black silk raglan in the ribs, kicked a boy in the shin, bit an old gentleman on the left ear, and managed to crowd nearer to Violet. They stood for an hour looking at the man paint the letters. Then William's love could be repressed no longer. He touched her on the arm. "Come with me," he said. "I know where there is a bootblack without an Adam's apple." She looked up at him shyly, yet with unmistakable love transfiguring her countenance. "And you have saved it for me?" she asked, trembling with the first dim ecstasy of a woman beloved. Together they hurried to the bootblack stand. An hour they spent there, gazing at the malformed youth. A window cleaner fell from the 5th story to the sidewalk beside them. As the ambulance came clanging up, William pressed her hand joyously. "4 ribs at least and a compound fracture," he whispered swiftly. "You are not sorry that you met me, are you, dearest?" "Me?" said Violet, returning the pressure. "Sure not. I could stand all day rubbering with you." The climax of the romance occurred a few days later. Perhaps the reader will remember the intense excitement into which the city was thrown when Eliza Jane, a colored woman, was served with a subpoena. The rubber tribe encamped on the spot. With his own hands, William Pry placed a board upon 2 beer kegs in the street opposite Eliza Jane's residence. He and Violet sat there for 3 days and nights. Then it occurred to a detective to open the door and serve the subpoena. He sent for a kinetoscope and did so. Two souls with such congenial tastes could not long remain apart. As a policeman drove them away with his nightstick that evening, they plighted their troth. The seeds of love had been well sown, and had grown up, hardy and vigorous, into let us call it, a rubber plant. The wedding of William Pry and Violet Seymour was set for June 10. The big church in the middle of the block was banked high with flowers. The populous tribe of rubberers the world over is rampant over weddings. They are the pessimists of the pews. They are the guyers of the groom and the banterers of the bride. They come to laugh at your marriage. And should you escape from Hymen's tower on the back of Death's pale steed, they will come to the funeral and sit in the same pew and cry over your luck. Rubber will stretch. The church was lighted. A gross-grained carpet lay over the asphalt to the edge of the sidewalk. Bridesmaids were patting one another's sashes awry and speaking of the bride's freckles. Coachmen tied white ribbons on their whips and bewailed the space of time between drinks. The minister was musing over his possible fee, essaying conjecture whether it would suffice to purchase a new broadcloth suit for himself and a photograph of Laura Jane Libby for his wife. Yeah, Cupid was in the air. And outside the Churchill, my brothers surged and heaved the rank and file of the tribe of rubberers. In two bodies they were, with the gross-grain carpet and cops with clubs between. They crowded like cattle. They fought. They pressed and surged and swayed and trampled one another to see a bit of a girl in a white veil acquire license to go through a man's pockets while he sleeps. But the hour for the wedding came and went, and the bride and bridegroom came not. And impatience gave way to alarm, and alarm brought about search, and they were not found. And then 2 big policemen took a hand and dragged out of the furious mob of onlookers a crushed and trampled thing, with a wedding ring in its vest pocket, and a shredded and hysterical woman beating her way to the carpet's edge, ragged, bruised, and obstreperous. William Pry and Violet Seymour, creatures of habit, had joined in the seething game of the spectators, unable to resist the overwhelming desire to gaze upon themselves entering as bride and bridegroom the rose-decked church. Rubber will out. End of A Comedy in Rubber by O. Henry.
Daniel O'Rourke's Wonderful Voyage to the Moon by Thomas Crofton Croker, 1798 to 1854. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. People may have heard of the renowned adventures of Daniel O'Rourke, but how few are there who know that the cause of all his perils above and below was neither more nor less than his having slept under the walls of the Fuca's tower. "I am often asked to tell it, sir," said he, "so that this is not the first time. The master's son, you see, had come from beyond foreign parts in France and Spain, as young gentlemen used to go, before Bonaparte or any such was heard of. And sure enough there was a dinner given to all the people on the ground, gentle and simple, high and low, rich and poor. The old gentlemen were the gentlemen after all, saving your honour's presence. They'd swear at a body a little, to be sure, and maybe give one a cut of a whip now and then. But we were no losers by it in the end, and they were so easy and civil, and kept such rattling houses, and thousands of welcomes, and there was no grinding for rent, and few agents, and there was hardly a tenant on the estate that did not taste of his landlord's bounty often and often in the year. But now it's another thing. No matter for that, sir, for I'd better be telling you my story. Well, we had everything of the best and plenty of it, and we ate and we drank and we danced. And the young master, by the same token, danced with Peggy Barry from Bothereen. A lovely young couple they were, though they are both long enough now. To make a long story short, I got, as a body may say, the same thing as tipsy almost, for I can't remember ever at all, no ways how I left the place, only I did leave it, that's certain. Well, I thought, for all that in myself, I just stepped to Molly Kronohans, the fairy woman, to speak a word about the bracket heifer that was bewitched. And so, as I was crossing the stepping stones at the ford of Ballysenoch, and was looking up at the stars and blessing myself, for why, it was Lady Day, I missed my foot, and souls I fell into the water. Death alive, thought I, I'll be drowned now. However, I began swimming away for the dear life, till at last I got ashore somehow or other, but never the one of me can tell how, upon a dissolute island. I wandered and wandered about there, without knowing where I wandered, until at last I got into a big bog. The moon was shining as bright as day, or your fair lady's eyes, sir, with your pardon for mentioning her, and I looked east and west, and north and south, and every way, and nothing did I see but bog, bog, bog. I could never find out how I got into it, and my heart grew cold with fear, for sure and certain I was that it would be my burying place. So I sat down upon a stone, which, as good luck would have it, was close by me, and I began to scratch my head and sing the Ulagon, when all of a sudden the moon grew black, and I looked up and saw something for all the world as if it was moving down between me and it, and I could not tell what it was. Down it came with a pounce and looked at me full in the face. And what was it but an eagle, as fine a one as ever flew from the kingdom of Kerry. So he looked at me in the face, and says he to me, "Daniel O'Rourke," says he, "how do you do?" "Very well, I thank you, sir," says I. "I hope you're well, wondering out of my senses all the time how an eagle came to speak like a Christian." "What brings you here, Dan?" says he. "Nothing at all, sir," says I. "Only I wish I was safe home again." "Is it out of the island you want to go, Dan?" says he. "'Tis, sir," says I. So I up and told him how I'd taken a drop too much, and fell into the water; how I swam to the island, and how I got into the bog, and did not know my way out of it. "Dan," says he, after a minute's thought, "though it is very improper for you to get drunk on Lady day, yet as you are a decent sober man, who tends mass well, and never flings stones at me or mine, nor cries out after us in the fields, my life or yours," says he, "so get up on my back, and grip me well for fear you'd fall off, and I'll fly you out of the bog." "I'm afraid," says I, "your honour's making game of me, for who ever heard of riding a horseback on an eagle before?" "'Pon the honour of a gentleman," says he, putting his right foot on his breast, "I'm quite in earnest, and so now either take my offer or starve in the bog. Besides, I see that your weight is sinking the stone." It was true enough, as he said, for I found the stone every minute going from under me. I had no choice, so thinks I to myself, faint heart never won fair lady, and this is fair persuadance. "I thank your honour," says I, "for the load of your civility, and I'll take your kind offer." I therefore mounted upon the back of the eagle, and held him tight enough by the throat, and up he flew in the air like a lark. Little I knew the trick he was going to serve me. Up, 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 God knows how far up he flew. "Why, then," said I to him, thinking he did not know the right road home, very civilly, because why? I was in his power entirely. "Sir," says I, "please your honour's glory, and with humble submission to your better judgment, if you'd fly down a bit, you're now just over my cabin, and I could be put down there, and many thanks to your worship." "Arrah, Dan," said he, "do you think me a fool? Look down in the next field, and don't you see two men and a gun? By my word, it would be no joke to be shot this way, to oblige a drunken blackguard that I picked up off a cold stone in a bog." "Bother you," said I to myself, but I did not speak out, for where was the use? Well, sir, up he kept flying, flying, and I asking him every minute to fly down, and all to no use. "Where in the world are you going, sir?" says I to him. "Hold your tongue, Dan," says he. "Mind your own business, and don't be interfering with the business of other people." Faith, this is my business, I think, says I. Be quiet, Dan, says he. So I said no more. At last where should we come to but to the moon itself? Now you can't see it from this, but there is, or there was in my time, a reaping hook sticking out of the side of the moon, this way, drawing the figure on the ground with the end of a stick. Dan, said the Eagle, I'm tired with this long fly. I had no notion 'twas so far. And my lord, sir, said I, who in the world asked you to fly so far? Was it I? Did not I beg and pray and beseech you to stop half an hour ago? There's no use talking, Dan, said he. I'm tired bad enough, so you must get off and sit down on the moon until I rest myself. Is it sit down on the moon? Said I. Is it upon that little round thing, then? Why, then, sure I'd fall off in a minute, and be killed and split and smashed all to bits. You are a vile deceiver, so you are. Not at all, Dan, said he. You can catch fast hold of the reaping hook that's sticking out of the side of the moon, and 'twill keep you up. I won't then, said I. Maybe not, said he. Quite. If you don't, my man, I shall just give you a shake and one slap of my wing, and send you down to the ground, where every bone of your body will be smashed as small as a drop of dew on a cabbage leaf in the morning. Why, then, I'm in a fine way, said I to myself, ever to have come along with the likes of you. And so, giving him a hearty curse in Irish, for fear he'd know what I said, I got off his back with a heavy heart, took hold of the reaping hook, and sat down upon the moon, and a mighty cold seat it was, I can tell you that. When he had me there fairly landed, he turned about on me and said, "Good morning to you, Daniel O'Rourke," said he. "I think I've nicked you fairly now. You robbed my nest last year. 'Twas true enough for him, but how he found it out is hard to say. And in return you are freely welcome to cool your heels dangling upon the moon like a cock throw." "Is that all? And is this the way you leave me, you brute, you?" says I. "You ugly, unnatural beast, and is this the way you serve me at last? Bad luck to yourself, with your hooked nose, and to all your breed, you blackguard." 'Twas all to no manner of use. He spread out his great big wings, burst out a laughing, and flew away like lightning. I bawled after him to stop, but I might have called and bawled for ever without his minding me. Away he went, and I never saw him from that day to this. Sorrow fly away with him. You may be sure I was in a disconsolate condition, and kept roaring out for the bare grief, when all at once a door opened right in the middle of the moon, creaking on its hinges as if it had not been opened for a month before. I suppose they never thought of greasing 'em, and out there walks, who do you think, but the man in the moon himself. I knew him by his busk. "Good morrow to you, Daniel O'Rourke," said he. "How do you do?" "Very well, thank your honour," said I. "I hope your honour's well." "What brought you here, Dan?" said he. So I told him how I was little overtaken in liquor at the master's, and how I was cast on a dissolute island, and how I lost my way in the bog, and how the thief of an eagle promised to fly me out of it, and how, instead of that, he had fled me up to the moon. "Dan," said the man in the moon, taking a pinch of snuff when I was done, "you must not stay here." "Indeed, sir," says I, "'tis much against my will I'm here at all. But how am I to go back?" "That's your business," said he. "Dan, mine is to tell you that here you must not stay. so be off in less than no time. I'm doing no harm, says I, only holding on hard by the reaping hook, lest I fall off. That's what you must not do, Dan, says he. Pray, sir, says I, may I ask how many you are in family, that you would not give a poor traveller lodgings? I'm sure 'tis not so often you travel with strangers coming to see you, for 'tis a long way. I'm by myself, Dan, says he, but you'd better let go the reaping hook. Faith, and with your leave, says I'll not let go the grip, and the more you bids me, the more I won't let go, so I will. You had better, Dan, says he again. Why then, my little fellow, says I, taking the whole weight of him with my eye from head to foot, there are 2 words to that bargain, and I'll not budge, but you may if you like. We'll see how that is to be, says he, and back he went, giving the door such a great bang after him, for it was plain he was huffed, that I thought the moon and all would fall down with it. Well, I was preparing myself to try strength with him, when back again he comes with the kitchen cleaver in his hand, and without saying a word he gives 2 bangs to the handle of the reaping hook that was keeping me up, and whop it came in 2. Good morning to you, Dan, says the spiteful little old blackguard, when he saw me cleanly falling down with a bit of the handle in my hand. I thank you for your visit, and fair weather after you, Daniel. I had no time to make my answer to him, for I was tumbling over and over and rolling at the rate of a fox hunt. God help me, says I, but this is a pretty pickle for a decent man to be seen in at this time of night. I am now sold fairly. The word was not out of my mouth when whiz, what should fly by close to my ear but a flock of wild geese, all the way from my own bog of Ballyashenoch. Else how should they know me? The old gander, who was their general, turning about his head, cried out to me, "Is that you, Dan?" "The same," said I, not a bit daunted now at what he said, for I was by this time used to all kinds of bedevilment, and besides, I knew him of old. "Good morrow to you," says he, "Daniel O'Rourke. How are you in health this morning?" "Very well, sir," says I thank you kindly," drawing my breath, for I was mightily in want of some. "I hope your honour's the same." "I think 'tis falling you are, Daniel," says he. "You may say that, sir," says I. "And where are you going all the way so fast?" said the gander. So I told him how I had taken the drop, and how I came on the island, and how I lost my way in the bog, and how the thief of an eagle flew me up to the moon, and how the man in the moon turned me out. "Dan," said he, "I'll save you. Put your hand out and catch me by the leg, and I'll fly you home. Sweet is your hand in a pitcher of honey, my jewel," says I, though all the time I thought in myself that I don't much trust you, but there was no help. So I caught the gander by the leg, and away I and the other geese flew after him as fast as hops. We flew and we flew and we flew until we came right over the wide ocean. I knew it well, for I saw Cape Clear to my right hand, sticking up out of the water. "Ah, my lord," said I to the goose, for I thought it best to keep a civil tongue in my head anyway, "fly to land, if you please." "It is impossible, you see, Dan," said he, "for a while, because you see we are going to Arabia." "To Arabia," said I; "that's surely some place in foreign parts far away." Oh, Mr. Goose, why then, to be sure, I'm a man to be pitied among you. Whist, whist, you fool, said he, hold your tongue. I tell you Arabia is a very decent sort of place, as like West Carbery, as one egg is like another, only there is a little more sand there. Just as we were talking, a ship hove in sight, scudding so beautiful before the wind. Ah, then, sir, said I, will you drop me on the ship, if you please? We are not fair over it, said he. We are, said I. We are not, said he. If I dropped you now, you would go splash into the sea. I would not, says I. I know better than that, for it's just clean under us, so let me drop now at once. If you must, you must, said he. There, take your own way. And he opened his claw, and faith, he was right, sure enough. I came down plump into the very bottom of the salt sea. Down to the very bottom I went, and I gave myself up then for ever, when a whale walked up to me, scratching himself after his night's rest, and looked me full in the face, and never the word did he say, but lifting up his tail, he splashed me all over again with the cold salt water, till there wasn't a dry stitch upon my whole carcass, and I heard somebody saying, 'twas a voice I knew too, 'Get up, you drunken brute, out of that.' And with that I woke up, and there was Judy with a tub full of water, which she was splashing all over me, for, rest her soul, though she was a good wife, she never could bear to see me in drink, and had a bitter hand of her own. 'Get up,' said she again, 'and of all places in the parish, would no place serve your turn to lie down upon but under the old walls of Carrigafuca? An uneasy resting I'm sure you had of it.' And sure enough I had, for I was fairly bothered out of my senses with eagles and men of the moons, and flying ganders, and whales driving me through bogs, and up to the moon, and down to the bottom of the great ocean. If I was in drink 10 times over, long would it be before I'd lie down in the same spot again. I know that." End of Daniel O'Rourke's Wonderful Voyage to the Moon, by Thomas Crofton Crooker. Read by Lars Rolander.
Dream Life and Real Life, A Little African Story, by Olive Schreiner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Janita sat alone beside a milk bush. Before her and behind her stretched the plain, covered with red sand and thorny karoo bushes, and here and there a milk bush, looking like a bundle of pale green rods tied together. Not a tree was to be seen anywhere, except on the banks of the river, and that was far away, and the sun beat on her head. Round her fed the Angora goats she was herding. Pretty things, especially the little ones, with white silky curls that touched the ground. But Janita sat crying. If an angel should gather up in his cup all the tears that have been shed, I think the bitterest would be those of children. By and by she was so tired, and the sun was so hot, she laid her head against the milk bush and dropped asleep. She dreamed a beautiful dream. She thought that when she went back to the farmhouse in the evening, the walls were covered with vines and roses, and the kraals were not made of red stone, but of lilac trees full of blossom, and the fat old Boer smiled at her, and the stick he held across the door for the goats to jump over was a lily rod with 7 blossoms at the end. When she went to the house, her mistress gave her a whole roaster cake for her supper, and her mistress's daughter had stuck a rose in the cake, and her mistress's son-in-law said "Thank you" when she pulled off his boots, and did not kick her. It was a beautiful dream. While she lay thus dreaming, one of the little kids came and licked her on her cheek, because of the salt from her dried up tears. And in her dream she was not a poor indentured child any more, living with Boers. It was her father who kissed her. He said he had only been asleep that day when he lay down under the thorn bush. He had not really died. He felt her hair and said it was grown long and silky, and he said they would go back to Denmark now. He asked her why her feet were bare, and what the marks on her back were. Then he put her head on his shoulder, and picked her up, and carried her away, away. She laughed. She could feel her face against his brown beard. His arms were so strong. As she lay there dreaming, with the ants running over her naked feet, and with her brown curls lying in the sand, a Hottentot came up to her. He was dressed in ragged yellow trousers, and a dirty shirt, and a torn jacket. He had a red handkerchief around his head, and a felt hat above that. His nose was flat, his eyes like slits, and the wool on his head was gathered into little round balls. He came to the milk bush, and looked at the little girl lying in the hot sun. Then he walked off, caught one of the fattest little Angora goats, and held its mouth fast as he stuck it under his arm. He looked back to see that she was still sleeping, and jumped down into one of the slates. He walked down the bed of the slate a little way, and came to an overhanging bank, under which, sitting on the red sand, were two men. One was a tiny, ragged old bushman, 4 feet high. The other was an English navvy, in a dark blue blouse. They cut the kid's throat with the navvy's long knife, and covered up the blood with sand, and buried the entrails and skin. Then they talked, and quarrelled a little, and then they talked quietly again. The Hottentot man put a leg of the kid under his coat, and left the rest of the meat for the two in the slate, and walked away. When little Janita woke, it was almost sunset. She sat up very frightened, but her goats were all about her. She began to drive them home. "I do not think there are any lost," she said. Dirk, the Hottentot, had brought his flock home already, and stood at the kraal door with his ragged yellow trousers. The fat old Boer put his stick across the door, and let Janita's goats jump over one by one. He counted them. When the last jumped over, "Have you been to sleep to-day?" he said. "There is one missing." Then little Janita knew what was coming, and she said in a low voice, "No." And then she felt in her heart that deadly sickness that you feel when you tell a lie, and again she said, "Yes." "Do you think you will have any supper this evening?" said the Boer. "No," said Janita. "What do you think you will have?" "I don't know," said Janita. "Give me your whip," said the Boer to Dirk the Hottentot. The moon was all but full that night. Oh, but its light was beautiful. The little girl crept to the door of the outhouse where she slept, and looked at it. When you are hungry and very, very sore, you do not cry. She leaned her chin on one hand, and looked with her great dove's eyes. The other hand was cut open, so she wrapped it in her pinafore. She looked across the plain at the sand, and the low karoo bushes, with the moonlight on them. Presently there came slowly, from far away, a wild springbuck. It came close to the house, and stood looking at it in wonder, while the moonlight glinted on its horns and its great eyes. It stood wondering at the red brick walls, and the girl watched it. Then suddenly, as if it scorned it all, it curved its beautiful back and turned, and away it fled over the bushes and sand like a sheeny streak of white lightning. She stood up to watch it. So free, so free, away, away, she watched till she could see it no more on the wide plain. Her heart swelled, larger, larger, larger. She uttered a low cry, and without waiting, pausing, thinking, she followed on its track. Away, away, away. I also, she said, I also. When at last her legs began to tremble under her, and she stopped to breathe, the house was a speck behind her. She dropped on the earth and held her panting sides. She began to think now. If she stayed on the plain, they would trace her footsteps in the morning and catch her. But if she waded in the water in the bed of the river, they would not be able to find her footmarks, and she would hide there where the rocks and the kopjes were. So she stood up and walked toward the river. The water in the river was low, just a line of silver in the broad bed of sand, here and there broadening into a pool. She stepped into it and bathed her feet in the delicious cold water. Up and down the stream she walked, where it rattled over the pebbles, and past where the farmhouse lay, and where the rocks were large she leapt from one to the other. The night wind in her face made her strong. She laughed. She had never felt such night wind before. So the night smells to the wild bucks, because they are free. A free thing feels as a chained thing never can. At last she came to a place where the willows grew on each side of the river, and trailed their long branches on the sandy bed. She could not tell why, she could not tell the reason, but a feeling of fear came over her. On the left bank rose a chain of kopjes and a precipice of rocks. Between the precipice and the river bank there was a narrow path covered by the fragments of fallen rock, and upon the summit of the precipice a kippersol tree grew, whose palm-like leaves were clearly cut out against the night sky. The rock cast a deep shadow, and the willow trees on either side of the river. She paused, looking up and about her, and then ran on, fearful. What was I afraid of? How foolish I have been, she said, when she came to a place where the trees were not so close together, and she stood still and looked back and shivered. At last her steps grew wearier and wearier. She was very sleepy now. She could scarcely lift her feet. She stepped out of the river bed. She only saw that the rocks about her were wild, as though many little kopjes had been broken up and strewn upon the ground, lay down at the foot of an aloe, and fell asleep. But in the morning she saw what a glorious place it was. The rocks were piled on one another, and tossed this way and that. Prickly pears grew among them, and there were no less than 6 kippersol trees scattered here and there among the broken kopjes. In the rocks there were hundreds of homes for the conies, and from the crevices wild asparagus hung down. She ran to the river, bathed in the clear cold water, and tossed it over her head. She sang aloud. All the songs she knew were sad, so she could not sing them now. She was glad, she was so free. But she sang the notes without the words, as the kokkewiets do. Singing and jumping all the way, she went back and took a sharp stone and cut at the root of a kippersol, and got out a large piece as long as her arm, and sat to chew it. 2 conies came out on the rock above her head and peeped at her. She held them out a piece, but they did not want it, and ran away. It was very delicious to her. Kippersol is like raw quince when it is very green, but she liked it. When good food is thrown at you by other people, strange to say, it is very bitter, but whatever you find yourself, is sweet. When she had finished, she dug out another piece, and went to look for a pantry to put it in. At the top of a heap of rocks up which she clambered, she found that some large stones stood apart, but met at the top, making a room. "Oh, this is my little home," she said. At the top and all around it was closed, only in the front was it open. There was a beautiful shelf in the wall for the kippersol, and she scrambled down again. She brought a great bunch of prickly pear and stuck it in a crevice before the door, and hung wild asparagus over it till it looked as though it grew there. No one could see that there was a room there, for she left only a tiny opening, and hung a branch of feathery asparagus over it. Then she crept in to see how it looked. There was a glorious soft green light. Then she went out and picked some of those purple little ground flowers. You know them, those that keep their faces close to the ground, but when you turn them up and look at them, they are deep blue eyes looking into yours. She took them with a little earth and put them in the crevices between the rocks, and so the room was quite furnished. Afterwards she went down to the river, and brought her arms full of willow, and made a lovely bed. And, because the weather was very hot, she lay down to rest upon it. She went to sleep soon, and slept long, for she was very weak. Late in the afternoon she was awakened by a few cold drops falling on her face. She sat up. A great and fierce thunderstorm had been raging, and a few of the cool drops had fallen through the crevice in the rocks. She pushed the asparagus branch aside, and looked out with her little hands folded about her knees. She heard the thunder rolling, and saw the red torrents rush among the stones on their way to the river. She heard the roar of the river as it now rolled, angry and red, bearing away stumps and trees on its muddy water. She listened and smiled, and pressed closer to the rock that took care of her. She pressed the palm of her hand against it. When you have no one to love you, you love the dumb things very much. When the sun set, it cleared up. Then the little girl ate some kippersol and lay down again to sleep. She thought there was nothing so nice as to sleep. When one has no food but kippersol juice for 2 days, one doesn't feel strong. It is so nice here, she thought when she went to sleep. I will stay here always. Afterwards the moon rose. The sky was very clear now. There was not a cloud anywhere, and the moon shone in through the bushes in the door, and made a lattice-work of light on her face. She was dreaming a beautiful dream. The loveliest dreams of all are dreamt when you are hungry. She thought she was walking in a beautiful place, holding her father's hand, and they both had crowns on their heads, crowns of wild asparagus. The people whom they passed smiled and kissed her. Some gave her flowers, and some gave her food, and the sunlight was everywhere. She dreamed the same dream over and over, and it grew more and more beautiful, till suddenly it seemed as though she was standing quite alone. She looked up. On one side of her was the high precipice, on the other was the river, with the willow trees drooping their branches into the water, and the moonlight was over all. Up against the night sky the pointed leaves of the kippersol trees were clearly marked, and the rocks and the willow trees cast dark shadows. In her sleep she shivered, and half awoke. "Ah, I am not there. I am here," she said, and she crept closer to the rock, and kissed it, and went to sleep again. It must have been about 3 o'clock, for the moon had begun to sink toward the western sky, when she woke with a violent start. She sat up, and pressed her hand against her heart. "What can it be? A coney must surely have run across my feet and frightened me," she said, and she turned to lie down again. But soon she sat up. Outside there was the distinct sound of thorns crackling in a fire. She crept to the door and made an opening in the branches with her fingers. A large fire was blazing in the shadow at the foot of the rocks. A little bushman sat over some burning coals that had been raked from it, cooking meat. Stretched on the ground was an Englishman dressed in a blouse and with a heavy, sullen face. On the stone beside him was Dirk, the Hottentot, sharpening a bowie knife. She held her breath. Not a coney in all the rocks was so still. "They can never find me here," she said, and she knelt and listened to every word they said. She could hear it all. "You may have all the money," said the bushman, "but I want the cask of brandy. I will set the roof alight in 6 places, for a Dutchman burnt my mother once alive in a hut with 3 children." "You are sure there is no one else on the farm?" said the navvy. "No, I have told you till I am tired," said Dirk. "The 2 Kaffirs have gone off with the son to town, and the maids have gone to a dance. There is only the old man and the 2 women left." "But suppose," said the navvy, "he should have the gun at his bedside, and loaded?" "He never has," said Dirk. "It hangs in the passage, and the cartridges too. He never thought when he bought it what work it was for." "I only wish the little white girl was still there," said Dirk, "but she is drowned. We traced her footmarks to the great pool that has no bottom." She listened to every word, and they talked on. Afterwards the little bushman, who crouched over the fire, sat up suddenly, listening. "Ha! What is that?" he said. A bushman is like a dog. His ear is so fine he knows a jackal's tread from a wild dog's. "I heard nothing," said the navvy. "I heard," said the Hottentot, "but it was only a coney on the rocks." "No coney, no coney," said the bushman. "See, what is that there moving in the shade around the point?" "Nothing, you idiot," said the navvy. "Finish your meat. We must start now." There were 2 roads to the homestead. One went along the open plain, and was by far the shortest, but you might be seen half a mile off. The other ran along the river bank, where there were rocks and holes and willow trees to hide among, and all down the river bank ran a little figure. The river was swollen by the storm full to its banks, and the willow trees dipped their half-drowned branches into the water. Wherever there was a gap between them you could see it flow red and muddy with the stumps upon it. But the little figure ran on and on, never looking, never thinking, panting, panting. There where the rocks were the thickest, there where on the open space the moonlight shone, there where the prickly pears were tangled, and the rocks cast shadows, on it ran, the little hands clinched, the little heart beating, the eyes fixed always ahead. It was not far to run now, only the narrow path between the high rocks and the river. At last she came to the end of it, and stood for an instant. Before her lay the plain, and the red farmhouse, so near that if persons had been walking there you might have seen them in the moonlight. She clasped her hands. "Yes, I will tell them, I will tell them," she said. "I am almost there." She ran forward again, then hesitated. She shaded her eyes from the moonlight, and looked. Between her and the farmhouse there were 3 figures moving over the low bushes. In the sheeny moonlight you could see how they moved on, slowly and furtively. The short one, the one in the light clothes, and the one in dark. "I cannot help them now," she cried, and sank down on the ground with her little hands clasped before her. "Awake, awake," said the farmer's wife. "I hear a strange noise, something calling, calling, calling." The man rose and went to the window. "I hear it also," he said. "Surely some jackal's at the sheep. I will load my gun and go and see." "It sounds to me like the cry of no jackal," said the woman, and when he was gone she woke her daughter. "Come, let us go and make a fire. I can sleep no more," she said. "I have heard a strange thing to-night. Your father said it was a jackal's cry, but no jackal cries so. It was a child's voice, and it cried, 'Master, master, wake!'" The women looked at each other. Then they went to the kitchen and made a great fire, and they sang psalms all the while. At last the man came back, and they asked him, "What have you seen?" "Nothing," he said, "but the sheep asleep in their kraals, and the moonlight on the walls. And yet it did seem to me," he added, "that far away near the krantz by the river I saw 3 figures moving, and afterwards, it might have been a fancy, I thought I heard the cry again. But since that all has been still there." Next day a navvy had returned to the railway works. "Where have you been so long?" his comrades asked. "He keeps looking over his shoulder," said one, "as though he thought he should see something there." "When he drank his grog to-day," said another, "he let it fall and looked around." Next day a small old bushman and a Hottentot in ragged yellow trousers were at a wayside canteen. When the bushman had had brandy, he began to tell how something, he did not say whether it was a man, a woman, or a child, had lifted up its hands and cried for mercy, had kissed a white man's hands, and cried to him to help it. Then the Hottentot took the bushman by the throat and dragged him out. Next night the moon rose up and mounted the quiet sky. She was full now, and looked in at the little home, at the purple flowers stuck about the room, and the kippersol on the shelf. Her light fell on the willow trees, and on the high rocks, and on a new little made heap of earth and round stones. 3 men knew what was under it, and no one else ever will. End of Dream Life and Real Life, A Little African Story. Read by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland. The Drink of the Dead, A Legend of Bushmanland, by Frederick Cornell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This tale was told me over a campfire in lonely Bushmanland. A wild and desolate land it is, but little known except to the occasional nomad trekboer, who in the seasons when rain has made it possible, wanders from waterhole to waterhole with his scanty flocks and herds, or to the mounted trooper on his long and lonely patrol, or the even more infrequent prospector in his search for the mineral wealth that abounds in the district, but which scarcity of water and cost of transport have so far rendered useless. A land with a character all its own, of wide stretches of low grey bush intermingled with the vivid green patches of luxuriant melkbosch, giving deceptive promise of non-existent moisture, of level plains gay with brilliant flowers, from which long humped ranges of granite rise in serried lines. A common necessity had drawn 2 of us white men to a distant and isolated waterhole, which to our dismay we had found dry and empty. Neither of us knew of other water within 12 hours' trek. Our beasts were tired, and it was a great relief when Karelse, my Hottentot driver, declared he knew of good water only about 4 hours away. I wondered. I had never heard of it before. But Karelse, who knew every inch of the country, was confident that though he had never been to the spot, we should find plenty of water there. And, sure enough, nightfall brought us to the place, and there was water in abundance. Here we shared coffee and biltong, and afterwards sat smoking and yarning by the cheerful blaze of the dry fire-bush. The night was wild and stormy, and a cold wind blew in sharp gusts round the fantastic pile of rocks that rose abruptly from the small deep pool of black-looking water, sending the sparks swirling upwards, and causing the flames to leap fiercely, while the flicker of the fire shone on the glittering Babian-spell of the rocks, and the black shadows danced to the whistle of the wind. Overhead the sky seemed charged with rain. The heavy hurrying clouds lowered and trailed, and seemed as though at any moment they might launch a deluge upon the parched and yearning veldt. But the promise was ever an empty one, for not a drop fell, and the rain-charged phalanxes sped onward and ever onward, to shed their precious burthen upon distant and more favoured fields. Jason I had met before. Like myself, he was a prospector, and had known many lands. He was a reserved, reliable man, who possessed a habit of silence rare among men of our fraternity. Our talk had been of Brazil, where we had both spent many years of our youth, and almost unconsciously we had fallen into Portuguese, a language we both spoke fluently. It was then that the other man appeared. Suddenly, silently, and alone, he stepped from among the flickering shadows of the rocks, so abruptly as to cause both Jason and I to start up with an exclamation. By the uncertain light of the fire he appeared to be an elderly man of medium size, swarthy, weather-beaten, and bearded to the eyes. He strode to the fire, extended a limp, cold hand to Jason and I in turn, with an almost inaudible greeting, and crouched down by the dying blaze, his dark eyes bent upon the glowing embers. Naturally expecting him to be Dutch, both Jason and I had greeted him in the usual manner, by giving our own names in self-introduction. He had made no reply. But though our hearth was but a campfire in a wild country, we felt that whoever he was in a measure our guest, and therefore we made no immediate attempt to find out who or what he was. Still he did not speak. He put aside our proffered coffee, gently but without a word, and sat glowering and gazing into the fire. At last Jason spoke to him direct, first in Dutch, and getting no reply, in English. "Come far?" he queried. There was no sign that the man had heard. Jason looked at me with a lift of the eyebrow. Then I tried. "Farming?" I asked. No answer. "Trading?" Still no answer. "Man's dumb," grunted Jason. But he was muttering now. Gradually his words became clearer, and to our amazement he was speaking Portuguese. "Pesquisadores, pesquisadores," he murmured. "Como nosotras dos tempos antiguos." Prospectors, searchers for wealth, like we others of the olden days. Searching for that which is not yours but mine, mine by every right. But you will never find it, or if you do, your bones will lie beside those others beneath the black water, where the dead drink. His mutterings became again inarticulate. I looked at Jason. He sat staring open-mouthed at our strange visitor. For my own part, I confess I was puzzled and somewhat startled. Jason's eyes left the stranger abruptly and met my own, and mutually and silently our lips framed the word mad. Yes, surely he must be mad, this strange man who spoke of the ancient days in a tongue rarely heard in this part of Africa. But what was he doing here, alone, in this desolate spot, full 50 miles from human habitation? And as we looked at each other in doubt and hesitation, the stranger began again to speak, first in broken, disconnected sentences, but gradually the strange, far-away tone, like that of a man talking in his sleep, became clearer and more connected, and soon Jason and I were gazing at him as though spellbound, and drinking in every word of the queer, archaic-sounding Portuguese, in which he told his weird story fragment, delirium, wanderings of a madman, call it what you will. There were bushmen, then, wild dwarf men, who shot with poisoned arrows, and had seen no white man before. Alvaro Nunez had still 5 charges for his arquebus, and I as many for my hand petronel. When they heard the thunder of the powder, they cast aside their weapons and crawled to us on their knees, taking us for gods, and bearing in mind all that the shipwrecked Castilian we had found at Cabo Tomentoso had told us of the mine of precious stones, we hastened to propitiate them in every way. The gauds we had brought, gay beads, bright kerchiefs, and the like, with these we won our way to their good will. They hunted for us, of buck and of wild game they brought us abundance. But though months passed, we were no nearer that which we sought, the mine of bright stones, such as the Spanisher had shown us, and the whereabouts of which these strange black dwarfish people alone knew. Never could we master their strange tongue, like to the creaking and rustling of dry bones upon a gibbet, more than the speech of humans, and time and patience alone showed us a way. Their man of magic held great power over them. He was of another race, of our own stature, and with a yellow skin. He had another tongue than these dwarf men of the bush, and this Alvaro and I learned when his suspicion of us gave way, and he found that we wished not to alienate the tribe from his authority. For the Spanisher had said, their magician, because of his black magic, he alone hath the secret of the mine of stones, like unto those of Golconda. Little did we fear his magic, we who feared nothing in heaven or earth, or in the waters beneath, Alvaro and I, old freebooters of the Spanish main. But they others, Luis Fonseca, Jose Albuquerque, and Antonio Mendez, brave men but ignorant shipmen, they were fearful of the witch-doctor and his black art. Then when Mbuque, the witch, had heard all of the wonders of our land across the great water, he would fain plot to come with us and see all these wondrous things of which we spake. And cunningly Alvaro led him on day by day, until he was all impatient to leave this tribe of dwarfs, who were not even his own kinsmen. Then, when all was ripe, he told him that with us there were no wild lands full of buck for those who cared to shoot them, that our wealth was in red gold and shining stones. And at long last he showed the stone taken from the Spanisher at the Cape of Storms. At night, when the moon was full, Mbuku took us to the black water pit lying deep and dark at the foot of the rocky hill. 10 fathoms deep was it, and full to the brim with icy water. Many times had we drank from it, for though all round the land lay parched in the torrid heat, the black water pit was always full to the brim. But what magic was this? Here was no water, but a yawning shaft gaped black and dismal where the pool had been. The shipmen shrank back in dismay. Here is magic, they muttered fearfully, crossing themselves. Mbuku laughed. He also had learnt something of our tongue, and understood. No magic is here, said he. 'Tis but a spring from yonder hill that fills this pool, and it needs but to turn the stream aside, and the water will all drain away. Later I will show. From a fire-stick he had brought he lit a torch of dry wood. By its glare we saw that a hide ladder dangled from an overhanging rock into the deep pit. Down it Mbuku led the way, followed by us in turn, the shipmen with many muttered prayers and misgivings. Slimy and dank was the fearsome place, but the bottom was firm and rocky, and from it there branched a cavern wide enough for us all to walk abreast. Gently it led upward, and then we stood in a broader cavern, where the light from the torch in every direction flashed back from a myriad dazzling points. Ceiling, walls, every rocky protuberance, even the very floor, gleamed and scintillated till the whole place blazed as though on fire. M'Bukwu thrust the torch into Alvaro's hand. "Look," he cried, and smote with a spear he carried at the wall of the cavern. At the light blow, a handful of the flashing points fell to the floor. We picked them up. They were the bright stones of the Spanisher. They were diamonds. Here was wealth beyond conception, wealth besides which the fabled Golconda would be as naught, wealth untold for us all. But on the floor among the flashing gems there lay many white bones, the bones of dead men. Wealth, vast wealth for us all, and yet we quarrelled there as to the division of the stones, and as to how we were to get them away. "Get all we can at once, and flee this very night," urged the shipmen. "And die of thirst in the desert places?" said Alvaro, for it was the season of drought. "Stay only until we can fill our water-skins," they counselled. But Alvaro and myself, we were wiser. M'Bukwu, his must be the plan. He knew the best paths back to the Cape of Tempests. He knew the water-holes. We must be guided by his counsel, and we forced them to listen. Yes, he had a plan. 3 nights hence we must flee. He would have water ready in skins. Meanwhile, each night he would divert the water, and we must descend and collect the stones, so that we should have enough for all. At night the tribe believed that the spirits of the dead came to the black water to drink, and always avoided the spot. And by the light of the flickering torch we broke down showers of the glittering stones from the soft blue rock in which they were embedded, till our pouches were full and the torch had burnt out. Then we stumbled and groped our way over slime and bones till we came to the shaft, and one by one we climbed up and out into the fair white moonlight. Fools, fools! The shipmen quarrelled over the stones the first day. Alvaro lent them dice, and they gambled with each other for their new-found wealth. And as Alvaro wished, they quarrelled. And Albuquerque and Fonseca drew steel upon each other, and there in the sunshine stabbed each other to death. "The more for us," said Alvaro, and we divided the stones they fought for. That night we 4 went again to the black water. Once more we loaded our pouches and climbed out one by one. I the first, for I was faint with the air of the cavern. Then came M'Bukwu, but Alvaro came not, nor Mendez the shipman. Impatiently I shook the ladder. It was near dawn. Then at length came Alvaro. He was ghastly in the moonlight, and at the top he began to pull up the ladder he had climbed by. "But Mendez," I muttered. He answered not, but still hauled the hide rope. Then I seized him by the shoulder and looked in his face. There was blood upon him. "He struck me from behind," he said. "My vest of mail saved me. He is dead. The more for us." I liked not Alvaro's face, and looked to my dagger, lest tomorrow he should say, "The more for me." That third night Alvaro and I for the last time descended the black shaft. Well watched we each the other. He had both dagger and arquebus, and I my hand petronel, and dagger too. M'Bukwu came not down with us, feigning that he must prepare all things that we might flee as soon as we had loaded our pouches for the last time. There he left us in the black shaft, my lifelong comrade and I, and by reason of the lust of wealth that came upon me, and because of the fear of that which I saw in Alvaro's eye, I struck him unawares as he knelt for the last gem. Deep behind the neck my dagger drank his blood. His vest of mail did not save him from me. And turning to flee hastily with all the stones, I found the ladder drawn up, and Mbukwe laughing at me from above. "Ho, ho, white man, white wizard," he called, "ye who would show me the wondrous things of thine own land, how fares it with ye now? Surely thou hast enough of the bright stones now, thy dead comrade's share, and all he had taken. Thou hast them all. Handle them, gaze on them, eat of them, drink of them, for of a surety naught else will there be for thee to eat and drink. Ho, ho, surely the black man's magic is vain against the wisdom of the white." And thus he taunted me, whilst vainly I strove by means of my dagger to cut footholds in the slimy walls of the shaft, and thus climb to freedom. But the holes crumbled as soon as my weight bore on them, and after falling again and again, I desisted in despair. And ever the yellow fiend above taunted me, and it was abundantly clear that he had but feigned to fall in with our scheme, the more fully to encompass our destruction. Dawn found me raving in terror of my coming fate, alone with the bodies of the friend whom I had slain, and the shipman who had been by him slain. Terror had helped to parch my tongue with thirst, and both shaft and cavern, though moist, were drained too dry to afford one mouthful of the precious fluid. Yet though longing for water, I knew well that when Mbukwe should choose again to direct the stream, I should drown like any rat. The day passed. I heard the frightened mutterings of the dwarf men as they crowded round the mouth of the shaft, seeking the black water that had vanished. But at my first hoarse shout they fled, yelling in alarm. Day turned to night, and I had become as one dead. The ghosts of dead Alvaro and Mendez, and 1,000 others, crowded around me, gibing and mouthing, and seeking too for the black water. Again day, and again night came and went. Still the water I longed for, and yet feared, came not. I suffered the tortures of the damned, and fain would I have scattered my throbbing brains with the last charge of my hand petronel, but ever as I raised it, dead Alvaro caught my hand in an icy grip, and I could not die. Then again I heard Mbukwe, and with him certain men of the dwarfs he ruled, and in their whistling, creaking tongue I heard him hold forth, "Lo, ye who doubted me, thus do I show my power. These other white gods that came from afar, ye thought them stronger than I, yet have I caused their utter destruction. But because of the little faith ye had in me, and as a sign of my power and displeasure, have I also caused the spirits that dwell in the black pool to take away the water that is life to ye all." Then I heard them moaning and begging for the water, and the voice of the witch-doctor ordering them to lie flat on their faces and look not up whilst he forced the spirits to bring back that which they had taken. Then he called to me in my own tongue loudly, "Ho, thou white god, eat thou thy fill of the bright stones. Of water thou shalt soon drink plenty." And I knew that he would soon move that rock, whereby the water could be diverted back to the pit. But even as he gibed at me, leaning over the brink, dead Alvaro's ice-cold hand guided my petronel till it covered the black fiend's body, and the iron ball struck full and true below his throat. Down at my feet hurtled the body, and at the report I could hear the dwarfs shriek and fly away from the spot in fear. Not dead, but dying was he, for his magic was naught against the weapons of the white man. Yet magic had he, and as he died, so did he curse me, and cast over me a spell of terror. Thou shalt guard well thy bright stones, O slayer of thy friend, he shrieked. Water shalt thou have, and yet shall never quench thine awful thirst. Hunger shall consume thee, and thou shalt not eat. Thou shalt long for death, yet shalt thou not die. And cursing thus, he died, and his ghost joined the band of weird watchers in the cavern of bright stones. And the tribe of dwarfs, one by one, died of thirst, for it was a year of fearful heat, and they knew of no other water. Day by day they came shrieking and praying to the spirits of the black shaft to give them back the water. Day by day they flung living men into the pit as sacrifice, to join the spirits below, till all were dead. Yet could I not die. Over their bleached bones the black water again runs. Below, guarded by the dead watchers, lie the bright stones. Seek not the spot, ye white men who speak the old tongue, lest ye too watch for ever, for the place is accursed. The strange narration ended as it began, not abruptly, but in indistinct mutterings. Half fascinated, Jason and I followed every word of the strange archaic Portuguese. The rhythmic sentences seemed to have had an almost hypnotic effect upon us, for neither of us afterwards remembered how and when we fell asleep. I was awakened by Carelsa shaking me. It was just break of day. I felt heavy, sleepy, and confused, and for a moment remembered nothing. "Coffee, baas," said the Hottentot, and as I sipped it I remembered. I looked around. Jason was sleeping like a log. Our strange visitor had gone. "Where is the other baas?" I inquired of Carelsa. He stared at me, and then looked over at Jason. "No, no," I said impatiently, "the old baas that came in the night." Carelsa's face was a study. He had evidently seen no one, though the boys' fire had not been 20 yards from our own. Had I dreamt the whole thing? I strode over and roused Jason. He woke with a startled exclamation. His first words assured me the old man had been there. "Damn that mad chap," he said. "His horrible old yarn made me dream badly. Where is he?" Carelsa stared from one to the other, his yellow face a queer ashen grey. He was plainly frightened. "Come," said I to Jason, "let us go and have a sluice. There is water in plenty." I led the way to the pool. It had been too dark for us to see it properly when we had arrived the evening before. We bent over the dark, clear water. Sheer and black the pit went down, and it was plainly of great depth, and from the brink the granite kopje rose abruptly. Jason and I looked at each other, then at Carelsa. "Carelsa," I asked, "have you ever been here before?" "No, baas," he faltered. "There is always plenty of good water here, they say, but the place has a bad name, and no one comes here. They say it is haunted." "What do they call the place?" I asked. "Dood-drank," he said. The drink of the dead. End of The Drink of the Dead, A Legend of Bushmanland, by Frederick Cornell. Read by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
The Fan Letter Bride by Adela Rogers St. John's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Have you ever been in a laboratory and seen the brilliant fluids, red and green and purple and yellow, mingled in a glass test tube? Mixed by an expert hand, even the most deadly of them produce marvelous things, things beyond belief. But now and then the wrong colors flow together, and the results are tragic or amazing, very different from the planned formula. Any life chemist who knew Amory Allen and Peter Gray could have prophesied a little of what might happen if their lives touched vitally, but no one could have foreseen how it would reach out and draw Ann Bent, of Georgia, into the white-hot laboratory of Hollywood, to experiment with the elemental forces of life and love and happiness. There is no question that "on location" has come to be a phrase of varied significance in Hollywood. It has been used perchance as an alibi for erring husbands, merely the motion picture synonym for business trips and lodge meetings. It has served Cupid more successfully than any other single device. Marooned in the dullness of desert camps, snowed within the high walls of the Sierras, or lost amid the giant redwoods of the Yosemite, the world fades quickly, too quickly. Events move. The thing that happened to Amory Allen and Peter Gray would probably have happened anyway. But the location trip to Wildwood brought it to a swifter and more poignant crisis than it might otherwise have known. Circumstances had merely provided a shortcut. It was very cold at Wildwood in November. The wind tore peaceful snow from its graves on the giant trees and swirled it against the windows of the log cabin. That big, rambling pleasure resort lay half buried in stark whiteness, forlorn as a deserted summer girl. Amory Allen woke to hear the whimpering of the wind and the scratching of branches against her window. She snuggled down under the scanty blankets and pulled her sable coat more tightly around her, but the cold had penetrated her slim, exquisite body, and she shivered again and again. Physical discomfort was the one thing that drove her utterly wild. What a fool she had been to consent to do this outdoor stuff in winter! What a complete idiot to let them persuade her to come without her maid! Her nerves protested violently against the invisible fingers that seemed trying to tear away the walls of the ugly, bare bedroom. "I can't stand this," said Amory with a gulp, and jumped out of bed. In the pitch darkness there was no one to see that leap. It had been, actually, Amory's leap to fame. Many times in many places, audiences great and small had thrilled to see Amory spring from strange satin couches and stand before them in bewildering negligéed loveliness. Now she put her feet into silly silken mules, wrapped her furs around her, and slipped into the hall. It was very dark, but she hoped that a glimmer of fire might remain in the huge fireplace of the main hall to warm and lighten her. As she passed the last door, the dimples flickered into her white face, and she knocked, then fled down the stairs. Peter Gray had not been sleeping, which was a very unusual proceeding for Peter. The wind and the snow and the cold had no effect upon Peter. He liked them. He was used to battling about on hunting trips and taking care of himself. He had learned all about discomfort in the trenches, and it no longer had power to annoy him. A big, strong, capable, self-confident young chap. The new type of leading man, suggesting an engineer, a mining expert, a bridge builder, almost anything rather than an actor. For the past hour he had resolutely counted sheep. It was typical of Peter that he should pit that ancient superstition against the turmoil that rode him, the clamor of heart and senses that had been stirring him ever since the company came into the wilderness to make snow stuff. But between him and the fence over which said sheep should have jumped, came continually the picture of a little pointed face, of eyes that were the color of a dark topaz. The very first time Peter saw her, at the studio a day or two after he had been sent out by the New York office to play opposite her, he had a dizzy, heart-pounding, breathless second, such as follows the first drag at an opium pipe. 9 out of 10 men who saw Amory Allen had that same sensation. One of the shrewdest producers in the business paid her $1,000 a week, chiefly on account of it. Still, no one had been able to determine exactly why slim, fragile Amory, with her pure brow and her delicate sweetness, should stir the elemental forces of life to such strange issues. There was no voluptuousness, no siren call, no startling lure of the flesh-pots. Rather the lure of a honey-pot. Subtle she was, full of suggestions that stole on the senses like incense in a temple. Men gazed upon the masses of her bronzy curls and immediately dreamed them against a background of scented baby pillows. A famous critic had once compared Amory Allen to lavender and pink hyacinths in a Grecian vase. Peter's first, throbbing response to her had been followed by a steady glow of sensation, so that, lying awake on the hard, lumpy bed, he sought sleep in vain. The knock startled him. A ghost knock it was, yet somehow real. He wondered if his too wakeful brain had played him a trick. But Peter's brain was not apt to play him tricks. He was, or had been, a very well-balanced, sensible young man. In fact, an amazingly well-balanced young man for an actor. Well, he had heard a knock. Then he caught the sound of fairy footsteps on the stairs. He buttoned his sweater over his trousers, laced his sneakers with fingers that shook, answered that ghost knock, followed those fairy footsteps. There was the faintest glimmer of light in the great raftered hall. The corners were swathed in black, but about the rough stone fireplace hung a glimmer of rose and flame. And in the very heart of it, Amory, with her masses of curls about her shoulders, and her big topaz eyes very wide open, with her little soft hands dragging the luxuriant soft coat about her, and slim ankles pearly bare. "Oh, Peter," she said, "I'm so glad you've come. I'm so cold and frightened. I most froze in my bed, and I couldn't sleep. Something kept beating on my window, and I was afraid. Peter, can we build up the fire, and will you stay here with me, just a little while?" Peter did not answer her, because he could not. The wonder of her had him by the throat, enmeshed, smothered. His spirit, and it was a very proud and upright and manly young spirit, lay prostrate before the light of her eyes and the helpless appeal of her husky sweet voice. Silently, while she kept near to him as though afraid of the shadows, Peter rebuilt the fire, coaxed it into a lovely hot blaze, drew the big chairs close to its warm, fragrant heart. The pine cones he had piled on top crackled and sputtered and gave out the most delicious fragrance. Amory sank into the big chair, taking deep, contented breaths. Her coat slipped open to frame a childish throat and shoulder. Peter remembered that they used to say you could see the red wine slip down her throat when Mary Stuart drank, and he wondered if it might not be the same with Amory, so transparent and fine she seemed. Her eyelids drooped childishly over the exaggerated, unbelievable eyes. "Peter," she said softly, drowsily, "do you know, you're very good to me. You take such good care of me out in the snow. You're so strong. I'm awfully glad that they brought you clear out from New York for this part. Now you're here, I can't imagine it could ever have been anyone else. Can you? You're awfully nice, Peter." Somewhere within him, Peter's soul on guard sounded a tiny note of warning. But adoration for this small, lovely woman thing swamped it, buried it almost unheard. Without knowing how he got there, he found himself beside her in the big chair, holding her close to him, feeling the most exquisite joy in her yielding lovableness. "Amory, I love you. I love you," he said over and over, without thinking or caring to think of any other words. He had forgotten the very meaning of artistry in love-making. Memory of any other love experiences had ceased to function. "My sweet, sweet little girl. I don't understand what's happened to me, Amory. This is love. That's all. I never dreamed it could be like this. You're so wonderful, so wonderful. Do you love me? You can't, but oh, do you?" "Oh, but I do love you, Peter," she cried softly. "I just adore you. I've been quite mad about you from the first moment I saw you." The ring of passionate sincerity in her voice matched his own. Peter heard a whole chorus of heavenly angels singing about his head. "You're the sweetest armful in the whole world," he said, bending his high, dark young head to hers. "Do you know, Amory, when I kiss you I hear a great, magnificent symphony orchestra playing wonderful music. I hear the throb and thrill of 1,000 violins in my head?" Then he let her go and got up, to stand very tall and straight before her. His uncompromising young gray eyes looked down into her topaz ones. "Dear, I don't know just how to tell you this. I I'm not very different from most men. God knows I wish now I were. But I haven't been rotten. I've never asked anyone to marry me before, but if you had a father, there wouldn't be anything to tell him. I know I couldn't be good enough for you ever. But I love you so much. I feel I have a right to ask you to marry me. I've tried, my precious little goddess, to, what is it the poet says? To keep my sword and my honor clean, to lay them both down at my lady's feet." He blushed at himself, then, rather finely, he added, "And I'm laying them down at your feet, dear. Will you marry me?" "Of course I'll marry you, darling," she said, and even the recording angel could not credit her with a lie. As she spoke, she meant it with everything in her. "Of course, but not right away. Oh, darling, isn't love wonderful?" I I just worship you, Amory," he said. The dawn crept whitely into the big room, a cold dawn, timid and reluctant to enter. Its chilled fingers touched Peter's dark hair and broke the spell of his rapt gaze at the little sleeping face on his shoulder. The fire burned a soft, steady glow. With a sigh, Peter picked up the small, relaxed little figure. His muscles were stiff from the long hours he had held her warm and comfortable and protected, that she might sleep well. But he carried her easily upstairs to her room, and laid her on the bed. Before he went out, he knelt down and kissed one small bare foot, from which the silken slipper had fallen. 2. Denty Kelly, besides being an excellent heavy, was something of a life chemist himself. He put the paper down and sat, his feet on top of the fine oak desk, looking out at the busy boulevard with reflective, bitter eyes. He blamed himself horribly, horribly, and yet what was there he could have done or said to Peter in these past 2 months? How could he have approached this thing without destroying his own deep friendship with Peter, and to no purpose? You could not tell any man in love with Amory much. Peter you could tell nothing. Dinty lit his pipe and puffed at it, but the very tobacco tasted bitter. Wasn't it enough that she had mangled his own dreams and ideals, and left him with this bitter taste in his heart? He didn't really matter much. Whatever he got might very well be back pay for some of his own doings. He admitted that. After all, he was a pretty bedraggled old sinner. Whatever Amory had smothered in him, she had first created. They were, in the last analysis, hers to murder if she liked. Besides, Dinty understood Amory Allen. He understood utterly the things about her that Peter could never understand, and his own hurt had balm of his knowledge. There wasn't an ounce of real badness, of coquetry, of intention to hurt in Amory. She was what she was. When she said a thing, she meant it. If 2 hours later she no longer meant it, she could see no sin in that. He understood, but Peter was a different matter. Peter wasn't Irish. He was American, with predominant strains of English and Dutch. Peter was young, too. He had not been born to the easy emotionalism of the actor. It was still a mystery how he had strayed from the path of righteousness. Righteousness, in this case, being selling bonds, working in a bank, or being associated with a conservative business firm. When Peter, after his graduation from college, had decided he wanted to be an actor and had gone into the movies, his mother had taken to her bed for a week. She took the thing, everything, very hard. It was her pride that most hurt. His father merely asked him coldly to change his name. He did. He would have had to anyway. Peter von Raysdahl would never have done it all. Many, many of the von Raysdahl bonds Peter had broken. He was, for instance, the most lovable, compassionate young egg in the world. Of that Dinty was convinced. He played a more than average game of golf. His courage was stupendous, and his egotism amazingly negative. He was given to, and delighted in, all-night discussions over a bit of bootleg whiskey, and a number of tattered volumes which he owned, and which ranged from a collection of La Vie Parisienne made while he was in Paris during the war, to pet copies of Kant, Spencer, and Darwin. But some of them he had not broken, chiefly a slow, cold pride, an intense regard for public opinion, whether right or wrong, and a sullen, strange vengefulness. It was those things that occupied Dinty as he sat looking at the paper, reading again and again the headline, looking more than once at the pictured face of Amory Allen, with its sweet brow and thin, amorous lips. He wished nervously that Peter would come. It was after 5. Peter was usually home. They shared a comfortable and rather distinguished apartment on Hollywood Boulevard. Around 5. He never stopped to take off his makeup at the studio, but came straight home to undress, shower, and lounge about in all stages of nudity, talking to Dinty meanwhile. Dinty Kelly closed the paper and shoved it under the big blotter on his desk. It only remained to pray that Peter would not see it before he came home. Dinty did not relish breaking the news of Amory's new engagement to Peter, but he knew Amory well enough to be sure she had funked it, and he preferred doing it himself to letting Peter learn it through printer's ink. Peter had seen the paper, however. More than that, he had seen Amory. Perhaps in all his life, Peter never entirely got over the anguish that came to him as he gazed at this woman he had worshipped, the eyes in whose depths he had drowned his beings, the lips on whose altar he had laid his soul. The slim, lovely body he had reverenced and protected even from himself, all there. Yet this was not his Amory now. It was worse than death, this moment when he gazed on all those dear, familiar things, and knew no way to reach them, to bring them back to him. He was very cold at first, this young Peter Grey, all 6 feet 2 of him, and the high boots and rough shirt of a miner he was playing with a revolver at his hip. Yes, he had seen the paper, and he did not believe it. Another press agent yarn. He stood pat, even while his mind tried coldly to convince him. So he went direct to Amory. It would have been better if he had not. She had gone home early, and he went up to the mansion, shining high above the boulevard as fast as his big roadster would take him. The paper stuck in his pocket. With her lived an aunt, a cold and silent woman who liked Peter. "He's the best of the lot," she told Amory. Peter had followed a Russian dancer whom Aunt Hetty particularly detested. "She's gone to bed," she said to Peter as she opened the door, and the gleam of pity in her eyes struck him as lightning strikes a tree. "She said she wouldn't see anybody. She's all tired out. But you can go up if you like. I'm not going to stop you." Peter went up, 3 stairs at a time. Half an hour later he came down, holding to the railing, and he went out like a blind man, or like a man mortally wounded who must reach some goal before the last enemy stops him. Aunt Hetty went upstairs, her lips pinched, her nostrils white. Amory Allen lay huddled on the bed, her shoulders twisting, her face quivering. "Well," said Aunt Hetty, "I told you." "What did he do?" Amory sobbed. "Oh, Auntie, he was terrible, brutal. He said awful things to me. I hate him." Said Aunt Hetty. "I dare say. What did he say that was so awful?" He said I was." Amory sobbed again. He called me a liar and a cheat. Oh, Auntie, how could he when I loved him so? I did love him, Auntie, but I can't help it, can I, if I don't love him any more? Love isn't a thing you can control, is it? I never lied to him, never. It'd be a lie now if I went on pretending. I was wild about Peter. I meant to marry him some day. But then I met Warren, and I just fell out of love with Peter, and in love with Warren. And Warren loves me and wants me to marry him, and I said I would. I never dreamed the papers would get a hold of it and print it before I could tell Peter. I tried to tell him I don't see how it's my fault. Do you? There's no use in my telling you what I think, Ami, said Aunt Hetty. But you'd better quit crying or you'll be sick. Come here and sit on my lap. Dinty knew as soon as Peter opened the door that he had seen the paper. When he saw his eyes, he knew he had seen Amory. It was late, and Dinty had spent the last restless hour trying to steady his nerves by answering some of Peter's fan mail. Being a heavy, he had very little of his own. Well, said Peter, looking at him sullenly, I suppose you know all about it. I suppose everyone's known all along, but me. Dinty went on calmly reading the letters Peter's secretary had marked personal. Yes, I know, he said quietly. But I know, too, that you're going to act like a man and not like a spoiled kid. Get yourself a stiff drink and sit down by the fire. Peter took the drink, but the sight of that open fire turned him sick, and he went to the window. From where he sat, Dinty saw the young shoulders heaving, and yearned over the boy. But he merely went on ripping envelopes. The silence lasted long. Then Peter turned incredibly bright, hard eyes to Dinty. It isn't that I mind losing her, he lied coldly. It's the rotten way she did the whole thing. If she's that kind, it's better I lose her now, better than to have married and found out afterwards. But the very thought of marriage with Amory, the thought which he had cherished so close to his heart, was more than he could bear. Back and forth he went, back and forth. Suddenly he caught sight of the paper beneath the blotting pad. With an oath he tore it open, upsetting the ink, scattering the fan letters like white and pink and blue leaves in his path. Ah, that's it! He held up the sheet so that the black line, Amory Allen to wed World Series hero, screamed at them. That's it! I suppose everybody, even you, will be hiding things from me, watching me to see how I take it, pitying me. Good God, pitying me! Oh, Amory, Amory! At that, Dinty went to him, steadying him with the touch of his shoulder, with the stern grip of his hand, and with slow, calm words. There, old boy, he said. Never mind that. People aren't worth considering, you know. The thing is to face yourself and your own feelings and get hold of yourself. I can't! Dinty, I'm so raw I can't think. I can't see. If she told me, if I'd had any warning, it's knocked me out. Why, only yesterday she was in my arms. She told me she loved me. Only yesterday we were planning our wedding trip. She was to be my wife. If she told me. That, said Dinty from the depths of his wisdom, was out of the kindness of her heart, Peter. She didn't want to hurt you. Amory can't bear to hurt anybody. But Peter had gone back to the headline, to the sensational story beneath it of the whirlwind courtship of the greatest southpaw in the world, to the announcement of their approaching marriage. All that while she had been promised to him. The wedding will take place within a month, he read aloud, and Dinty tightened his grip. But Peter, maybe it won't, he said. She may get tired of him, just as she's tired of a lot of men. No, said Peter. She just told me she was going to marry him, that she really loved him. and I've got to go in that damn studio where everyone knew. Oh, she never made any more attempt to conceal it than I did. She let everybody see my condition all right. Now I'll be the prize sap of the world. That's the thing I can't stand on top of everything else. On top of everything else. Jilted, laughed at, the studio joke, the boob. Dinty knew the symptoms. The angry lust for revenge that eats the heart of a man who has suffered as Peter had suffered that day. He could remember when he had locked his own door and thrown the key out the window to keep himself from going to Amory, from strangling the life out of her soft throat. But he did not know Peter, not entirely. He saw the cold, purposeful gleam begin to grow, saw the shamed tear stains fade in a fire of anger. Dinty did not know it, but just then Peter looked very much like his mother. "Well, she won't get away with it with me," he said coldly. "Not that part of it, anyway. I won't be made a laughing-stock for the whole industry, nor an object of pity for my friends, not while my name's Peter von Raisdahl. I won't have my scalp hanging at her dressing-room door as an added testimonial that she's worth the $1,000 a week Harriman gives her. She's mashed me up pretty badly, but I'll take that satisfaction away from her. She'll never have a chance to gloat over me. Why, damn it, Dinty, I never asked any other woman in the world to marry me, and she didn't have the decency to tell me when she threw me over. Well, I'll make you a little bet, Dinty. I'll bet you $1,000,000 I'm married before she is." Dinty jumped to him, held up a pleading hand. "Peter, old boy, for God's sake, don't do anything you'll regret all your life. You're half crazy now, with hurt, I know. Who should know if I don't? What does it matter who laughs at you? But you're wrong about Amory. She won't gloat. She'll be sorry for you. Sorry for you." It happened to be just the wrong word. Sorry for me. Sorry for me. Huh! Well, she needn't be sorry for me, your Amory. I'll have a bride of my own before she's one. Dinty went coldly practical. "You insane idiot," he protested. "You can't just go and get married. Do you know what marriage means? How long it lasts?" "I thought I did," said Peter, "but I've learned better. I asked one woman to marry me because I loved her. It didn't go so good." But, who are you even thinking of marrying? Who can you ask to marry you that doesn't know you love Amory? You madman!" "What does it matter whom I marry?" Peter's head dropped again wearily. His eyes fell on a square, gray-white envelope at his feet. With hands that shook violently, he caught it up, tore open the pages, read it, laughed. "By heaven," he yelled, "what does it matter now? I think I'll marry the girl who wrote this letter." "Peter," said Dinty, his own face gray and wet, "you are mad, absolutely mad. You can't marry a girl you've never seen, don't know. You can't." "Why can't I?" demanded Peter, and his eyes for a moment did look almost mad, so cold and hot and wild they were. "Better marry a woman you've never seen than some," he swallowed the word, "than some you've held in your arms. Besides, I do know this girl. Not her body, perhaps. I'm not blinded by her beauty, but she's been writing to me for 5 years. Read this, Dinty." Slowly, Dinty read the letter. Phrases of it struck him, even while he struggled for some argument to dissuade the man before him. An unusual letter, a fine letter, interesting, even witty here and there. It was astonishing how many letters of that caliber came in fan mail nowadays. "Why can't I?" Peter flung at him again, pointing at the letter. "Wouldn't you rather marry a girl who could write a letter like that than marry Amory Allen? Wouldn't she understand what marriage means better than Amory Allen? I'll be a husband before she is a wife, and I'm going to marry this girl if she'll have me." He dropped into Dinty's chair at the desk and began to write madly on the telegraph blank he snatched from the drawer. "What," he demanded suddenly, "is her name?" Dinty turned the square, fragrant page. "Her name," he said slowly, "is Anne Bent, and she lives in Georgia." 3. Mrs. Peter Grey did not wait for the chauffeur to open the door of her smart little town car. She flung it open herself with that quick boyish swing of hers, flew up the front steps of the grey shingled bungalow. She had been to a meeting of the entertainment committee for the Children's Hospital, of which she was a chairman, and she was afraid Peter might have reached home before her. It was one of the things she could not bear to have happen. He was at home, and Annie went to him with a little cry of regret. "Pete," she said. She was the only person in the world who ever called him Pete. "I'm sorry to be late, but it's this old benefit for the Children's Hospital. It takes a deal of time, it does. Not that I mind, I like it. Oh, Pete, if you could see some of those poor babies, I just actually ache about it. Well, anyway, Amory Allen promised to appear, and today she sent word she couldn't make it. I had to get someone to fill in for her." She dropped her severe tailored coat on the floor and flung the smart straw hat on the table. Not a pretty girl exactly. Tall, rather finely built, with a lithe, quick, almost boyish grace, rendered somewhat stately by that crown of dark, smooth hair of hers, a broad, intelligent brow, a brave, humorous mouth. Her brown eyes were set wide apart, interested, eager, gentle eyes. The poise of her head was free, adventurous. A woman full of life and vitality and fun, yet oddly, surprisingly shy and reserved for all that. In Anne Bent there were many avenues marked quite plainly, "No trespassing." She saw his face where he sat in his favorite chair under the reading lamp she had so carefully adjusted for him, and stopped short. "Pete," she said, and he saw again the dawn of light that sometimes came into her eyes for him. "Something's happened, my dear. What is it? Can I help?" Peter Grey shook his head. Because he respected Anne so much, because he felt abashed before the look of her, because he hated himself for the thing he had done to her, Peter tried very hard to smile naturally at her, and to wipe from his face the expression he knew must be there. He failed. "Nothing's wrong, dear," he said. It was characteristic of Anne that when she saw he did not wish to talk, did not care to share his troubles with her, she dropped the thing instantly, patted his shoulder with her light boyish touch, and went on into the kitchen. From there he heard her bright voice, never drawly in spite of its southern accent, in conversation with Chloe, the darky cook she had brought with her from Georgia. Heard her moving about. He could almost see her stirring this, tasting that, putting the finishing touches here, absorbed in the details of cookery, which she loved. 10 minutes later she came back with a cocktail on a small tray. She never drank herself, but she had a positive genius for mixing delicious things for him. "Come to dinner," she said. "Heavenly soup, a new one. It'll make you feel better spite of yourself." During the first part of dinner, she carried the talk gaily. mixing a salad dressing with her aristocratic hands. She could be very entertaining, this wife of his. But tonight he could not hold his thoughts together, and seeing it, Anne got herself a book, propped it against her water-glass, and read contentedly and happily while she ate. She did not sulk nor pout her silence. It was rather as though she herself had chosen it, and enjoyed it equally with him. If there was anything wistful in her frank brown eyes, it was hidden by her drooping lashes. Peter had had many bad times in the 3 months since he and Anne Bent were married. Times when the whole world crushed him in like a hideous monster. Times when sheer physical vertigo took possession of him. He sat opposite her now, while the maid served dinner in the leisurely fashion Anne loved, trying with every ounce of strength in him to beat down this thing, to throw it off, and could not. He had tried always. He had fought as a man fights at death grips, to drive Amory Allen from his thoughts, from his heart, from his very blood. He had battled in the silent watches of the night, and he had fought in the cold light of day, when nightmare is so much more horrible. Ever since he had stood, angry and embarrassed and sick with shame, in the station waiting for the train that was to bring him his bride, and had seen her come toward him, so brave and decent and fine, he had tried with everything in him somehow, some way, to right this horrible mistake. It would have been different, all of it, if Anne had been different, if Anne had been at all the sort of woman you might expect a fan-letter bride to be. But she was not. She was just Anne. In the first confused, strange week of their honeymoon, he had learned something of her and of the reasons that she was his bride. Of the terrible loneliness and unhappiness of her home, where she lived with a married sister who, as Anne boyishly put it, thought her a doggone nuisance. He had sensed the spirit of adventure that made her accept the offer in his telegram. He had discovered a family instinct for gambling with life, and could plainly see Anne pitting the chance of great happiness against the chance of complete failure. Sometimes it eased a little, the ache for Amory. Sometimes in trying to make up to his wife for this thing he had done to her, he forgot Amory and her topaz eyes. For he knew, in spite of the tone of fine comradeship she had taken, in spite of her assumption that marriage was only a partnership based on congenial taste and pleasant association, Anne loved him almost as he loved Amory. That, primarily, fundamentally, was the reason she had come to him in answer to that mad telegram. That was the reason she had dared this wild adventure. It had all seemed a little better lately. He was between pictures, and he and Anne played golf every day. Anne played a corking game, better than he himself did, and spring swept the hills of Hollywood, and the country club lay bathed in the scent of new light, the warm, thrilling sun of creation. Anne rose and strolled, with her boyish swing, into the drawing-room. A moment later, the soft notes of the piano drifted out to him. Anne played exceedingly well. He rather admired her, too, for spending 2 or 3 hours a day at her practice. So many women nowadays went slack after marriage on a thing like that. But his wife was all energy. He knew that she went for long walks in the hills back of their house, and came in exhausted to curl up in great content with a book in the sun. That she worked for hours in her garden and had a blessed touch with flowers, that she and Chloe united to put up messes of wonderful preserves and jellies, and to invent and arrange new dishes for his delectation. She puttered about, too, busily happy, raising poultry, arranging flowers. Occasionally he caught her designing a lampshade or a floor pillow. She would never be formal, but his house ran with a carefree ease and delight that surprised him. Too, she tended to all his fan mail herself. She had, he discovered, a strange streak of sentiment about her. Perhaps all that was what gave her that calm, unruffled bearing, so different from the restless dissatisfaction of most women he knew. Not the sort of woman a man relished having cheated, not the sort of wife a man liked to think of having robbed of her birthright. When he thought of what might have come to him as a result of his rash act, his spell of temporary insanity, he recognized it as that now. He was filled with gratitude to see Anne. But gratitude is not love, nor is respect, nor admiration, not even comradeship, and the fact remained that he still loved Amory. Then, this thing today. To be cast opposite Amory Allen again, to be forced to play her lover, maliciously enough her husband, to hold her in his arms, kiss her lips, spend day after day close to her, hearing her voice. He couldn't do it. It wasn't fair. To him, to Anne. It simply couldn't be. He had seen Amory only once since the day he stood at her bedside, a day or two after his marriage, and it had given him a week of absolute hell. Since, he had avoided her as a pestilence, avoided the very mention of her name, the sight of her picture. And with all that, he still loved her, longed for her, found himself dreaming of her, remembering every little word, every kiss. What would happen if he were forced again into her presence? He had gone straight to the casting director, then to the studio manager, then to Harriman himself. They had laughed, argued, asked for reasons, explained. He was under a long-term contract. He was getting a very large salary for a leading man. They could not afford to have him idle. Miss Allen was ready to work, and there was nothing else they could send him into. His thoughts grew a bit wild. But they had him. If he broke his contract, he'd have to give up pictures. More than that, if he did, he branded himself. Everyone would know why he broke his contract. Everyone would know. The story of his marriage to a girl back home. The assumption and rumor that he had perhaps been playing Amory's own game with her, and had always intended to marry this handsome, dark-eyed, aristocratic Southerner. That story would blow up. He was in for it. Nothing soothed the torment of the thought. Even when Denty and Johnny Clarendon dropped in later for a few rubbers of bridge, Anne was an excellent player, and the four spent a couple of evenings a week over the card table. He could not keep his mind on the cards. Anne, in her brusque, kindly way, caught him in a stupid revoke, and broke up the game with easy laughter. "That'll be all," she said. "Pete's got to go to bed." She did not know what she was fighting. Peter Gray's wife. No one had ever told her of Amory Allen, but she sensed the foe in the dark, and met it with her best of courage, and kindness, and good cheer, the only weapons she had ever known. When the day came to start the picture, Peter Gray went down very early. He wanted to be on the set when she came. It would be easier. He was trembling like a raw colt. His hands were hot, his mouth dry. He was in evening clothes, and Anne, when she kissed him her cold goodbye, thought she had never seen him look so handsome. It was a drawing-room set, very stunning, very elaborate. When she came, Amory Allen wore a thing of soft clinging laces, a thing that suggested and lured, but never revealed. Her hair was cut about her head with golden ribbons, never quite beautiful, yet never needing to be, all the famous potent charm uppermost. She lit a cigarette and dropped into her own canvas chair. Her greeting was friendly, good-natured. Peter stood there, waiting patiently for the waters of agony to close over him, waiting for the dizzy, maddening sense to begin, all the aching hurt. They hadn't been on the set half an hour until her history was brought up to date for him. The famous picture had gone the way of all flesh. It was a certain wealthy young businessman now, handsome and rather brutal. Amory, it was declared, was quite mad about him. Suddenly, like the flash of a poisoned dagger, a hideous thought tore through Peter Gray's mind. Oh, in a space that could easily be counted in days, this lovely, fragile thing had been in the arms of 4 men that he knew of, kissed, loved by 4 different men. Too fond, too craving of devotion, common. He caught himself with a jerk. Sacrilege, treason, such thought! But he could not hold it. Too easy, too sweet, like opium, drugging with mere dreams and visions, and leaving always that strange, unsatisfied, clamorous awakening. If a man grew tired of kissing her, what then? Too free with the bait of herself, the director called to him. Take her in your arms, Peter. Kiss her. Show her how much you love her. You've got to bring out the contrast between the husband's devotion to her and her easy acceptance of it. Peter shuddered, put out his arms, caught again that old wonderful fragrance, that armful of loveliness. But the bomb never exploded. He opened his eyes. She was in his arms, Amory. She was looking up at him with her topaz eyes melting, but it meant absolutely nothing to him. He was holding a beautiful, alluring young motion picture star, a rather common, good-natured, big-hearted, selfish young creature. That was all. She had never been his Amory. It seemed to him that he would never get home that afternoon. It was twilight, a time of fascinating shadows and brilliant lights. He called riotously for Anne, and heard a faint answer and the barking of dogs from behind the garage. He dashed out through the garden, her garden, alive and fragrant with the breath of orange blossoms, of narcissus and lilacs, flaunting gaily the purple and white of flags and the flame of marigolds. She was putting the baby chicks to bed, the 3 dogs shoving about her. There were 9 baby ones, born only the day before, buttoned in a big gingham apron. Anne was busy getting the foolish, fluffy things into their box with the mother hen. "Hi, Pete," she said from the ground. "Aren't they adorable? I never saw such things in my whole life. I'm going to raise the lot of them. I'm glad we bought this place. Maybe the house isn't as elegant as some trick ones, but I do love this yard." He said nothing, smiling down at her on her knees in the dirt. He had never dreamed of this thing she was doing to him with her sweetness and devotion, her simplicity and frankness, healing him. Looking up, she met his eyes and went rather white. He dropped down on the ground beside her, locked one arm around her. She dropped her head on his shoulder. They stayed so silently for a long time, while the shadows deepened. "Anne," said Peter Gray at last, "I can never tell you how glad I am that I love you. I think you'll make a man of me yet." 4. But never, even after the babies came, could Peter Gray stand the sight nor the fragrance of an open fire. For a man may give up his dreams and replace them with 1,000 finer realities, but you must not remind him of the time when he thought they had come true. End of The Fan Letter Bride by Adela Rogers St. John's.
Fog Patterns by Ben Hecht. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fog Patterns by Ben Hecht. The fog tiptoes into the streets. It walks like a great cat through the air and slowly devours the city. The office buildings vanish, leaving behind thin pencil lines and smoke blurs. The pavement become isolated. Low-roofed corridors. Overhead the electric signs whisper enigmatically, and the window lights dissolve. The fog thickens till the city disappears. High up, where the mists thin into a dark, sulphurous glow roof, bubbles float. The great cat's work is done. It stands balancing itself on the heads of people and arches its back against the vanished buildings. I walk along, thinking about the way the streets look, and arranging adjectives in my mind. In the heavy mist people appear detached. They no longer seem to belong to a pursuit in common. Usually the busy part of the city is like the exposed mechanism of some monstrous clock, and people scurry about losing themselves in cogs and springs and levers. But now the monstrous clock is almost hidden. The stores and offices and factories that form the mechanism of this clock are buried behind the fog. The cat has eaten them up. Hidden within the mist, the cogs still turn and the springs unwind, but for the moment they seem non-existent, and the people drifting hurriedly by in the fog seem as if they were not going and coming from stores, offices, and factories, as if they were solitaries hunting something in the labyrinths of the fog. Yes, we are all lost and wandering in the thick mists. We have no destinations. The city is without outlines, and the drift of figures is a meaningless thing. Figures that are going nowhere and coming from nowhere. A swarm of supernumeraries who are not in the play, who saunter, dash, scurry, hesitate in search of a part in the play. This is a curious illusion. I stop and listen to music. Overhead a piano is playing and a voice singing. A song, boosting shop above Monroe and State Streets. A ballad of the cheap cabarets. Yet because it is music, it has a mystery in it. The fog pictures grow charming. There is an idea in them now. People are detached little decorations etched upon a mist. The cat has eaten up the monstrous clock, and people have rid themselves of their routine, which was to tumble and scurry among its cogs and levers. They are done with life, with buying and selling, and with the perpetual errand. And they have become a swarm of little ornaments, men and women denuded of the city. Their outlines posture quaintly in the mist. Their little faces say, the clock is gone. There is nothing any more to make us alive. So we have become our unconnected selves. Beside me in the fog a man stands next to a tall paper rack. I remember that this is the rack where the out-of-town papers are on sale. The papers are rolled up and thrust like rows of little white dolls in the rack. I wonder that this should be a newspaper stand. It looks like almost anything else in the fog. A pretty girl emerges from the background of fog. She talks to the man next to the rack. "Have you a Des Moines newspaper?" she asks. The man is very businesslike. He fishes out a newspaper and sells it. At the sight of its headlines, the girl's eyes light up. It is as if she had met a very close friend. She will walk along feeling comforted now. Chicago is a stranger. Its fog-hidden buildings and streets are like strangers, and its crowds, crisscrossing everywhere, are worse than strangers. But now she has Des Moines under her arm. Des Moines is a companion that will make the fog seem less lonely. Later she will sit down in a hotel room and read of what has happened in Des Moines buildings and Des Moines streets. These will seem like real happenings, whereas the happenings that the Chicago papers print seem like unrealities. This is Dearborn Street now, dark and cozy. People are no longer decorations, but intimate friends. When it is light and one can see the cogs of the monstrous clock go round and the springs unwind, one thinks of people as a part of this mechanism, and so people grow vague in one's mind and unhuman or only half-human. But now that the mechanism is gone, people stand out with an insistent humanness. People sitting on lunch corner stools, leaning over coffee cups. People standing behind store counters, people buying cigars, and people walking in and out of office buildings. They are very friendly. Their tired faces smile, or at least look somewhat amused and interested. They are interested in the fog, and in the fact that one cannot see 3 feet ahead, and their faces say to each other, "Here we are all alike. The city is only a make-believe. It can go away, but we still remain. We are much more important than the big buildings." I hear an odd tapping sound on the pavement. It is faint, but growing nearer. In another moment a man, tapping on the pavement with a cane, passes, a blind man, and I think of a plot for a fiction story, of a terrible murder where committed in a marvelous fog that hid everything. The chief of police would summon a blind man, and the blind man could track the murderer down in the fog, because he alone would be able to move in the thick, obliterating mists. And so the blind man, with his cane tapping over the pavements, and able by long practice to move without sight, would slowly close in on the murder, hemmed in by darkness. A newsboy cries from the depth of nowhere, "Paper here! Trains crash in fog. Paper." A friend and I sat in an office. He has been dictating letters, but he stops and stares out of the window. His eyes grow speculative. He says, "Wouldn't it be odd if it were always like this? I think I'd like it better, wouldn't you? But I suppose they'd invent lights able to penetrate mist, and the town would be as garish as ever in a few years. But I like the fog because it slows things up. Things are too damn fast to suit me. I like 'em slow, like they used to be a century ago." We talk, and my friend becomes reminiscent on the subject of stagecoaches and prairie schooners, and the days before there were railroads, telephones, electricity, and crowds. He has never known such a time, but from what he has read and imagined about it, yes, it would be better. When I come out it's mid-afternoon. The fog has gone. The city has popped back and sprawls triumphantly into space. For a moment it seems as if the city had sprung up in an hour. Then its sturdy walls and business windows begin to mock at the memory of the fog in my mind. Fogs do not devour us, they say. We are the ones who do the devouring. We devour fogs, and people, and days, marvelous buildings. Overhead the sky floats like a gray and white balloon, as if it were a toy belonging to the city. End of Fog Patterns.
The Garden Lodge by Willa Cather. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When Caroline Noble's friends learned that Raymond d'Esquerre was to spend a month at her place on the Sound before he sailed to fill his engagement for the London opera season, they considered it another striking instance of the perversity of things. That the month was May, and the most mild and florescent of all the blue and white Mays the Middle Coast had known in years, but added to their sense of wrong. D'Esquerre, they learned, was ensconced in the lodge in the apple orchard, just beyond Caroline's glorious garden, and report went that at almost any hour the sound of the tenor's voice and of Caroline's crashing accompaniment could be heard floating through the open windows out among the snowy apple boughs. The Sound, steel blue and dotted with white sails, was splendidly seen from the windows of the lodge. The garden to the left and the orchard to the right had never been so riotous with spring, and had burst into impassioned bloom, as if to accommodate Caroline, though she was certainly the last woman to whom the witchery of Freya could be attributed, the last woman, as her friends affirmed, to at all adequately appreciate and make the most of such a setting for the great tenor. Of course, they admitted, Caroline was musical. Well, she ought to be. But in that, as in everything, she was paramountly cool-headed, slow of impulse, and disgustingly practical. In that, as in everything else, she had herself so provokingly well in hand. Of course it would be she, always mistress of herself in any situation, she who would never be lifted 1 inch from the ground by it, and who would go on superintending her gardeners and workmen as usual. It would be she who got him. Perhaps some of them suspected that this was exactly why she did get him, and it but nettled them the more. Caroline's coolness, her capableness, her general success, especially exasperated people because they felt that, for the most part, she had made herself what she was, that she had cold-bloodedly set about complying with the demands of life and making her position comfortable and masterful. That was why, everyone said, she had married Howard Noble. Women who did not get through life so well as Caroline, who could not make such good terms either with fortune or their husbands, who did not find their health so unfailingly good, or hold their looks so well, or manage their children so easily, or give such distinction to all they did, were fond of stamping Caroline as a materialist, and called her hard. The impression of cold calculation, of having a definite policy, which Caroline gave, was far from a false one. But there was this to be said for her, that there were extenuating circumstances which her friends could not know. If Caroline held determinedly to the middle course, if she was apt to regard with distrust everything which inclined toward extravagance, it was not because she was unacquainted with other standards than her own, or had never seen another side of life. She had grown up in Brooklyn, in a shabby little house under the vacillating administration of her father, a music teacher who usually neglected his duties to write orchestral compositions for which the world seemed to have no especial need. His spirit was warped by bitter vindictiveness and puerile self-commiseration, and he spent his days in scorn of the labor that brought him bread, and in pitiful devotion to the labor that brought him only disappointment, writing interminable scores which demanded of the orchestra everything under heaven except melody. It was not a cheerful home for a girl to grow up in. The mother, who idolized her husband as the music lord of the future, was left to a lifelong battle with broom and dustpan, to never-ending conciliatory overtures to the butcher and grocer, to the making of her own gowns and of Caroline's, and to the delicate task of mollifying Auguste's neglected pupils. The son, Heinrich, a painter, Caroline's only brother, had inherited all his father's vindictive sensitiveness without his capacity for slavish application. His little studio on the third floor had been much frequented by young men as unsuccessful as himself, who met there to give themselves over to contemptuous derision of this or that artist whose industry and stupidity had won him recognition. Heinrich, when he worked at all, did newspaper sketches at $25 a week. He was too indolent and vacillating to set himself seriously to his art, too irascible and poignantly self-conscious to make a living, too much addicted to lying late in bed, to the incontinent reading of poetry, and to the use of chloral to be anything very positive except painful. At 26 he shot himself in a frenzy, and the whole wretched affair had effectually shattered his mother's health and brought on the decline of which he died. Caroline had been fond of him, but she felt a certain relief when he no longer wandered about the little house, commenting ironically upon its shabbiness, a Turkish cap on his head, and a cigarette hanging from between his long, tremulous fingers. After her mother's death, Caroline assumed the management of that bankrupt establishment. The funeral expenses were unpaid, and Auguste's pupils had been frightened away by the shock of successive disasters and the general atmosphere of wretchedness that pervaded the house. Auguste himself was writing a symphonic poem, Icarus, dedicated to the memory of his son. Caroline was barely 20 when she was called upon to face this tangle of difficulties, but she reviewed the situation candidly. The house had served its time at the shrine of idealism. Vague, distressing, unsatisfied yearnings had brought it low enough. Her mother, 30 years before, had eloped and left Germany with her music teacher to give herself over to lifelong, drudging bondage at the kitchen range. Ever since Caroline could remember, the law in the house had been a sort of mystic worship of things distant, intangible and unattainable. The family had lived in successive ebullitions of generous enthusiasm, in talk of masters and masterpieces, only to come down to the cold facts in the case, to boiled mutton, and to the necessity of turning the dining-room carpet. All these emotional pyrotechnics had ended in petty jealousies, in neglected duties, and in cowardly fear of the little grocer on the corner. From her childhood she had hated it, that humiliating and uncertain existence, with its glib tongue and empty pockets, its poetic ideals and sordid realities, its indolence and poverty tricked out in paper roses. Even as a little girl, when vague dreams beset her, when she wanted to lie late in bed and commune with visions, or to leap and sing because the sooty little trees along the street were putting out their first pale leaves in the sunshine, she would clench her hands and go to help her mother sponge the spots from her father's waistcoat or press Heinrich's trousers. Her mother never permitted the slightest question concerning anything Auguste or Heinrich saw fit to do, but from the time Caroline could reason at all, she could not help thinking that many things went wrong at home. She knew, for example, that her father's pupils ought not to be kept waiting half an hour while he discussed Schopenhauer with some bearded socialist over a dish of herrings and a spotted tablecloth. She knew that Heinrich ought not to give a dinner on Heine's birthday, when the laundress had not been paid for a month, and when he frequently had to ask his mother for car-fare. Certainly Caroline had served her apprenticeship to idealism and to all the embarrassing inconsistencies which it sometimes entails, and she decided to deny herself this diffuse, ineffectual answer to the sharp questions of life. When she came into the control of herself and the house, she refused to proceed any further with her musical education. Her father, who had intended to make a concert pianist of her, set this down as another item in his long list of disappointments and his grievances against the world. She was young and pretty, and she had worn turned gowns and soiled gloves and improvised hats all her life. She wanted the luxury of being like other people, of being honest from her hat to her boots, of having nothing to hide, not even in the matter of stockings, and she was willing to work for it. She rented a little studio away from that house of misfortune and began to give lessons. She managed well, and was the sort of girl people liked to help. The bills were paid, and Auguste went on composing, growing indignant only when she refused to insist that her pupils should study his compositions for the piano. She began to get engagements in New York to play accompaniments at song recitals. She dressed well, made herself agreeable, and gave herself a chance. She never permitted herself to look further than a step ahead, and set herself with all the strength of her will to see things as they are and meet them squarely in the broad day. There were two things she feared even more than poverty: the part of one that sets up an idol, and the part of one that bows down and worships it. When Caroline was 24, she married Howard Noble, then a widower of 40, who had been for 10 years a power in Wall Street. Then for the first time she had paused to take breath. It took of substantialness as unquestionable as his money, his position, his energy, the big vigour of his robust person, to satisfy her that she was entirely safe. Then she relaxed a little, feeling that there was a barrier to be counted upon between her and that world of visions and quagmires and failure. Caroline had been married for 6 years when Raymond d'Esquerre came to stay with them. He came chiefly because Caroline was what she was, because he too felt occasionally the need of getting out of Klingsor's garden, of dropping down somewhere for a time near a quiet nature, a cool head, a strong hand. The hours he had spent in the garden lodge were hours of such concentrated study as in his fevered life he seldom got in anywhere. She had, as he told Noble, a fine appreciation of the seriousness of work. One evening 2 weeks after d'Esquerre had sailed, Caroline was in the library giving her husband an account of the work she had laid out for the gardeners. She superintended the care of the grounds herself. Her garden, indeed, had become quite a part of her, a sort of beautiful adjunct, like gowns or jewels. It was a famous spot, and Noble was very proud of it. "What do you think, Caroline, of having the garden lodge torn down, and putting a new summer-house there at the end of the arbour, a big, rustic affair where you could have tea served in midsummer?" he asked. "The lodge?" repeated Caroline, looking at him quickly. "Why, that seems almost a shame, doesn't it, after d'Esquerre has used it?" Noble put down his book with a smile of amusement. "Are you going to be sentimental about it? Why, I'd sacrifice the whole place to see that come to pass. But I don't believe you could do it for an hour together." "I don't believe so either," said his wife, smiling. Noble took up his book again, and Caroline went into the music-room to practice. She was not ready to have the lodge torn down. She had gone there for a quiet hour every day during the 2 weeks since d'Esquerre had left them. It was the sheerest sentiment she had ever permitted herself. She was ashamed of it, but she was childishly unwilling to let it go. Caroline went to bed soon after her husband, but she was not able to sleep. The night was close and warm, presaging storm. The wind had fallen, and the water slept, fixed and motionless as the sand. She rose and thrust her feet into slippers, and putting a dressing-gown over her shoulders, opened the door of her husband's room. He was sleeping soundly. She went into the hall and down the stairs, then, leaving the house through a side door, stepped into the vine-covered arbour that led to the garden lodge. The scent of the June roses was heavy in the still air, and the stones that paved the path felt pleasantly cool through the thin soles of her slippers. Heat lightning flashed continuously from the bank of clouds that had gathered over the sea, but the shore was flooded with moonlight, and beyond, the rim of the Sound lay smooth and shining. Caroline had the key of the lodge, and the door creaked as she opened it. She stepped into the long, low room radiant with the moonlight which streamed through the bow window and lay in a silvery pool along the waxed floor. Even that part of the room which lay in the shadow was vaguely illuminated. The piano, the tall candlesticks, the picture-frames and white casts standing out as clearly in the half-light as did the sycamores and black poplars of the garden against the still, expectant night sky. Caroline sat down to think it all over. She had come here to do just that every day of the 2 weeks since d'Esquerre's departure, but far from ever having reached a conclusion, she had succeeded only in losing her way in a maze of memories, sometimes bewilderingly confused, sometimes too acutely distinct, where there was neither path nor clue nor any hope of finality. She had, she realized, defeated a lifelong regimen, completely confounded herself by falling unaware and incontinently into that luxury of reverie which, even as a little girl, she had so determinedly denied herself. She had been developing with alarming celerity that part of one which sets up an idol and that part of one which bows down and worships it. It was a mistake, she felt, ever to have asked d'Esquerre to come at all. She had an angry feeling that she had done it rather in self-defiance, to rid herself, finally, of that instinctive fear of him which had always troubled and perplexed her. She knew that she had reckoned with herself before he came, but she had been equal to so much that she had never really doubted she would be equal to this. She had come to believe, indeed, almost arrogantly in her own malleability and endurance. She had done so much with herself that she had come to think that there was nothing which she could not do, like swimmers, overbold, who reckon upon their strength and their power to hoard it, forgetting the ever-changing moods of their adversary, the sea. And d'Esquerre was a man to reckon with. Caroline did not deceive herself now upon that score. She admitted it humbly enough, and since she had said good-bye to him, she had not been free for a moment from the sense of his formidable power. It formed the undercurrent of her consciousness. Whatever she might be doing or thinking, it went on, involuntarily, like her breathing, sometimes welling up until suddenly she found herself suffocating. There was a moment of this tonight, and Caroline rose and stood shuddering, looking about her in the blue duskiness of the silent room. She had not been here at night before, and the spirit of the place seemed more troubled and insistent than ever it had in the quiet of the afternoons. Caroline brushed her hair back from her damp forehead and went over to the bow window. After raising it, she sat down upon the low seat. Leaning her head against the sill and loosening her nightgown at the throat, she half closed her eyes and looked off into the troubled night, watching the play of the heat-lightning upon the massing clouds between the pointed tops of the poplars. Yes, she knew well enough of what absurdities this spell was woven. She mocked even while she winced. His power, she knew, lay not so much in anything that he actually had, though he had so much, or in anything that he actually was, but in what he suggested, in what he seemed picturesque enough to have or be, and that was just anything that one chose to believe or to desire. His appeal was all the more persuasive and alluring in that it was to the imagination alone, in that it was as indefinite and impersonal as those cults of idealism which so have their way with women. What he had was that, in his mere personality, he quickened and in a measure gratified that something without which, to women, life is no better than sawdust, and to the desire for which most of their mistakes and tragedies and astonishingly poor bargains are due. D'Esquerre had become the centre of a movement, and the Metropolitan had become the temple of a cult. When he could be induced to cross the Atlantic, the opera season in New York was successful. When he could not, the management lost money. So much every one knew. It was understood, too, that his superb art had disproportionately little to do with his peculiar position. Women swayed the balance this way or that. The opera, the orchestra, even his own glorious art, achieved at such a cost, were but the accessories of himself. Like the scenery and costumes, and even the soprano, they all went to produce atmosphere, were the mere mechanics of the beautiful illusion. Caroline understood all this. To-night was not the first time that she had put it to herself so. She had seen the same feeling in other people, watched for it in her friends, studied it in the house night after night when he sang, candidly putting herself among 1,000 others. D'Esquerre's arrival in the early winter was the signal for a feminine hegira toward New York. On the nights when he sang, women flocked to the Metropolitan from mansions and hotels, from typewriter desks, schoolrooms, shops, and fitting-rooms. They were of all conditions and complexions. Women of the world who accepted him knowingly, as they sometimes took champagne for its agreeable effect; sisters of charity and overworked shop-girls who received him devoutly; withered women who had taken doctorate degrees, and who worshipped furtively through prism spectacles; business women and women of affairs, the Amazons who dwelt afar from men in the stony fastness of apartment-houses. They all entered into the same romance, dreamed, in terms as various as the hues of fantasy, the same dream, drew the same quick breath when he stepped upon the stage, and at his exit felt the same dull pain of shouldering the pack again. There were the maimed even, those who came on crutches, who were pitted by smallpox or grotesquely painted by cruel birth-stains. These, too, entered with him into enchantment. Stout matrons became slender girls again, worn spinsters felt their cheeks flush with the tenderness of their lost youth. Young and old, however hideous, however fair, they yielded up their heat, whether quick or latent, sat hungering for the mystic bread wherewith he fed them at this Eucharist of sentiment. Sometimes, when the house was crowded from the orchestra to the last row of the gallery, when the air was charged with this ecstasy of fancy, he himself was the victim of the burning reflection of his power. They acted upon him in turn, he felt their fervent and despairing appeal to him. It stirred him as the spring drives the sap up into an old tree. He too burst into bloom. For the moment he too believed again, desired again, he knew not what, but something. But it was not in these exalted moments that Caroline had learned to fear him most. It was in the quiet, tired reserve, the dullness even that kept him company between these outbursts, that she found that exhausting drain upon her sympathies which was the very pith and substance of their alliance. It was the tacit admission of disappointment under all this glamour of success, the helplessness of the enchanter to at all enchant himself, that awoke in her an illogical, womanish desire in some way compensate, to make it up to him. She had observed drastically to herself that it was her 18th year he awoke in her, those hard years she had spent in turning gowns and placating tradesmen, and which she had never had time to live. After all, she reflected, it was better to allow oneself a little youth, to dance a little at the carnival, and to live these things when they are natural and lovely, not to have them coming back on one, and demanding arrears when they are humiliating and impossible. She went over to-night all the catalogue of her self-deprivations, recalled how, in the light of her father's example, she had even refused to humour her innocent taste for improvising at the piano, how, when she began to teach after her mother's death, she had struck out one little indulgence after another, reducing her life to a relentless routine, unvarying as clockwork. It seemed to her that ever since D'Esquerre first came into the house she had been haunted by an imploring little girlish ghost that followed her about, wringing its hands and entreating for an hour of life. The storm had held off unconscionably long. The air within the lodge was stifling, and without the garden waited, breathless. Everything seemed pervaded by a poignant distress, the hush of feverish, intolerable expectation. The still earth, the heavy flowers, even the growing darkness, breathed the exhaustion of a protracted waiting. Caroline felt that she ought to go, that it was wrong to stay, that the hour and the place were as treacherous as her own reflections. She rose and began to pace the floor, stepping softly, as though in fear of awakening some one, her figure in its thin drapery diaphanously vague and white. Still unable to shake off the obsession of the intense stillness, she sat down at the piano and began to run over the first act of the Valkyrie, the last of his roles that they had practised together, playing listlessly and absently at first, but with gradually increasing seriousness. Perhaps it was the still heat of the summer night, perhaps it was the heavy odours from the garden that came in through the opened windows, but as she played there, grew and grew the feeling that he was beside her, standing in his accustomed place. In the duet at the end of the first act she heard him clearly. "Thou art the spring, for which I sighed in winter's cold embraces." Once, as he sang it, he had put his arm about her, his one hand under her heart, while with the other he took her right from the keyboard, holding her, as he always held Sieglinde when he drew her toward the window. She had been wonderfully the mistress of herself at the time, neither repellent nor acquiescent. She remembered that she had rather exulted then in her self-control, which he had seemed to take for granted, though there was perhaps the whisper of a question from the hand under her heart. "Thou art the spring, for which I sighed in winter's cold embraces." Caroline lifted her hands quickly from the keyboard and bowed her head in them, sobbing. The storm broke, and the rain beat in, spattering her night-dress until she rose and lowered the windows. She dropped upon the couch and began fighting over again the battles of other days, while the ghosts of the slain rose as from a sowing of dragon's teeth. The shadows of things, always so scorned and flouted, bore down upon her merciless and triumphant. It was not enough. This happy, useful, well-ordered life was not enough. It did not satisfy. It was not even real. No, the other things, the shadows, they were the realities. Her father, poor Heinrich, even her mother, who had been able to sustain her poor romance and keep her little illusions amid the tasks of a scullion, were nearer happiness than she. Her sure foundation was but made ground, after all, and the people in Klingsor's garden were more fortunate, however barren the sands from which they conjured their paradise. The lodge was still and silent. Her fit of weeping over, Caroline made no sound, and within the room, as without in the garden, was the blackness of storm. Only now and then a flash of lightning showed a woman's slender figure rigid on the couch, her face buried in her hands. Toward morning, when the occasional rumbling of thunder was heard no more, and the beat of the raindrops upon the orchard leaves was steadier, she fell asleep and did not waken until the first red streaks of dawn shone through the twisted boughs of the apple-trees. There was a moment between world and world, when, neither asleep nor awake, she felt her dream grow thin, melting away from her, felt the warmth under her heart growing cold. Something seemed to slip from the clinging hold of her arms, and she groaned protestingly through her parted lips, following it a little way with fluttering hands. Then her eyes opened wide, and she sprang up and sat holding dizzily to the cushions of the couch, staring down at her bare cold feet, at her labouring breast, rising and falling under her open night-dress. The dream was gone, but the feverish reality of it still pervaded her, and she held it as the vibrating string holds a tone. In the last hour the shadows had had their way with Caroline. They had shown her the nothingness of time and space, of system and discipline, of closed doors and broad waters. Shuddering, she thought of the Arabian fairy tale in which the genie brought the princess of China to the sleeping prince of Damascus and carried her through the air back to her palace at dawn. Caroline closed her eyes and dropped her elbows weakly upon her knees, her shoulders sinking together. The horror was that it had not come from without, but from within. The dream was no blind chance. It was the expression of something she had kept so close a prisoner that she had never seen it herself. It was the wail from the dungeon deeps when the watch slept. Only as the outcome of such a night of sorcery could the thing have been loosed to straighten its limbs and measure itself with her. So heavy were the chains upon it, so many a fathom deep, it was crushed down into darkness. The fact that D'Esquerre happened to be on the other side of the world meant nothing. Had he been here beside her, it could scarcely have hurt her self-respect so much. As it was, she was without even the extenuation of an outer impulse, and she could scarcely have despised herself more had she come to him here in the night 3 weeks ago and thrown herself down upon the stone slab at the door there. Caroline rose unsteadily and crept guiltily from the lodge and along the path under the arbour, terrified lest the servant should be stirring, trembling with the chill air, while the wet shrubbery, brushing against her, drenched her night-dress until it clung about her limbs. At breakfast her husband looked across the table at her with concern. "Seems to me that you are looking rather fagged, Caroline. It was a beastly night to sleep. Why don't you go up to the mountains until this hot weather is over? By the way, were you in earnest about letting the lodge stand?" Caroline laughed quietly. "No, I find I was not very serious. I haven't sentiment enough to forego a summer house. Will you tell Baker to come to-morrow to talk it over with me? If we are to have a house-party, I should like to put him to work on it at once." Noble gave her a glance, half humorous, half vexed. "Do you know, I am rather disappointed," he said. "I had almost hoped that, just for once, you know, you would be a little bit foolish." "Not now that I've slept over it," replied Caroline, and they both rose from the table, laughing. End of The Garden Lodge, by Willa Cather. Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Hearts and Hands by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At Denver, there was an influx of passengers into the coaches on the eastbound B&M Express. In one coach there sat a very pretty young woman, dressed in elegant taste and surrounded by all the luxurious comforts of an experienced traveller. Among the newcomers were 2 young men, one of handsome presence, with a bold, frank countenance and manner, the other a ruffled, glum-faced person, heavily built and roughly dressed. The 2 were handcuffed together. As they passed down the aisle of the coach, the only vacant seat offered was a reversed one facing the attractive young woman. Here the linked couple seated themselves. The young woman's glance fell upon them with a distant, swift disinterest. Then, with a lovely smile brightening her countenance and a tender pink tingeing her rounded cheeks, she held out a little grey-gloved hand. When she spoke, her voice, full, sweet, and deliberate, proclaimed that its owner was accustomed to speak and be heard. "Well, Mr. Easton, if you will make me speak first, I suppose I must. Don't you ever recognise old friends when you meet them in the West?" The younger man roused himself sharply at the sound of her voice, seemed to struggle with a slight embarrassment, which he threw off instantly, and then clasped her fingers with his left hand. "It's Miss Fairchild," he said, with a smile. "I'll ask you to excuse the other hand. It's otherwise engaged just at present." He slightly raised his right hand, bound at the wrist by the shining bracelet, to the left one of his companion. The glad look in the girl's eyes slowly changed to a bewildered horror. The glow faded from her cheeks. Her lips parted in a vague, relaxing distress. Easton, with a little laugh, as if amused, was about to speak again, when the other forestalled him. The glum-faced man had been watching the girl's countenance with veiled glances from his keen, shrewd eyes. "You'll excuse me for speaking, miss, but I see you're acquainted with the Marshal here. If you'll ask him to speak a word for me when we get to the pen, he'll do it, and it'll make things easier for me there. He's taking me to Leavenworth Prison. It's 7 years for counterfeiting." "Oh," said the girl, with a deep breath and returning colour. "So that is what you were doing out here. A Marshal." "My dear Miss Fairchild," said Easton calmly, "I had to do something. Money has a way of taking wings unto itself, and you know it takes money to keep step with our crowd in Washington. I saw this opening in the West, and, well, a marshalship isn't quite as high a position as that of ambassador, but—" "The ambassador," said the girl warmly, "doesn't call any more. He needn't ever have done so. You ought to know that. And so now you are one of these dashing Western heroes, and you ride and shoot and go into all kinds of dangers. That's different from the Washington life. You have been missed from the old crowd." The girl's eyes, fascinated, went back, widening a little, to rest on the glittering handcuffs. "Don't you worry about them, miss," said the other man. "All marshals handcuff themselves to their prisoners to keep them from getting away. Mr. Easton knows his business." "Will we see you again soon in Washington?" asked the girl. "Not soon, I think," said Easton. "My butterfly days are over, I fear." "I love the West," said the girl irrelevantly. Her eyes were shining softly. She looked away out the car window. She began to speak truly and simply, without the gloss of style and manner. "Mamma and I spent the summer in Denver. She went home a week ago because father was slightly ill. I could live and be happy in the West. I think the air here agrees with me. Money isn't everything. But people always misunderstand things and remain stupid." "Say, Mr. Marshall," growled the glum-faced man, "this isn't quite fair. I'm needing a drink, and haven't had a smoke all day. Haven't you talked long enough? Take me in the smoker now, won't you? I'm half dead for a pipe." The bound travellers rose to their feet, Easton with the same slow smile on his face. "I can't deny a petition for tobacco," he said lightly. "It's the one friend of the unfortunate. Good-bye, Miss Fairchild. Duty calls, you know." He held out his hand for a farewell. "It's too bad you are not going east," she said, reclothing herself with manner and style. "But you must go on to Leavenworth, I suppose?" "Yes," said Easton, "I must go on to Leavenworth." The two men sidled down the aisle into the smoker. The two passengers in a seat nearby had heard most of the conversation. Said one of them, "That Marshall's a good sort of chap. Some of these Western fellows are all right." "Pretty young to hold an office like that, isn't he?" asked the other. "Young?" exclaimed the first speaker. "Why, oh, didn't you catch on? Say, did you ever know an officer to handcuff a prisoner to his right hand?" End of Hearts and Hands by O. Henry. Recording by Corrie Samuel.
The Hollow of the Three Hills by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In those strange old times, when fantastic dreams and madmen's reveries were realized among the actual circumstances of life, two persons met together at an appointed hour and place. One was a lady, graceful in form and fair of feature, though pale and troubled and smitten with an untimely blight in what should have been the fullest bloom of her years. The other was an ancient and meanly dressed woman, of ill-favored aspect, and so withered, shrunken, and decrepit that even the space since she began to decay must have exceeded the ordinary term of human existence. In the spot where they encountered, no mortal could observe them. Three little hills stood near each other, and down in the midst of them sunk a hollow basin, almost mathematically circular, 200 or 300 feet in breadth, and of such depth that a stately cedar might but just be visible above the sides. Dwarf pines were numerous upon the hills, and partly fringed the outer verge of the intermediate hollow, within which there was nothing but the brown grass of October, and here and there a tree trunk that had fallen long ago and lay mouldering with no green successor from its roots. One of the masses of decaying wood, formerly a majestic oak, rested close beside a pool of green and sluggish water at the bottom of the basin. Such scenes as this, so grey tradition tells, were once the resort of the power of evil and his plighted subjects, and here at midnight or on the dim verge of evening they were said to stand round the mantling pool, disturbing its putrid waters in the performance of an impious baptismal rite. The chill beauty of an autumnal sunset was now gilding the 3 hilltops, whence a paler tint stole down their sides into the hollow. "Here is our pleasant meeting come to pass," said the aged crone, "according as thou hast desired. Say quickly what thou wouldst have of me, for there is but a short hour that we may tarry here." As the old withered woman spoke, a smile glimmered on her countenance, like lamplight on the wall of a sepulchre. The lady trembled, and cast her eyes upward to the verge of the basin, as if meditating to return with her purpose unaccomplished, but it was not so ordained. "I am a stranger in this land, as you know," said she at length. "Whence I come it matters not, but I have left those behind me with whom my fate was intimately bound and from whom I am cut off forever. There is a weight in my bosom that I cannot away with, and I have come hither to inquire of their welfare." "And who is there by this green pool that can bring thee news from the ends of the earth?" cried the old woman, peering into the lady's face. "Not from my lips mayest thou hear these tidings. Yet be thou bold, and the daylight shall not pass away from yonder hilltop before thy wish be granted." "I will do your bidding, though I die," replied the lady desperately. The old woman seated herself on the trunk of the fallen tree, threw aside the hood that shrouded her grey locks, and beckoned her companion to draw near. "Kneel down," she said, "and lay your forehead on my knees." She hesitated a moment, but the anxiety that had long been kindling burned fiercely up within her. As she knelt down, the border of her garment was dipped into the pool. She laid her forehead on the old woman's knees, and the latter drew a cloak about the lady's face so that she was in darkness. Then she heard the muttered words of prayer, in the midst of which she started and would have arisen. Let me flee, and hide myself, that they may not look upon me," she cried. But with returning recollection she hushed herself and was still as death, for it seemed as if other voices, familiar in infancy and unforgotten through many wanderings and in all the vicissitudes of her heart and fortune, were mingling with the accents of the prayer. At first the words were faint and indistinct, not rendered so by distance, but rather resembling the dim pages of a book which we strive to read by an imperfect and gradually brightening light. In such a manner as the prayer proceeded did those voices strengthen upon the ear, till at length the petition ended, and the conversation of an aged man and of a woman broken and decayed like himself became distinctly audible to the lady as she knelt. But those strangers appeared not to stand in the hollow depth between the 3 hills. Their voices were encompassed and re-echoed by the walls of a chamber, the windows of which were rattling in the breeze. The regular vibration of a clock, the crackling of a fire, and the tinkling of the embers as they fell among the ashes rendered the scene almost as vivid as if painted to the eye. By a melancholy hearth sat these 2 old people, the man calmly despondent, the woman querulous and tearful, and their words were all of sorrow. They spoke of a daughter, a wanderer they knew not where, bearing dishonor along with her and leaving shame and affliction to bring their gray heads to the grave. They alluded also to other and more recent woe, but in the midst of their talk their voices seemed to melt into the sound of the wind sweeping mournfully among the autumn leaves. And when the lady lifted her eyes, there was she, kneeling in the hollow between 3 hills. "A weary and lonesome time yonder old couple have of it," remarked the old woman, smiling in the lady's face. "And did you also hear them?" exclaimed she, a sense of intolerable humiliation triumphing over her agony and fear. "Yea, and we have yet more to hear," replied the old woman. "Wherefore cover thy face quickly." Again the withered hag poured forth the monotonous words of a prayer that was not meant to be acceptable in heaven, and soon, in the pauses of her breath, strange murmurings began to thicken, gradually increasing so as to drown and overpower the charm by which they grew. Shrieks pierced through the obscurity of sound, and were succeeded by the singing of sweet female voices, which in their turn gave way to a wild roar of laughter, broken suddenly by groanings and sobs, forming altogether a ghastly confusion of terror and mourning and mirth. Chains were rattling, fierce and stern voices uttered threats, and the scourge resounded at their command. All these noises deepened and became substantial to the listener's ear, till she could distinguish every soft and dreamy accent of the love songs that died causelessly into funeral hymns. She shuddered at the unprovoked wrath which blazed up like the spontaneous kindling of flames, and she grew faint at the fearful merriment raging miserably around her. In the midst of this wild scene, where unbound passions jostled each other in a drunken career, there was one solemn voice of a man, and a manly and melodious voice it might once have been. He went to and fro continually, and his feet sounded upon the floor. In each member of that frenzied company whose own burning thoughts had become their exclusive world, he sought an auditor for the story of his individual wrong, and interpreted their laughter and tears as his reward of scorn or pity. He spoke of woman's perfidy, of a wife who had broken her holiest vows, of a home and a heart made desolate. Even as he went on, the shout, the laugh, the shriek, the sob rose up in unison till they changed into the hollow, fitful, and uneven sound of the wind as it fought among the pine trees on those 3 lonely hills. The lady looked up, and there was the withered woman smiling in her face. "Couldst thou have thought there was such merry times in a madhouse?" inquired the latter. "True, true," said the lady to herself. "There is mirth within its walls, but misery, misery without." "Wouldst thou hear more?" demanded the old woman. "There is one other voice I would fain listen to again," replied the lady, faintly. "Then lay down thy head speedily upon my knees, that thou mayest get thee hence before the hour be past." The golden skirts of day were yet lingering upon the hills, but deep shades obscured the hollow and the pool, as if sombre night were rising thence to overspread the world. Again that evil woman began to weave her spell. Long did it proceed unanswered, till the knolling of a bell stole in among the intervals of her words, like a clang that had travelled far over valley and rising ground, and was just ready to die in the air. The lady shook upon her companion's knees as she heard that boding sound. Stronger it grew, and sadder, and deepened into the tone of a death bell, knolling dolefully from some ivy-mantled tower, and bearing tidings of mortality and woe to the cottage, to the hall, and to the solitary wayfarer, that all might weep for the doom appointed in turn to them. Then came a measured tread, passing slowly, slowly on, as of mourners with a coffin, their garments trailing on the ground so that the ear could measure the length of their melancholy array. Before them went the priest, reading the burial service, while the leaves of his book were rustling in the breeze. And though no voice but his was heard to speak aloud, still there were revilings and anathemas, whispered but distinct, from women and from men, breathed against the daughter who had wrung the aged hearts of her parents, the wife who had betrayed the trusting fondness of her husband, the mother who had sinned against natural affection and left her child to die. The sweeping sound of the funeral train faded away like a thin vapor, and the wind, that just before had seemed to shake the coffin pall, moaned sadly round the verge of the hollow between 3 hills. But when the old woman stirred the kneeling lady, she lifted not her head. "Here has been a sweet hour's sport," said the withered crone, chuckling to herself. End of The Hollow of the Three Hills by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores, with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow-men, and the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers, and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor, which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood colour. Now, in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire, that projected its rays through the tinted glass, and so glaringly illuminated the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute-hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that at each lapse of an hour the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance to hearken to the sound. And thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows, as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled, as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colours and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There were some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fête, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been seen since Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madman fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams, and these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then for a moment all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live, and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many-tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture. For the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-coloured panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls. And to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirringly on until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumour of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, a murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise, then, finally, of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms, such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There were chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. But yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its rôle, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed, in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares?" he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him. "Who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber, in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with the rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which instantly afterwards fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of The Masque of the Red Death.
Mother, by Owen Wister. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To my favorite broker, with the earnest assurance that Mr. Beverly is not meant for him. Note: in 1901 this story appeared anonymously as the 9th of a sequence of short stories by various authors in a volume entitled A House Party. It has been slightly remodeled for separate publication. June 7, 1907. Owen Wister. Mother. When handsome young Richard Field, he was very handsome and very young, announced to our assembled company that if his turn should really come to tell us a story, the story should be no invention of his fancy, but a page of truth, a chapter from his own life, in which himself was the hero and a lovely, innocent girl was the heroine, his wife at once looked extremely uncomfortable. She changed the reclining position in which she had been leaning back in her chair, and she sat erect, with a hand closed upon each arm of the chair. "Richard," she said, "do you think that it is right of you to tell any one, even friends, anything that you have never yet confessed to me?" "Ethel," replied Richard, "although I cannot promise that you will be entirely proud of my conduct when you have heard this episode of my past, I do say that there is nothing in it to hurt the trust you have placed in me since I have been your husband. Only," he added, "I hope that I shall not have to tell any story at all." "Oh, yes, you will!" we all exclaimed together, and the men looked eager while the women sighed. The rest of us were much older than Richard. We were middle aged, in fact. And human nature is so constructed that when it is at the age when making love keeps it busy, it does not care so much to listen to tales of others' love making. But the more it recedes from that period of exuberance, and ceases to have love adventures of its own, the greater become its hunger and thirst to hear about this delicious business which it can no longer personally practice with the fluency of yore. It was for this reason that we all yearned in our middle aged way for the tale of love which we expected from young Richard. He, on his part, repeated the hope that by the time his turn to tell a story was reached, we should be tired of stories and prefer to spend the evening at the card tables or in the music room. We were a house party, no brief week end affair, but a gathering whose period for most of the guests covered a generous and leisurely 10 days, with enough departures and arrivals to give that variety which is necessary among even the most entertaining and agreeable people. Our skilful hostess had assembled us in the country beneath a roof of New York luxury, a luxury which has come in these later days to be so much more than princely. By day, the grounds afforded us both golf and tennis, the stables provided motor cars and horses to ride or drive over admirable roads, through beautiful scenery that was embellished by a magnificent autumn season. At nightfall the great house itself received us in the arms of supreme comfort, fed us sumptuously, and after dinner ministered to our middle aged bodies with chairs and sofas of the highest development. The plan devised by our hostess, Mrs. Davenport, that a story should be told by one of us each evening, had met with courtesy, but not with immediate enthusiasm. But Mrs. Davenport had chosen her guests with her usual wisdom, and after the first experiment story telling proved so successful that none of us would have readily abandoned it. When the time had come for Richard Field to entertain the company with the promised tale from his life experience, his hope of escaping this ordeal had altogether vanished. Mrs. Field, it had been noticed as early as breakfast time, was inclined to be nervous on her husband's account. 5 years of married life had not cured her of this amiable symptom, and she made but a light meal. He, on the other hand, ate heartily and without signs of disturbance. Apparently he was not even conscious of the glances that his wife so frequently stole at him. "Do at least have some omelet, my dear," whispered Mrs. Davenport urgently. "It's quite light." But Mrs. Field could summon no appetite. "I see you are anxious about him," Mrs. Davenport continued after breakfast. "You are surely not afraid his story will fail to interest us?" "No, it is not that. It can't be that he has given up the one he expected to tell us and can think of no other." "Oh no, he's going to tell that one." "And you don't like his choice?" "He won't tell me what it is." Mrs. Davenport put down her embroidery. "Then, Ethel," she said with severity, "the fault is yours. When I had been 5 years married, Mr. Davenport confided everything to me." "So does Richard, except when I particularly ask him." "There it is, Ethel. You let him see that you want to know." "But I do want to know. Richard has had such interesting experiences, so many of them, and I do so want him to tell a thoroughly nice one. That's the one when he saved a man from drowning just below our house, the second summer, and the man turned out to be a burglar, and broke into the pantry that very night, and Richard caught him in the dark with just as much courage as he had caught him in the water, and just as few clothes. Only it was so different. Richard makes it quite thrilling. And I mentioned another to him, but he just went on shaving. And now he has gone out walking, and I believe it's going to be something I would rather not hear. but I mean to hear it." At lunch Mrs. Field made a better meal, although it was clear to Mrs. Davenport that Richard, on returning from his walk, had still kept his intentions from Ethel. "She does not manage him in the least," Mrs. Davenport declared to the other ladies, as Ethel and Richard started for an afternoon drive together. "She will not know anything more when she brings him back." But in this Mrs. Davenport did wrong to Ethel's resources. The young wife did know something more when she brought her husband back from their drive through the pleasant country. They returned looking like an engaged couple, rather than parents whose nursery was already a song of three little voices. "He has told her," thought Mrs. Davenport at the first sight of them, as they entered the drawing room for an afternoon tea. "She does understand some things." And when, after dinner, the ladies had withdrawn to the library, and waited for the men to finish their cigars, Mrs. Davenport spoke to Ethel. "My dear, I congratulate you. I saw it at once." "But he hasn't. Richard hasn't told me anything." "Ethel! Then what is the matter?" "I told him something. I told him that if it was going to be any story about something I shouldn't like, I should simply follow it with a story about him that he wouldn't like." "Ethel, you darling!" "Oh yes, and I said I was sure you would all listen, even though I was not an author myself. And I have it ready, you know, and it's awfully like Richard, only a different side of him from the burglar one." "But, my dear, what did he do when you—" This inquiry was, however, cut short by the entrance of the men; and from the glance that came from Richard's eyes as they immediately sought out his wife, Mrs. Davenport knew that he could not have done anything very severe to Ethel when she made that threat to him during their drive. Richard at once made his way to the easy chair arranged each night in a good position for the narrator of the evening, and baptized the "sing stool" by Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves was an ardent Wagnerian, and especially devoted to the Meistersingers of Nuremberg. "Shall we have," he whispered to Mr. Hilliard, "a Beckmesser fiasco to night, or will it be a Walter success?" But Mr. Hilliard, besides being an author and a critic, cared little for the too literary cleverness of Mr. Graves. He therefore heavily crushed that gentleman's allusion to Wagner's opera. "I remember," he said, "the singing contest between Beckmesser and Walter, and I doubt if we are to be afflicted with anything so dull in this house." Richard had settled himself in the easy chair, and was looking thoughtfully at various objects in the room, while the small talk was subsiding around him. "Why, Mr. Field," said Mrs. Davenport, "you look as if you could find nothing to suggest your story to you." "On the contrary," said Richard, "it is the number of things that suggest it. This newspaper here, that has arrived since I was last in the room, has a column which reminds me very forcibly of the experience that I have selected to tell you. But I think the most appropriate of all is that picture." He pointed to the largest picture on the wall. "Breaking Home Ties" is its title, I remember very well. It is a replica of the original that drew such crowds in the Art Building at the World's Fair. While Richard was saying this, his wife had possessed herself of the newspaper, and he now observed how eagerly she was scanning its pages. "It is the financial column, Ethel, that recalls my story." Ethel, after a hopeless glance at this, resumed her seat near the sofa by Mrs. Davenport. "There were many paintings," continued Richard, "in that Art Building, of merit incomparably greater than 'Breaking Home Ties,' and yet the crowd never looked at those, because it did not understand them. but at any hour of the day, if you happened to pass this picture, it took you some time to do so. You could pass any of John Sargent's pictures, for instance, at a speed limited only by your own powers of running, but you could never run past Breaking Home Ties. You had to work your way through the crowd in front of that, just as you have to do at a fire or a news office during a football game. The American people could never get enough of that mother kissing her boy good by, while the wagon waits at the open door to take him away from her upon his first journey into the world. The idea held a daily pathos for them. Many had themselves been through such leave takings, and no word so stirs the general heart as the word mother. Song writers know this, and the artist knew it when he decided to paint Breaking Home Ties. And Mother is the title of my story tonight. Mother? This was Ethel's bewildered echo. Whose mother? She softly murmured to herself. Richard continued, "It concerns the circumstances under which I became engaged to my wife." There was a movement from Ethel as she sat by the sofa. "Not all the circumstances, of course," the narrator continued, with a certain guarded candor in his tone. "There are certain circumstances which naturally attend every engagement between happy and devoted young people that they keep to themselves, quite carefully, in spite of the fact that any one who has been through the experience of being engaged 2 or 3 times" there was another movement from Ethel by the sofa "or even only once, as in my case," the narrator went on. "Anybody, I say, who has been through the experience of being engaged only once can form a very correct idea of the circumstances that attend the happy engagements of all young people. I imagine they prevail in all countries, just as the feeling about mother prevails. Yes, mother is the right title for my story, as you shall see. Is it not strange that if you add in-law to the word mother, how immediately the sentiment of the term is altered? As strongly, indeed, as when you prefix the word step to it. But it is with neither of these composite forms of mother that my story deals. Ethel has always maintained that if I had really understood her, it never would have happened. She says, "Richard, I—" "My dear, you shall tell your story afterwards, and I promise to listen without a word until you are finished. Mrs. Field says that if I had understood her nature as a man ought to understand the girl he has been thinking about for several years, I should have known she cared nothing about my income." "I didn't care. I'd have—" But Mr. Field checked her outburst. "She was going to say," said Mr. Field, "that I had asked her to marry me when I became sure that I wished to marry her. She would have been willing to leave New York and go to the wasteland in Michigan that was her inheritance from a grandfather, and there build a cabin and live in it with me; and that while I shot prairie chickens for dinner, she would have milked the cow which some member of the family would have been willing to give us as a wedding present, instead of a statue of the Winged Victory, or silver spoons and forks, had we so desired." Richard made a pause here, and looked at his wife as if he expected her to correct him. But Ethel was plainly satisfied with his statement, and he therefore continued. "I think it is ideal when a girl is ready to do so much as that for a man. But I should not think it ideal in a man to allow the girl he loved to do it for him. Nor did I then know anything about the lands in Michigan, though this would have made no difference. Ethel had been accustomed to a house several stories high, with hot and cold water in most of them, and somebody to answer the door bell." "The door bell!" exclaimed Ethel. "I could have gone without hearing that." Yes, Ethel, only to hear the welkin ring would have been enough for you. I know that you are sincere in thinking so, and the ringing welkin is all we should have heard in Michigan. But the more truly a man loves a girl, the less can he bear taking her from an easy to a hard life. I am sure that all the men here agree with me." There was a murmur and a nod from the men, and also from Mrs. Davenport; but the other ladies gave no sign of assenting to Richard's proposition. "In those days," said he, "I was what in the curt parlance of the street is termed a $600 clerk; and though my ears had grown accustomed to this appellation, I never came to feel that it completely described me. In passing Tiffany's window twice a day, for my habit was to walk to and from Nassau Street, I remember that seeing a $1,000 clock exposed for sale caused me annoyance. Of course, my salary as a clerk brought me into no unfavorable comparison with the clock, and I doubt if I could make you understand my sometimes feeling when I passed Tiffany's window that I should like to smash the clock. I met Ethel frequently in society, dancing with her and sitting next her at dinners; and by the time I had dined at her own house, and walked several afternoons with her, my lot as a $600 clerk began to seem very sad to me. I wrote verses about it, and about other subjects also. From an evening passed with Ethel, I would go next morning to the office and look at the other clerks. One of them was 55, and he still received $600, his wages for the last 30 years. I was then 21, and though I never despaired to the extent of believing that years would fail to increase my value to the firm by a single cent, still, for what could I hope? If my salary were there and then to be doubled, what kind of support was $1,200 to offer Ethel, with her dresses and her dinners and her father's carriage? For 2 years I was wretchedly unhappy beneath the many hours of gaiety that came to me, as to every young man. "Those 2 years we could have been in Michigan," said Ethel, "had you understood." "I know. But understanding, I believe that I should do the same again. At the office, when not busy, I wrote more poetry, and began also to write prose, which I found at the outset less easy. When my first writings were accepted they were 4 sets of verses upon the summer resort I felt that I could soon address Ethel; for I had made $10 outside my salary. Had she not been in Europe that July, I believe that I should have spoken to her at once. But I sent her the paper, and I have the letter that she wrote in reply. "I " began Ethel, but she stopped. "Yes, I know now that you kept the verses," said Richard. My next manuscript, however, was rejected. Indeed, I went on offering my literary productions nearly every week, until the following January, before a second acceptance came. It was $25 this time, and almost made me feel again that I could handsomely support Ethel. But not quite. After the first charming elation at earning money with my pen, those weeks of refusal had caused me to think more soberly; and though I was now bent upon becoming an author and leaving Nassau Street, I burned no bridges behind me, but merely filled my spare hours with writing and with showing it to Ethel. It was now that the second area of perturbation of my life came to me. I say the second because the first had been the recent dawning belief that Ethel thought about me when I was not there to remind her of myself. This idea had stirred but you will understand. And now, what was my proper, my honorable course? It was a positive relief that at this crisis she went to Florida. I could think more quietly. My writing had come to be quite often accepted, sometimes even solicited. Should I speak to her and ask her to wait until I could put a decent roof over her head, or should I keep away from her until I could offer such a roof? Her father, I supposed, could do something for us, but I was not willing to be a pensioner. His business, were he generous, would be to provide cake and butter; but the bread was to be mine, and bread was still a long way off, according to New York standards. These things I thought over while she was in Florida, yet when once I should find myself with her again I began to fear that I could not hold myself from but these are circumstances which universal knowledge renders it needless to mention, and I will pass to the second perturbation. A sum of money was suddenly left me. Then for the first time I understood why I had during my boyhood been so periodically sent to see a cross old brother of my mother's, who lived near Cold Spring on the Hudson, and whom we called Uncle Snaggletooth when no one could hear us. Uncle Godfrey, for I have called him by his right name ever since, died, and left me what in those old days, 6 years ago, was still a large amount. To day we understand what true riches mean; but in those bygone days, 6 years ago, $1 million was a sum considerable enough to be still seen, as it were, with the naked eye. That was my bequest from Uncle Godfrey, and I felt myself to be the possessor of a fortune. At this point in Richard's narrative a sigh escaped from Ethel. "I know," he immediately said, "that money is always welcome; but it is certainly some consolation to reflect how slight a loss $1 million is counted to day in New York. And I did not lose all of it." I met Ethel at the train on her return from Florida, and crossed with her on the ferry from Jersey City to Desbrosses Street. There I was obliged to see her drive away in the carriage with her father. "Mr. Field," said Mrs. Davenport, "what hour did that train arrive at Jersey City?" Richard looked surprised. "Why, 7:15 P.M.," he replied. "The 10th of March." "Dark!" Mrs. Davenport exclaimed. "Mr. Field, you and Ethel were engaged before the ferry boat landed at Desbrosses Street." Richard and Ethel both sat straight up, but remained speechless. "Pardon my interruption," said Mrs. Davenport, smiling. "I didn't want to miss a single point in this story. Do go on." Richard was obliged to burst out laughing, in which Ethel after a moment followed him, though perhaps less heartily; and as he continued, his blush subsided. With my Uncle Godfrey's legacy I was no longer dependent upon my salary, or my pen, or my father's purse; and I decided that with the money properly invested I could maintain a modest establishment of my own. Ethel agreed with me entirely, and after a little we disclosed our plans to our families, and they met with approval. This was in April, and we thought of October or November for the wedding. It seemed long to wait, but it came near being so much longer that I grow chilly now to think of it. Of course, I went steadily on with my work at the office in Nassau Street, nor did I neglect my writing entirely. My attention, however, was now turned to the question of investing my fortune. Just round the corner from our office was the firm of Blake and Beverly, Stocks and Bonds. Thither my steps began frequently to turn. Mr. Beverly had business which brought him every week to the room of our president; and so having a sort of acquaintance with him, I felt it easier to consult him than to seek any other among the brokers, to which class I was a well nigh total stranger. He very kindly consented to be my adviser. I was well pleased to find how much I had underrated the interest bearing capacity of my windfall. 4%, he cried, when I told him this was the extent of my expectations. Why, you're talking like a trustee. And then, seeing that his meaning was beyond me, he explained in his bluff, humorous manner: "All a trustee cares for, you know, is his reputation for safety. It's not his own income he's nursing, and so he doesn't care how small he makes it, provided only that his investments would be always called safe. Now, there are ways of being safe without spending any trouble or time upon it, and those are the ways a trustee will take. For example," and here he arose and, unhooking a file of current quotations from the wall, placed it in my lap as I sat beside him. "Now, here are government threes selling at 108 3/8. They are as safe as the United States, and if I advised you to buy them it would cost me no thought, and my character for safety would run no risk of a blemish. That is the sort of bond that a trustee recommends. But see what income it gives you. Roughly speaking, about $28,000. "That would not do at all," said I, thinking of Ethel and October. "Certainly not for you," returned Mr. Beverly, gayly. "If you were a timorous old maid, now, who could really like all her money in her stocking in gold pieces, only she's ashamed to say so. But a young fellow like you, with no responsibility, no wife, and butcher's bill, it's quite another thing." "Quite," said I. "Oh, quite." "Richard," interrupted Ethel, "do you have to make yourself out so simple?" "My dear, you forget that I said I should invent nothing, but should keep myself to actual experiences. The part of my story that is coming now is one where I should be very glad to draw upon my imagination." Mr. Beverly now ran his finger up and down various columns. "Here again," said he, "is a typical trustee bond, and nets you a few $1,000s more at present prices. New York Central and Hudson River, 3 1/2's. Or here are West Shore's 4s at 113 5/8. But you see it scales down to pretty much the same thing. The sort of bond that a trustee will call safe does not bring the owner more than about 3½ %. "Why, there are some 6% bonds," I said, and I pointed them out to him. "Selling at 137 7/8, you see," said Mr. Beverly. "Deducting the tax, there you are scaled down again." He penciled some swift calculations. "There," said he, and I nearly understood them. "Now, I'm not here to stop your buying that sort of petticoat and canary bird wafer," continued Mr. Beverly. "It's the regular trustee move, and nobody could criticize you if you made it. It's what I call thoughtless safety, and it brings you about 3½ %, as I have already shown you. Anybody can do it." These words of Mr. Beverly made me feel that I did not want to do what anybody could do. "There is another kind of safety which I call thoughtful safety," said he. "Thoughtful because it requires you to investigate properties and their earnings, and generally to use your independent judgment after a good deal of work. And all this a trustee greatly dislikes. It rewards you with 5 and even 6%, but that is no stimulus to a trustee." Something in me had leaped when Mr. Beverly mentioned 6%. Again I thought of Ethel and October, and what a difference it would be to begin our modest housekeeping on 60 instead of $40,000 a year, outside of what I was earning. Mr. Beverly now rang a bell. "You happen to have come," said he, "on a morning when I can really do something for you out of the common. Bring me" it was a clerk he addressed "one of those Petunia circulars. Now here you can see at a glance for yourself." He began reading the prospectus rapidly aloud to me, while I followed its paragraph with my own eye. His strong, well polished thumb nail ran heavily but speedily down the columns of figures, and such words as gross receipts, increase of population, sinking fund, redeemable at 105 after 1920, churned vigorously and meaninglessly through my brain. But I was not going to let him know that to understand the circular I should have to take it away quietly to my desk at Nassau Street and spend an hour with it alone. "What is your opinion of Petunia Water Sixes?" he inquired. "They are a lead pipe cinch," I immediately answered, and he slapped me on the knee. "That's what I think," he cried. "Anyhow, I have taken 20,000 for mother. Do what you like." "Oh, well," said I, delighted at this confidence, "I think I can afford to risk what you are willing to risk for your mother, Mrs. Beverly. Where is Petunia, did you say?" He pulled down a roller map on the wall, as you draw down a window blind, and again I listened to statements that churned in my brain. Petunia was a new resort on the sea coast of New Hampshire. One railway system did already connect it with both Portsmouth and Portland, but it was not a very direct connection at present. Yet, in spite of this, the population had increased 23 7/10 per cent in 5 years, and now an electric railway was in construction that would double the population in the next 5 years. This was less than what had happened to other neighboring resorts under identical conditions, yet with things as they now were, the company was earning 2 per cent on its stock, which was being put into improvements. The stock was selling at 30, and if a dividend was paid next year it would go to par. But Mr. Beverly did not counsel buying the stock. "I did not let mother have any," he said, "though I took some myself. But the bonds are different. You're getting the last that will be sold at par. In 3 days they will be placed before the public at 102 1/2 and interest." I was well pleased when I left Mr. Beverly's office. In a few days I was still more pleased to learn that I could sell my Petunia sixes for 104 if I so wished. But I did not wish it, and Mr. Beverly told me that he should not sell his mother's unless they went to 110. In that case, said he, it might be worth while to capitalize her premium. I liked the idea of capitalizing one's premium. If you had 50 bonds that cost you par, and sold them at 110, you would then buy at par 55 bonds of some other rising kind, and go on doing this until I named no limit for this process. But my delighted mind saw visions of 80 and 100,000 a year, comfort at least, if not affluence in New York, and I explained to Ethel what the phrase "capitalizing one's premium" meant. I showed her the Petunias, too, and we read what it said on the coupons aloud together. Ethel was at first not quite satisfied with the arrangement of the coupons. $30 on January 1st and 30 on July 1st, she said. "That seems a long while to wait for those payments, Richard. And there are only 2 in every year, though you pay them $1,000 all at once. It does not seem very prompt on their part." I told her that this was the rule. "But," she urged, "don't you think that a man like Mr. Beverly might be able to get them to make an exception if he explained the circumstances? Other people may be satisfied with waiting for little crumbs in this way, but why should we?" I soon made her understand how it was, however, and I explained many other facts about investments and the stock market to her, as I learned them. It was a great pleasure to do this. We came to talk about finance even more than we talked of my writings, for during that spring I invested a good deal more rapidly than I wrote. The Petunias had taken only 1/20th of $1,000,000, and though Mr. Beverly warned me to rush hastily into nothing, and pointed out the good sense of distributing my eggs in a number of baskets, still we both agreed that the sooner all my money was bringing me 5 or 6%, the better. I have come to think that it might be well were women taught the elements of investing as they now are taught French and music. I would not have the French and music dropped, but I would add the other. It might be more of a protection to women than being able to read a French novel, and perhaps some day we shall have it so. But of course it had been left totally out of Ethel's education, and at first she merely received my instruction and took my opinions. It was not long, however, before she began to entertain some of her own, obliging me not infrequently to reason with her. I very well remember the first occasion that this happened. We had been, as usual, talking about stocks, as we walked on the Riverside Drive on a Sunday afternoon in May. Ethel had been for some moments silent. "Richard," she finally began, "if I had had the naming of these things, I should never have called them securities. Insecurities comes a great deal nearer what they are. What right has a thing that says on its face it is worth $1,000 to go bobbing up and down in the way most of them do? I think that securities is almost sarcastic. And have you noticed the price of those Petunias?" I had, of course, noticed it, but I had not mentioned it to Ethel. "I read the papers now," she explained, "morning and evening. Of course the market is off a little on account of the bank statement, but that is not enough to account for the Petunias." "Ethel, you are nervous," I said, "and it is the papers which make you so. The Petunias are a first lien on the whole property, of which the assessed valuation " "What is the good," she interrupted, "of a first lien on something which depends on politics for its existence, if the politicians change their minds? Did you not see that bill they're thinking of passing?" I was startled by what Ethel told me, for the article in the paper had escaped my notice. But Mr. Beverly explained it to me in a couple of minutes. "Ha!" he jovially exclaimed on my entering his office on Monday morning. "You want to know about Petunias. They opened at 85, I see." He then ran the tape from the ticker through his clean, strong hands. "Here they are again. 5,000 sold at 83. Now, if they go to 70, I'll very likely take 10,000 more for mother. It's all Frank Smith's bluff, you know. He wants a jag of the water works stock, more than they say they agreed he should have. So he's shaking this bill over them, which would allow the city to build its own water plant, and of course run the present company out of business. Not a thing in it. All bluff. He'll get the stock, I suppose. What's that?" he broke off to a clerk, who came with a message. "Wants 500 preferred, does he? Buyer 30? Very well, he can't have it. Say so from me. Now," he resumed to me, "take a cigar, by the way. And don't buy any more Petunias until I tell you the right moment. Do you see where your Amalgamated Electric has gone to?" I had seen this. It had scored a 20-point rise since my purchase of it, and I felt very sorry that I had not taken Mr. Beverly's advice and bought 1,000 shares. It had been on a day when I had felt unaccountably cautious, and I had taken only 250 shares of Amalgamated Electric. There were days when one is cautious and days when one is venturesome, and they seem to have nothing to do with results. "They're going to increase the dividend," said Mr. Beverly, as I smoked his excellent cigar. "It's good for 20 points higher by the end of the week. I had just got mother a few more shares." I left Mr. Beverly's office the possessor of 2,000 shares of Amalgamated Electric, and also entirely reassured about my petunias. He always made me feel happy. His keen, laughing brown eyes, and crisp, well brushed hair, and big, somewhat English way of chaffing (he had gone to Oxford, where he had rowed on a winning crew) carried a sense of buoyant prosperity that went with his wiry figure and good, smart London clothes. His face was almost as tawny as an Indian's with the outdoor life that he took care to lead. I was always flattered when he could spare any time to clap me on the shoulder and crack a joke. Amalgamated Electric had risen 5 more points before the board closed that afternoon. This was the first news that I told Ethel. "Richard," said she, "I wish you would sell that stock to morrow." But this I saw no reason for, and on Tuesday it had gained 7 points further. Ethel still more strongly urged me to sell it. I must freely admit that. And the narrator paused reflectively. "Thank you, Richard," said Ethel from the sofa. "And I admit that I could give you no reason for my request, except that it all seemed so sudden. And yes, there was one other thing, but that was even more silly." "I believe I know what you mean," replied Richard, "and I shall come to it presently. If any one was silly, it was not you." I did not sell Amalgamated Electric on Wednesday, and on Thursday a doubt about the increased dividend began to be circulated. The stock, nevertheless, after a forenoon of weakness, rallied. Moreover, a check for my first dividend came from the Polyopolis Heat, Light, Power, Paving, Pressing, and Packing Company. "What a number of things it does!" exclaimed Ethel, when I showed her the company's check. "Yes," I replied, and quoted Browning to her: 29 distinct damnations, one sure if the other fails. Beverly's mother has a lot of it." But Ethel did not smile. "Richard," she said, "I do wish you had more investments with ordinary simple names like New York and New Haven, or Chicago and Northwestern." And when I told her that I thought this was really unreasonable, she was firm. "Yes," she replied, "I don't like the names, not most of them, at least. Duchess and Columbia Traction sounds pretty well, and besides that, of course, one knows how successful these electric railways are. But take the Standard Egg Trust and the Patent Pasteurized Infant Rubber Feeder Company." "Why, Ethel," I exclaimed, "those are both based upon great inventions. Mr. Beverly—" But she interrupted me earnestly. "I know about those inventions, Richard, for I have procured the prospectuses, and I suppose that I could have told you my own feeling about them before you bought any of the stock." "I do not think you can fully have taken it in, Ethel." "I trust that it may not have fully taken you in," she replied. "Have you noticed what those stocks are selling for at present?" Of course I had noticed this. I had paid 63 for Standard Egg, and it was now 48, while 11 was the price of Patent Pasteurized Feeder, for which I had paid 20. But this, Mr. Beverly assured me, was a normal and even healthy course for a new stock. Had they gone up too soon and too high, he explained, I should have suspected some crooked manipulation and advised selling at once. but this indicates a healthy absorption preliminary to a natural rise. I should not dream of letting mother part with hers. The basis of Standard Egg was not only a monopoly of all the hens in the United States, but a machine called a separator for telling the age and state of an egg by means of immersion in water. Perfectly good eggs sank fast and passed out through one distributor. Fairly nice eggs did not reach the bottom and were drawn off through another sluice, and so on. This saved the wages of the egg twirlers, whose method of candling eggs, as it was called, was far less rapid than the separator. And when I learned that one house in St. Louis alone twirled 50,000 eggs in a day, the possible profits of the Egg Trust became clear to me. But they were not so clear to Ethel. She said that you could not monopolize hens; that they would always be laying eggs and putting it in the power of competitors to hatch them by incubators. Nor did she have confidence in the pasteurized feeder. Even if you get the parents to adopt it, she said, you cannot get the children. If they do not like the taste of the milk as it comes out of the bottle through the feeder, they will simply not take it. "Well," I answered, "old Mrs. Beverly is holding on to hers." When I said this, Ethel sat with her mouth tight. Then she opened it and said, "I hate that woman." "Hate her? Why, you have never so much as laid eyes on her." "That is not at all necessary. I consider it indecent for a gray haired woman with grandchildren to be speculating in the stock market every week like a regular bull or bear." Every point in this outburst of Ethel's seemed to me so unwarrantable that I was quite dazed. I sat looking at her, and her eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Richard," she exclaimed, "she will ruin you, and I hate her." "My dear Ethel," I replied, "she will not. And only see how you are making it all up out of your head. You have never seen her, but you speak of her as a gray haired grandmother." "She must be, Richard. You have told me that Mr. Beverly is a married man and about 45. No doubt he has older sisters and brothers. But if he has not, his mother can hardly be less than 65, and he has probably been married for several years. He might easily have a daughter coming out next winter, and a son at Harvard or Yale. And if their grandmother's hair is not gray, that is quite as unnatural as her speculating in monopolized eggs in this way at her age. She must be a very unladylike person." Ethel, I saw, was excited. Therefore I made no more point of her theories concerning the appearance and family circle of old Mrs. Beverly, but in justice to myself I felt obliged to remind her, first, that I was investing, not speculating, and second, that it was Mr. Beverly's advice I was following, and not that of his mother. Had he not spoken of her, I said, I should have remained unaware of her existence. "She is at the bottom of it all the same," said Ethel. "Everything you have bought has been because she bought it." "That is not quite the right way to put it," I replied. "I was willing to buy these securities because Mr. Beverly thought so highly of them that he felt justified in—" "There is no use," interrupted Ethel, "in our going round this circle as if we were a pair of squirrels. I do not ask you to hate that woman for my sake, but I cannot change my own feeling. Do you remember, Richard, about the City of Philippi sewer bonds? You did not want to buy them at first. You told me yourself that you thought new towns in Texas were apt to buzz suddenly and then die, because all the people hurried away to some newer town and left the houses and stores standing empty. But Mr. Beverly's mother got some, and all your hesitation fled. And now I see that the Gulf, Galveston, and Little Rock is going to build a branch that may make Philippi a perfectly evaporated town. If you sold these bonds today, how much would you lose?" I did not enjoy telling Ethel how much, but I had to. "Only $15,000," I said. "Only?" said Ethel. "Well, I hope his mother will lose a great deal more than that." It is seldom that Ethel taps her foot, but she had begun to tap it now, and this inclined me to avoid any attempt at a soothing reply, in the hope that silence might prove still more soothing, and that thus we might get away from old Mrs. Beverly. "She cannot possibly be less than 65," Ethel presently announced, "and she is far more likely to be 70." I thought it best to agree to any age that Ethel chose to give the old lady. "Do you suppose," Ethel continued, "that she does it by telephone?" "My dearest," I responded, "he must do it all for her, of course, you know." "I doubt that very much, Richard. And she strikes me as being the sort of character for whom a mere telephone would not be enough excitement. The nerves of those people require more and more stimulants to give them any sensation at all. I believe that she sits in his private office and watches the ticker." "Why not give her a ticker in her bedroom while you are about it, Ethel?" I suggested. But Ethel could not smile. "I think that is perfectly probable," she answered; and then, "Oh, Richard, isn't it mean?" At this I took her hand, and she but again I abstain from dwelling upon those circumstances of the engaged which are familiar to you all. The change of May into June, and the change of June into July, did not mellow Ethel's bitter feelings. I remember the day after Petunias defaulted on their interest that she exclaimed, "I hope I shall never meet her." We always called Mr. Beverly's mother "she" now. "For if I were to meet her," continued Ethel, "I feel I should say something that I should regret. Oh, Richard, I suppose we shall have to give up that house on Park Avenue." I put a cheerful and even insular face on the matter, for I could not bear to see Ethel so depressed. But it was hard work for me. Some few of my investments were evidently good, but it always seemed as if it was into these that I had happened to put not much money, while the bulk of my fortune was entangled in the others. Besides the usual midsummer faintness that overtakes the stock market, my own specialties were a good deal more than faint. On the 20th of August I took the afternoon train to spend my 2 weeks' holiday at Lenox, and during much of the journey I gazed at the Wall Street edition of the afternoon paper that I had purchased as I came through the Grand Central Station. Ethel and I read it in the evening. "I wonder what she's buying now," said Ethel vindictively. "Well, I can't help feeling sorry for her," I answered, with as much of a smile as I could produce. "That is so unnecessary, Richard. She can easily afford to gratify her gambling instinct." "There you go, Ethel, inventing millions for her, just as you invented grandchildren." "Not at all. Unless she constantly had money lying idle, she could not take these continual plunges. She is an old woman with few expenses, and she lives well within her income. You would hear of her entertaining if it was otherwise. So instead of conservatively investing her surplus, she makes ducks and drakes of it in her son's office. Is he at Hyde Park now?" Hyde Park was where the old Beverly country seat had always been. "No," I answered. "He went to Europe early last month." "Very likely he took her with him. She is probably at Monte Carlo." "Scarcely in August, I fancy. And I'll tell you what, Ethel. I have been counting it up. She has lost $24,000 in the Standard Egg alone. It takes a good deal of surplus to stand that." "Serve her right," said Ethel, "and I would say so to her face." September brought freshness to the stock market, but not to me. Mr. Beverly, like the well to do man that he was, remained away in Europe until October should require his presence as a guiding hand in the office. Thus was I left without his buoyant consolation in the face of my investments. Petunias were being adjusted on a 4% basis. Duchess and Columbia Traction was holding its own. I could not complain of Amalgamated Electric, though it was now lower than when I had bought it, while had I sold it on that Wednesday in May when Ethel begged me, before the increased dividend turned out a mistake, I should have made money. But Philippi sewers were threatened. Pasteurized feeders had been numb since June. Pollyopolis Heat, Light, Power, Paving, Pressing, and Packing was going to pass its quarterly dividend, and Standard Egg had gone down from 63 to 7 1/8. My $1,000,000 on paper now was worth in reality less than a quarter of that sum, and although we could still make both ends meet fairly well in some place where you wouldn't want to live, like Philadelphia, in New York we should drop into a pinched and dwarfed obscurity. I must say now, and I shall never forget, that Ethel during these gloomy weeks behaved much better than I did. The grayer the outlook became, the more words of hope and sense she seemed to find. She reminded me that, after all, my Uncle Godfrey's legacy had been a thing unlooked for, something out of my scheme of life, that I had my youth, my salary, and my writing, and that she would wait till she was as old as Mr. Beverly's mother. It was the thought of that lady which brought from Ethel the only note of complaint she uttered in my presence during that whole dreary month. We were spending Sunday with a house party at Hyde Park, and driving to church we passed an avenue gate with a lodge. "Rockhurst, sir," said the coachman. "Whose place?" I inquired. "The old Beverly place, sir." Ethel heard him tell me this, and as we went on we saw a carriage and a pair coming down the avenue toward the gate, with that look which horses always seem to have when they are taking the family to church on Sunday morning. "If I see her," said Ethel to me as we entered the door, "I shall be unable to say my prayers." But only young people came into the Beverly pew, and Ethel said her prayers, and also sang the hymn and chants very sweetly. After the service we strolled together in the old and lovely graveyard before starting homeward. We had told them that we should prefer to walk back. The day was beautiful, and one could see a little blue piece of the river sparkling. "Here is where they are all buried," said Ethel, and we paused before brown old headstones with Beverly upon them. "Died 1750. Died 1767," continued Ethel, reading the names and inscriptions. "I think one doesn't mind the idea of lying in such a place as this." Some of the young people in the pew now came along the path. "The grandchildren," said Ethel. "She is probably too old to come to church. Or she is in Europe." The young people had brought a basket with flowers from their place, and now laid them over several of the grassy mounds. "Give me some of yours," said one to the other presently. "I've not enough for grandmother's." Ethel took me rather sharply by the arm. "Did you hear that?" she asked. "It can't be she, you know," said I. "He would have come back from Europe." But we found it out at lunch. It was she, and she had been dead for 15 years. Ethel and I talked it over in the train, going up to town on Monday morning. We had by that time grown calmer. "If it is not false pretenses," said she, "and you cannot sue him for damages, and if it is not stealing, or something, and you cannot put him in prison, what are you going to do to him, Richard?" As this was a question which I had frequently asked myself during the night, having found no satisfactory answer to it, I said, "What would you do in my place, Ethel?" But Ethel knew. "I should find out when he sails, and meet his steamer with a cowhide." "Then he would sue me for damages." "That would be nothing, if you got a few good cuts in on him." "Ethel," I said, "please follow me carefully. I should like dearly to cowhide him, and for the sake of argument we will consider it done. Then comes the lawsuit. Then I get up and say that I beat him because he made me buy Standard Egg at 63 by telling me that his mother had some, when really the old lady had been dead for 15 years. When I think of it in this way, I do not feel—" "I know," interrupted Ethel. "You are afraid of ridicule. All men are." Had Ethel insisted, I believe that I should have cowhided Mr. Beverly for her sake. But before his return our destinies were brightened. Copper had been found near Ethel's waste lands in Michigan, and the family business man was able to sell the property for $700,000. He did this so promptly that I ventured to ask him if delay might have not brought a greater price. "Well," he said, "I don't know. You must seize these things. Blake and Beverly might have got tired waiting." "Blake and Beverly!" I exclaimed. "So they made the purchase? Is Mr. Beverly back?" "Just back. To tell the truth, I don't believe they're finding so much copper as they hoped." This turned out to be true, and I am not sure that the business man had not known it all the while. "We looked over the property pretty thoroughly at the time of the Tamarack excitement," he said, "and in a few days more, in fact, it was generally known that this land had returned to its old state of not quite paying the taxes. Then I paid my visit to Mr. Beverly, but with no cowhide. 'Mr. Beverly,' said I want to announce to you my engagement to Miss Ethel Lansing, whose Michigan copper land you have lately acquired. I hope that you bought some for your mother.' Those," concluded Mr. Richard Field, "are the circumstances attending my engagement, which I felt might interest you. And now, Ethel, tell your story, if they'll listen." "Richard," said Ethel, "that is the story I was going to tell." End of Mother, by Owen Wister. Read by David Wales.
Poems in Prose by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Artist. One evening there came into his soul the desire to fashion an image of the pleasure that abideth for a moment. And he went forth into the world to look for bronze, for he could think only in bronze. But all the bronze of the whole world had disappeared, nor anywhere in the whole world was there any bronze to be found, save only the bronze of the image of the sorrow that endureth for ever. Now this image he had himself, and with his own hands, fashioned, and had set it on the tomb of the one thing he had loved in life. On the tomb of the dead thing he had most loved had he set this image of his own fashioning, that it might serve as a sign of the love of man that dieth not, and a symbol of the sorrow of man that endureth for ever. And in the whole world there was no other bronze, save the bronze of this image. And he took the image he had fashioned, and set it in a great furnace, and gave it to the fire. And out of the bronze of the image of the sorrow that endureth for ever, he fashioned an image of the pleasure that abideth for a moment. The doer of good. It was night time, and he was alone. And he saw afar off the walls of a round city, and went towards the city. And when he came near, he heard within the city the tread of the feet of joy, and the laughter of the mouth of gladness, and the loud noise of many lutes. And he knocked at the gate, and certain of the gatekeepers opened to him. And he beheld a house that was of marble, and had fair pillars of marble before it. The pillars were hung with garlands, and within and without there were torches of cedar. And he entered the house. And when he had passed through the hall of Chalcedony, and the hall of Jasper, and reached the long hall of feasting, he saw lying on a couch of sea purple one whose hair was crowned with red roses, and whose lips were red with wine. And he went behind him and touched him on the shoulder, and said to him, Why do you live like this? And the young man turned round, and recognized him, and made answer and said, But I was a leper once, and you healed me. How else should I live? And he passed out of the house, and went again into the street. And after a little while he saw one whose face and raiment were painted, and whose feet were shod with pearls. And behind her came, slowly as a hunter, a young man who wore a cloak of 2 colours. Now the face of the woman was as the fair face of an idol, and the eyes of the young man were bright with lust. And he followed swiftly, and touched the hand of the young man, and said to him, Why do you look at this woman, and in such wise? And the young man turned round, and recognized him, and said, But I was blind once, and you gave me sight. At what else should I look? And he ran forward, and touched the painted raiment of the woman, and said to her, Is there no other way in which to walk, save the way of sin? And the woman turned round and recognized him, and laughed, and said, But you forgave me my sins, and the way is a pleasant way. And he passed out of the city. And when he had passed out of the city, he saw seated by the roadside a young man who was weeping. And he went towards him, and touched the long locks of his hair, and said to him, Why are you weeping? And the young man looked up, and recognized him, and made answer, But I was dead once, and you raised me from the dead. What else should I do but weep? The Disciple. When Narcissus died, the pool of his pleasure changed from a cup of sweet waters into a cup of salt tears. And the Oreads came weeping through the woodland, that they might sing to the pool and give it comfort. And when they saw that the pool had changed from a cup of sweet waters into a cup of salt tears, they loosened the green tresses of their hair, and cried to the pool, and said, We do not wonder that you should mourn in this manner for Narcissus, so beautiful was he. But was Narcissus beautiful? said the pool. Who should know that better than you? answered the Oreads. Us did he ever pass by, but you he sought for, and would lie on your banks and look down at you, and in the mirror of your waters he would mirror his own beauty. And the pool answered, But I loved Narcissus, because as he lay on my banks and looked down at me, in the mirror of his eyes I saw ever my own beauty mirrored. The Master. Now, when the darkness came over the earth, Joseph of Arimathea, having lighted a torch of pine wood, passed down from the hill into the valley, for he had business in his own home. And kneeling on the flint stones of the valley of desolation, he saw a young man who was naked and weeping. His hair was the colour of honey, and his body was as a white flower. But he had wounded his body with thorns, and on his hair he had set ashes as a crown. And he who had great possessions said to the young man who was naked and weeping, I do not wonder that your sorrow is so great, for surely he was a just man. And the young man answered, It is not for him that I am weeping, but for myself. I too have changed water into wine, and I have healed the leper, and given sight to the blind. I have walked upon the waters, and from the dwellers in the tombs I have cast out devils. I have fed the hungry in the desert where there was no food, and I have raised the dead from their narrow houses, and at my bidding, and before a great multitude of people, a barren fig tree withered away. All things that this man has done, I have done also, and yet they have not crucified me. The House of Judgment. And there was silence in the house of judgment, and the man came naked before God. And God opened the book of the life of the man. And God said to the man, Thy life hath been evil, and thou hast shown cruelty to those who were in need of succour, and to those who lacked help thou hast been bitter and hard of heart. The poor called to thee, and thou didst not hearken, and thine ears were closed to the cry of my afflicted. The inheritance of the fatherless thou didst take unto thyself, and thou didst send the foxes into the vineyards of thy neighbour's field. Thou didst take the bread of the children, and give it to the dogs to eat. And my lepers, who live in the marshes, and were at peace, and praised me, thou didst drive forth unto the highways. And on mine earth, out of which I made thee, thou didst spill innocent blood. And the man made answer, and said, Even so did I. And again God opened the book of the life of the man. And God said to the man, Thy life hath been evil, and the beauty I have shown thou hast sought for, and the good I have hidden thou didst pass by. The walls of thy chamber were painted with images, and from the bed of thine abominations thou didst rise up to the sound of flutes. Thou didst build 7 altars to the sins I have suffered, and didst eat of the thing that may not be eaten. And the purple of thy raiment was broidered with the 3 signs of shame. Thine idols were neither of gold nor of silver that endure, but of flesh that dieth. Thou didst stain their hair with perfumes, and put pomegranates in their hands. Thou didst stain their feet with saffron, and spread carpets before them. With antimony didst thou stain their eyelids, and their bodies thou didst smear with myrrh. Thou didst bow thyself to the ground before them, and the thrones of thine idols were set in the sun. Thou didst show to the sun thy shame, and to the moon thy madness. And the man made answer and said, Even so did I. And a 3rd time God opened the book of the life of the man. And God said to the man, Evil hath been thy life, and with evil didst thou requite good, and with wrongdoing kindness. The hands that fed thee thou didst wound, and the breasts that gave thee suck thou didst despise. He who came to thee with water went away thirsting, and the outlawed men who hid thee in their tents at night thou didst betray before dawn. Thine enemy who spared thee thou didst snare in an ambush, and the friend who walked with thee thou didst sell for a price, and to those who brought thee love thou didst ever give lust in thy turn. And the man made answer and said, Even so did I. And God closed the book of the life of the man, and said, Surely I will send thee into hell, even into hell will I send thee. And the man cried out, Thou canst not. And God said to the man, Wherefore can I not send thee to hell, and for what reason? Because in hell have I always lived, answered the man. And there was silence in the house of judgment. And after a space God spake, and said to the man, Seeing that I may not send thee into hell, surely I will send thee unto heaven. Even unto heaven will I send thee. And the man cried out, Thou canst not. And God said to the man, Wherefore can I not send thee unto heaven, and for what reason? Because never, and in no place, have I been able to imagine it, answered the man. And there was silence in the house of judgment. The teacher of wisdom. From his childhood he had been as one filled with the perfect knowledge of God. And even while he was yet but a lad, many of the saints, as well as certain holy women who dwelt in the free city of his birth, had been stirred to much wonder by the grave wisdom of his answers. And when his parents had given him the robe and the ring of manhood, he kissed them and left them and went out into the world. that he might speak to the world about God. For there were at that time many in the world who either knew not God at all, or had but an incomplete knowledge of him, or worshipped the false gods who dwell in groves and have no care of their worshippers. And he set his face to the sun and journeyed, walking without sandals, as he had seen the saints walk, and carrying at his girdle a leathern wallet and a little water bottle of burnt clay. And as he walked along the highway, he was full of the joy that comes from the perfect knowledge of God, and he sang praises unto God without ceasing. And after a time he reached a strange land in which there were many cities. And he passed through 11 cities, and some of these cities were in valleys, and others were by the banks of great rivers, and others were set on hills. And in each city he found a disciple who loved him and followed him. And a great multitude also of people followed him from each city. And the knowledge of God spread in the whole land. And many of the rulers were converted, and the priests of the temples in which there were idols found that half of their gain was gone. And when they beat upon their drums at noon, none, or but a few, came with peacocks and with offerings of flesh, as had been the custom of the land before his coming. Yet the more the people followed him, and the greater the number of his disciples, the greater became his sorrow. And he knew not why his sorrow was so great. For he spake ever about God, and out of the fullness of that perfect knowledge of God, which God had himself given to him. And one evening he passed out of the 11th city, which was a city of Armenia, and his disciples and a great crowd of people followed after him. And he went up unto a mountain, and sat down on a rock that was on the mountain. And his disciples stood around him, and the multitude knelt in the valley. And he bowed his head on his hands and wept, and said to his soul, Why is it that I am full of sorrow and fear, and that each of my disciples is an enemy that walks in the noonday? And his soul answered him and said, God filled thee with the perfect knowledge of himself, and thou hast given this knowledge away to others. The pearl of great price thou hast divided, and the vesture without seam thou hast parted asunder. He who giveth away wisdom robbeth himself. He is as one who giveth his treasure to a robber. Is not God wiser than thou art? Who art thou to give away the secret that God hath told thee? I was rich once, and thou hast made me poor. Once I saw God, and now thou hast hidden him from me. And he wept again, for he knew that his soul spake truth to him, and that he had given to others the perfect knowledge of God, and that he was as one clinging to the skirts of God, and that his faith was leaving him by reason of the number of those who believed in him. And he said to himself, I will talk no more about God. He who giveth away wisdom robbeth himself. And after the space of some hours his disciples came near him, and bowed themselves to the ground, and said, Master, talk to us about God, for thou hast the perfect knowledge of God, and no man save thee hath this knowledge. And he answered them and said, I will talk to you about all other things that are in heaven and on earth, but about God I will not talk to you. Neither now nor at any time will I talk to you about God. And they were wroth with him, and said to him, Thou hast led us into the desert, that we might hearken to thee. Wilt thou send us away hungry, and the great multitude that thou hast made to follow thee? And he answered them and said, I will not talk to you about God. And the multitude murmured against him, and said to him, Thou hast led us into the desert, and hast given us no food to eat. Talk to us about God, and it will suffice us. But he answered them not a word, for he knew that if he spake to them about God, he would give away his treasure. And his disciples went away sadly, and the multitude of people returned to their own homes, and many died on the way. And when he was alone, he rose up and set his face to the moon, and journeyed for 7 moons, speaking to no man, nor making any answer. And when the 7th moon had waned, he reached that desert which is the desert of the great river. and having found a cavern in which a centaur had once dwelt, he took it for his place of dwelling, and made himself a mat of reeds on which to lie, and became a hermit. And every hour the hermit praised God that he had suffered him to keep some knowledge of him and of his wonderful greatness. Now one evening, as the hermit was seated before the cavern in which he had made his place of dwelling, he beheld a young man of evil and beautiful face, who passed by in mean apparel and with empty hands. Every evening with empty hands the young man passed by, and every morning he returned with his hands full of purple and pearls. For he was a robber, and robbed the caravans of the merchants. And the hermit looked at him and pitied him, but he spake not a word, for he knew that he who speaks a word loses his faith. And one morning, as the young man returned with his hands full of purple and pearls, he stopped and frowned, and stamped his foot upon the sand, and said to the hermit, "Why do you look at me ever in this manner as I pass by? What is it that I see in your eyes? For no man has looked at me before in this manner. And the thing is a thorn and a trouble to me." And the hermit answered him and said, "What you see in my eyes is pity. Pity is what looks out at you from my eyes." And the young man laughed with scorn, and cried to the hermit in a bitter voice, and said to him, "I have purple and pearls in my hands, and you have but a mat of reeds on which to lie. What pity should you have for me, and for what reason have you this pity?" "I have pity for you," said the hermit, "because you have no knowledge of God." "Is this knowledge of God a precious thing?" asked the young man, and he came close to the mouth of the cavern. "It is more precious than all the purple and the pearls of the world," answered the hermit. "And have you got it?" said the young robber, and he came closer still. "Once, indeed," answered the hermit, "I possessed the perfect knowledge of God. But in my foolishness I parted with it, and divided it amongst others. Yet even now is such knowledge that remains to me more precious than purple or pearls." And when the young robber heard this, he threw away the purple and pearls that he was bearing in his hands, and drawing a sharp sword of curved steel, he said to the hermit, "Give me forthwith this knowledge of God that you possess, or I will surely slay you. Wherefore should I not slay him who has a treasure greater than my treasure?" And the hermit spread out his arms and said, "Were it not better for me to go unto the uttermost courts of God and praise him, than to live in the world and have no knowledge of him? Slay me, if that be your desire, but I will not give away my knowledge of God." And the young robber knelt down and besought him, but the hermit would not talk to him about God, nor give him his treasure. And the young robber rose up and said to the hermit, "Be it as you will. As for myself, I will go to the city of the 7 sins, that is but 3 days' journey from this place, and for my purple they will give me pleasure, and for my pearls they will sell me joy." And he took up the purple and the pearls, and went swiftly away. And the hermit cried out, and followed him, and besought him. For the space of 3 days he followed the young robber on the road, and entreated him to return, nor to enter into the city of the 7 sins. And ever and anon the young robber looked back at the hermit, and called to him, and said, "Will you give me this knowledge of God, which is more precious than purple and pearls? If you will give me that, I will not enter the city." And ever did the hermit answer, "All things that I have I will give thee, save that one thing. For that thing is not lawful for me to give away." And in the twilight of the 3rd day they came nigh to the great scarlet gates of the city of the 7 sins. And from the city there came the sound of much laughter. And the young robber laughed in answer, and sought to knock at the gates. And as he did so, the hermit ran forward, and caught him by the skirts of his raiment, and said to him, "Stretch forth thy hands, and set your arms about my neck, and put your ear close to my lips, and I will give you what remains to me of the knowledge of God." And the young robber stopped. And when the hermit had given away his knowledge of God, he fell upon the ground and wept. and a great darkness hid from him the city and the young robber, so that he saw them no more. And as he lay there weeping, he was ware of one who was standing beside him, and he who was standing beside him had feet of brass, and hair like fine wool. And he raised the hermit up, and said to him, Before this time thou hadst the perfect knowledge of God. Now thou shalt have the perfect love of God. Wherefore art thou weeping? And he kissed him. End of Poems in Prose, by Oscar Wilde. Read by Noel Badrian.
The Sword of Welleran, by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Where the great plain of Tarfet runs up as the sea into estuaries among the Cyresian mountains, there stood long since the city of Merimna, well nigh among the shadows of the crags. I have never seen a city in the world so beautiful as Merimna seemed to me when first I dreamed of it. It was a marvel of spires and figures of bronze, and marble fountains, and trophies of fabulous wars, and broad streets given over wholly to the beautiful. Right through the centre of the city there went an avenue 50 strides in width, and along each side of it stood likenesses in bronze of the kings of all the countries that the people of Merimna had ever known. At the end of that avenue was a colossal chariot with 3 bronze horses, driven by the winged figure of Fame, and behind her in the chariot the huge form of Welleran, Merimna's ancient hero, standing with extended sword. So urgent was the mien and attitude of Fame, and so swift the pose of the horses, that you had sworn that the chariot was instantly upon you, and that its dust already veiled the faces of the kings. And in the city was a mighty hall, wherein were stored the trophies of Merimna's heroes. Sculptured it was and domed, the glory of the art of masons a long while dead. And on the summit of the dome the image of Rollory sat gazing across the Cyresian mountains towards the wide lands beyond, the lands that knew his sword. And beside Rollory, like an old nurse, the figure of Victory sat, hammering into a golden wreath of laurels for his head the crowns of fallen kings. Such was Merimna, a city of sculptured victories and warriors of bronze. Yet in the time of which I write, the art of war had been forgotten in Merimna, and the people almost slept. To and fro and up and down they would walk through the marble streets, gazing at memorials of the things achieved by their country's swords in the hands of those that long ago had loved Merimna well. Almost they slept, and dreamed of Welleran, Surenard, Mamalek, Rollory, Akanax, and young Irene. Of the lands beyond the mountains that lay all round about them they knew nothing, save that they were the theatre of the terrible deeds of Welleran that he had done with his sword. Long since these lands had fallen back into the possession of the nations that had been scourged by Merimna's armies. Nothing now remained to Merimna's men, save their inviolate city, and the glory of the remembrance of their ancient fame. At night they would place sentinels far out in the desert, but these always slept at their posts, dreaming of Rollory, and 3 times every night a guard would march around the city clad in purple, bearing lights and singing songs of Welleran. Always the guard went unarmed, but as the sound of their song went echoing across the plain towards the looming mountains, the desert robbers would hear the name of Welleran and steal away to their haunts. Often dawn would come across the plain, shimmering marvellously upon Merimna's spires, abashing all the stars, and find the guard still singing songs of Welleran, and would change the colour of their purple robes and pale the lights they bore. But the guard would go back, leaving the ramparts safe, and one by one the sentinels in the plain would awake from dreaming of Rollory and shuffle back into the city quite cold. Then something of the menace would pass away from the faces of the Cyresian mountains, that from the north and the west and the south lowered upon Merimna, and clear in the morning the statues and the pillars would arise in the old inviolate city. You would wonder that an unarmed guard and sentinels that slept could defend a city that was stored with all the glories of art, that was rich in gold and bronze, a haughty city that erst oppressed its neighbours, whose people had forgotten the art of war. Now this is the reason that, though all her other lands had long been taken from her, Merimna's city was safe. A strange thing was believed or feared by the fierce tribes beyond the mountains, and was credited among them, that at certain stations round Merimna's ramparts there still rode Welleran, Soranard, Mamalek, Rollory, Akanax, and young Iraine. Yet it was close on 100 years since Iraine, the youngest of Merimna's heroes, fought his last battle with the tribes. Sometimes indeed there arose among the tribes young men who doubted and said, "How may a man forever escape death?" But graver men answered them, "Hear us, ye whose wisdom has discerned so much, and discern for us how a man may escape death when 20 horsemen assail him with their swords, all of them sworn to kill him, and all of them sworn upon their country's gods, as often Welleran hath. Or discern for us how 2 men alone may enter a walled city by night and bring away from it that city's king, as did Suranard and Mamalek. Surely men that have escaped so many swords and so many sleety arrows shall escape the years and time." And the young men were humbled and became silent. Still the suspicion grew, and often when the sun set on the Cyresian mountains, men in Merimna discerned the forms of savage tribesmen black against the light peering towards the city. All knew in Merimna that the figures round the ramparts were only statues of stone. Yet even there a hope lingered among a few that some day their old heroes would come again, for certainly none had ever seen them die. Now it had been the wont of these 6 warriors of old, as each received his last wound and knew it to be mortal, to ride away to a certain deep ravine and cast his body in, as somewhere I've read great elephants do, hiding their bones away from lesser beasts. It was a ravine steep and narrow even at the ends, a great cleft into which no man could come by any path. There rode Welleran alone, panting hard, and there later rode Suranard and Mamalek, Mamalek with a mortal wound upon him, not to return. But Suranard was unwounded, and rode back alone from leaving his dear friend resting among the mighty bones of Welleran. And there rode Suranard when his day was come, with Rollory and Akanax, and Rollory rode in the middle, and Suranard and Akanax on either side. And the long ride was a hard and weary thing for Suranard and Akanax, for they both had mortal wounds. But the long ride was easy for Rollory, for he was dead. So the bones these 5 heroes whitened in an enemy's land, and very still they were, though they had troubled cities, and none knew where they lay, saving only Iraine, the young captain, who was but 25 when Mamalek Rollory, and Akanax rode away. And among them were strewn their saddles and their bridles, and all the accoutrements of their horses, lest any man should ever find them afterwards, and say in some foreign city, "Lo, the bridles or the saddles of Merimna's captains, taken in war!" But their beloved trusty horses they turned free. 40 years afterwards, in the hour of a great victory, his last wound came upon Iraine, and the wound was terrible and would not close, and Iraine was the last of the captains and rode away alone. It was a long way to the dark ravine, and Iraine feared that he would never come to the resting place of the old heroes, and he urged his horse on swiftly and clung to the saddle with his hands. And often as he rode he fell asleep and dreamed of earlier days, and of the times when he first rode forth to the great wars of Welleran, and of the time when Welleran first spake to him, and of the faces of Welleran's comrades, and they led charges in the battle. And ever as he awoke, a great longing arose in his soul as it hovered on his body's brink, a longing to lie among the bones of the old heroes. At last, when he saw the dark ravine making a scar across the plain, the soul of Iraine slipped out through his great wound and spread its wings, and pain departed from the poor hacked body, and, still urging his horse forward, Iraine died. But the old true horse cantered on, till suddenly he saw before him the dark ravine, and put his forefeet out on the very edge of it and stopped. And the body of Iraine came toppling forward over the right shoulder of the horse, and his bones mingle and rest as the years go by with the bones of Merimna's heroes. Now there was a little boy in Merimna named Rold. I saw him first, I, the dreamer, that sit before my fire asleep. I saw him first, as his mother led him through the great hall where stand the trophies of Merimna's heroes. He was 5 years old, and they stood before the great glass casket wherein lay the sword of Welleran. His mother said, "The sword of Welleran." And Rold said, "What would a man do with the sword of Welleran?" And his mother answered, "Men look at the sword and remember Welleran." And they went on and stood before the great red cloak of Welleran, and the child said, "Why did Welleran wear this great red cloak?" And his mother answered, "It was the way of Welleran." When Rold was a little older, he stole out of his mother's house quite in the middle of the night, when all the world was still, and Merimna asleep, dreaming of Welleran, Surinard, Mamalek, Rolleroy, Akanax, and young Iraine. And he went down to the ramparts to hear the purple guard go by singing of Welleran. And the purple guard came by with lights, all singing in the stillness, and dark shapes out in the desert turned and fled. And Rold went back again to his mother's house with a great yearning towards the name of Welleran, such as men feel for very holy things. And in time Rold grew to know the pathway all round the ramparts, the 6 equestrian statues that were there guarding Merimna still. These statues were not like other statues. They were so cunningly wrought of many-coloured marbles that none might be quite sure until very close that they were not living men. There was a horse of dappled marble, the horse of Akanax. The horse of Rollory was of alabaster, pure white. His armour was wrought out of a stone that shone. His horseman's cloak was made of a blue stone, very precious. He looked northwards. But the marble horse of Welleran was pure black, and there sat Welleran upon him, looking solemnly westwards. His horse it was whose cold neck Rold most loved to stroke. It was Welleran whom the watchers at sunset on the mountains the most clearly saw as they peered towards the city. And Rold loved the red nostrils of the great black horse, and his rider's jasper cloak. Now beyond the Cyresians the suspicion grew that Merimna's heroes were dead, and a plan was devised that a man should go by night and come close to the figures upon the ramparts and see whether they were Welleran, Soorenard, Mommolek, Rolleroy, Akanax, and young Iraine. And all were agreed upon the plan, and many names were mentioned of those who should go. And the plan matured for many years. It was during these years that watchers clustered often at sunset upon the mountains, but came no nearer. Finally, a better plan was made, and it was decided that 2 men who had been by chance condemned to death should be given a pardon if they went down into the plain by night and discovered whether or not Merimna's heroes lived. At first the 2 prisoners dared not go, but after a while one of them, Seejar, said to his companion, Sajar Ho, "See now, when the king's axeman smites a man upon the neck, that man dies." And the other said that this was so. Then said Seejar, "And even though Welleran smite a man with his sword, no more befalleth him than death." And Sajar Ho thought for a while. Presently he said, "Yet the eye of the king's axeman might err at the moment of his stroke, or his arm fail him. The eye of Welleran hath never erred, nor his arm failed. It were better to bide here." Then said Seejar, "Maybe that Welleran is dead, that some other holds his place upon the ramparts, or even a statue of stone." But Sajar Ho made answer, "How can Welleran be dead, when he even escaped from 200 horsemen with swords that were sworn to slay him, and all sworn by our country's gods?" And Seejar said, "This story his father told my grandfather concerning Welleran. On the day that the fight was lost in the plains of Kurlistan, he saw a dying horse near to the river, and the horse looked piteously towards the water, but could not reach it. And the father of my grandfather saw Welleran go down to the river's brink, and bring water from it with his own hand, and give it to the horse. Now we are in as sore a plight as was that horse, and as near to death. It may be that Welleran will pity us, while the king's axeman cannot, because of the commands of the king." Then said Sajar Ho, "Thou wast ever a cunning arguer. Thou broughtest us into this trouble with thy cunning and thy devices. We will see if thou canst bring us out of it. We will go." So news was brought to the king that the 2 prisoners would go down to Merimna. That evening the watchers led them to the mountain's edge, and Seejar and Sajar Ho went down towards the plain by the way of a deep ravine, and the watchers watched them go. Presently their figures were wholly hid in the dusk. Then night came up, huge and holy, out of vast marshes to the eastwards, and lowlands, and the sea. And the angels that watched over all men through the day closed their great eyes and slept. And the angels that watched over all men through the night awoke, and ruffled their deep blue feathers, and stood up and watched. But the plain became a thing of mystery, filled with fears. So the 2 spies went down the deep ravine, and coming to the plain, sped stealthily across it. Soon they came to the line of sentinels asleep upon the sand. And one stirred in his sleep, calling on Rollory, and a great dread seized upon the spies, and they whispered, "Rollory lives!" But they remembered the king's axeman, and went on. And next they came to the great bronze statue of Fear, carved by some sculptor of the old, glorious years, in the attitude of flight towards the mountains, calling to her children as she fled. And the children of Fear were carved in the likenesses of the armies of all the Trans-Cyresian tribes, their backs toward Merimna, flocking after Fear. And from where he sat on his horse, behind the ramparts, the sword of Welleran was stretched out over their heads, as ever it was wont. And the two spies kneeled down in the sand and kissed the huge bronze foot of the statue of Fear, saying, "O Fear, Fear!" And as they knelt, they saw lights far off along the ramparts, coming nearer, and heard men singing of Welleran. And the purple guard came nearer, and went by with their lights, and passed on into the distance round the ramparts, still singing of Welleran. And all the while the two spies clung to the foot of the statue, muttering, "Oh, Fear, Fear!" But when they could hear the name of Welleran no more, they arose and came to the ramparts, and climbed over them, and came at once upon the figure of Welleran, and they bowed low to the ground. And Seejar said, "O Welleran, we came to see whether thou didst yet live." And for a long while they waited with their faces to the earth. At last Seejar looked up towards Welleran's terrible sword, and it was still stretched out, pointing to the carved armies that followed after Fear. Seejar bowed to the ground again, and touched the horse's hoof, and it seemed cold to him. And he moved his hand higher and touched the leg of the horse, and it seemed quite cold. At last he touched Welleran's foot, and the armour on it seemed hard and stiff. Then, as Welleran moved not and spake not, Seejar climbed up at last, and touched his hand, the terrible hand of Welleran, and it was marble. And Seejar laughed aloud, and he and Sajar Ho sped down the empty pathway, and found Rolleroy, and he was marble too. And they climbed down over the ramparts, and went back across the plain, walking contemptuously past the figure of Fear, and heard the guard returning round the ramparts for the third time, singing of Welleran. And Seejar said, "Aye, you may sing of Welleran, but Welleran is dead, and a doom is on your city." They passed on, and found the sentinel still restless in the night, and calling on Rollery, and Sajar Ho muttered, "Aye, you may call on Rollery, but Rollery is dead, and naught can save your city." And the two spies went back alive to the mountains again, and as they reached them, the first ray of the sun came up red over the desert behind Merimna, and lit Merimna's spires. It was the hour when the purple guard were wont to go back into the city with their tapers pale and their robes of brighter colour, when the cold sentinels came shuffling in from dreaming in the desert. It was the hour when the desert robbers hid themselves away, going back to their mountain caves. It was the hour when gauze-winged insects are born that only live for a day. It was the hour when men die that are condemned to death. And in this hour a great peril, new and terrible, arose from Merimna, and Merimna knew it not. Then Seejar, turning, said, "See how red the dawn is, and how red the spires of Merimna. They are angry with Merimna in paradise, and they bode its doom." So the two spies went back and brought the news to their king. And for a few days the kings of those countries were gathering their armies together. And one evening the armies of 4 kings were massed together at the top of the deep ravine, all crouching below the summit, waiting for the sun to set. All wore resolute and fearless faces, yet inwardly every man was praying to his gods, unto each one in turn. Then the sun set. It was the hour when the bats and the dark creatures were abroad, and the lions come down from their lairs, and the desert robbers go into the plains again, and fevers rise up winged and hot out of chill marshes. And it was the hour when safety leaves the throne of kings, the hour when dynasties change. But in the desert the purple guard came swinging out of Merimna with their lights to sing of Welleran, and the sentinels lay down to sleep. Now into paradise no sorrow may ever come, but may only beat like rain against its crystal walls. Yet the souls of Merimna's heroes were half aware of some sorrow far away, as some sleeper feels that someone is chilled and cold, yet knows not in his sleep that it is he. And they fretted a little in their starry home. Then unseen there drifted earthward across the setting sun the souls of Welleran, Surinard, Momalek, Rolleroy, Akanax, and young Iraine. Already when they reached Merimna's ramparts it was just dark. Already the armies of the four kings had begun to move, jingling down the deep ravine. But when the 6 warriors saw their city again, so little changed after so many years, they looked towards her with a longing that was nearer to tears than any their souls had known before, crying to her, "Ah, Merimna, our city! Merimna, our walled city! How beautiful thou art with all thy spires, Merimna! For thee we left the earth, its kingdoms and little flowers. For thee we have come away for a while from paradise. 'Tis very difficult to draw away from the face of God. 'Tis like a warm fire, 'tis like deep sleep, 'tis like a great anthem. Yet there is a stillness all about it, a stillness full of lights. We have left paradise for a while, for thee, Merimna. Many women have we loved, Merimna, but only one city. Behold, now all the people dream, all our loved people. How beautiful are dreams! In dreams the dead may live, even the long dead and the very silent. Thy lights are all sunk low, they have all gone out. No sound is in thy streets. Hush! Thou art like a maiden that shutteth up her eyes and is asleep, that draweth her breath softly and is quite still, being at ease and untroubled. Behold now the battlements, the old battlements. Do men defend them still, as we defended them? They are worn a little, the battlements. And drifting nearer, they peered anxiously. It is not by the hand of man that they are worn, our battlements. Only the years have done it, and indomitable time. Thy battlements are like the girdle of a maiden, a girdle that is round about her. See now the dew upon them, they are like a jewelled girdle. Thou art in great danger, Merimna, because thou art so beautiful. Must thou perish tonight, because we no more defend thee? Because we cry out and none hear us, as the bruised lilies cry out and none have known their voices? Thus spake those strong-voiced, battle-ordering captains, calling to their dear city, and their voices came no louder than the whispers of little bats that drift across the twilight in the evening. And the purple guard came near, going round the ramparts for the first time in the night, and the old warriors called to them, "Merimna is in danger! Already her enemies gather in the darkness." But their voices were never heard, because they were only wandering ghosts. And the guard went by and passed unheeding away, still singing of Welleran. Then said Welleran to his comrades, "Our hands can hold swords no more. Our voices cannot be heard. We are stalwart men no longer. We are but dreams. let us go among dreams. Go all of you, and thou too, young Iraine, and trouble the dreams of all the men that sleep, and urge them to take the old swords of their grandsires that hang upon the walls, and to gather at the mouth of the ravine. And I will find a leader, and make him take my sword." And they passed up over the ramparts and into their dear city. And the wind blew about this way and that. As he went, the soul of Welleran, who had upon his day withstood the charges of tempestuous armies, and the souls of his comrades, and with them young Iraine, passed up into the city, and troubled the dreams of every man who slept. And to every man the souls said in their dreams, "It is hot and still in the city. Go out now into the desert, into the cool under the mountains, but take with thee the old sword that hangs upon the wall, for fear of the desert robbers." And the god of that city sent up a fever over it, and the fever brooded over it, and the streets were hot. And all that slept awoke from dreaming that it would be cool and pleasant, where the breezes came down the ravines out of the mountains. And they took the old swords that their grandsires had, according to their dreams, for fear of the desert robbers. And in and out of dreams passed the souls of Welleran's comrades, and with them young Iraine, in great haste as the night wore on. And one by one they troubled the dreams of all Merimna's men, and caused them to arise and go out armed, all save the purple guard, who, heedless of danger, sang of Welleran still, for waking men cannot hear the souls of the dead. But Welleran drifted over the roofs of the city, till he came to the form of Rold, lying fast asleep. Now Rold was grown strong, and was 18 years of age. He was fair of hair, and tall like Welleran. The soul of Welleran hovered over him, and went into his dreams as a butterfly flits through trellis work into a garden of flowers. And the soul of Welleran said to Rold in his dreams, "Thou wouldst go and see again the sword of Welleran, the great curved sword of Welleran. Thou wouldst go and look at it in the night, with the moonlight shining upon it." And the longing of Rold in his dreams to see the sword caused him to walk, still sleeping, from his mother's house to the hall wherein were the trophies of the heroes. The soul of Welleran, urging the dreams of Rold, caused him to pause before the great red cloak. There the soul said among the dreams, "Thou art cold in the night. Fling now a cloak round thee." And Rold drew round about him the huge red cloak of Welleran. Then Rold's dreams took him to the sword, and the soul said to the dreams, "Thou hast a longing to hold the sword of Welleran. Take up the sword in thy hand." But Rold said, "What should a man do with the sword of Welleran?" And the soul of the old captain said to the dreams, "It is a good sword to hold. Take up the sword of Welleran." But Rold, still sleeping and speaking aloud, said, "It is not lawful. None may touch the sword." And Rold turned to go. Then a great and terrible cry arose in the soul of Welleran, all the more bitter for that he could not utter it, and went round and round his soul, finding no utterance like a cry evoked long since by some murderous deed in some old haunted chamber that whispers through the ages, heard by none. The soul of Welleran cried out to the dreams of Rold, "Thy knees are tied. Thou art fallen in a marsh. Thou canst not move." And the dreams of Rold said to him, "Thy knees are tied. Thou art fallen in a marsh." And Rold stood still before the sword. and the soul of the warrior wailed among Rold's dreams as Rold stood before the sword. Welleran is crying for his sword, his wonderful curved sword. Poor Welleran that once fought for Merimna is crying for his sword in the night. Thou wouldst not keep Welleran without his beautiful sword when he is dead and cannot come for it. Poor Welleran who fought for Merimna. And Rold broke the glass casket with his hand and took the sword, the great curved sword of Welleran. The soul of the warrior said among Rold's dreams, Welleran is waiting in the deep ravine that runs into the mountains, crying for his sword. And Rold went down to the city and climbed over the ramparts and walked with his eyes wide open, but still sleeping, over the desert to the mountains. Already a great multitude of Merimna's citizens were gathered in the desert before the deep ravine with old swords in their hands. And Rold passed through them as he slept, holding the sword of Welleran. The people cried in amaze to one another as he passed, Rold hath the sword of Welleran. And Rold came to the mouth of the ravine, and there the voices of the people woke him. And Rold knew nothing that he had done in his sleep, and looked in amazement at the sword in his hand, and said, What art thou, thou beautiful thing? Lights shimmer in thee. Thou art restless. It is the sword of Welleran, the curved sword of Welleran. And Rold kissed the hilt of it, and it was salt upon his lips with the battle sweat of Welleran. And Rold said, What should a man do with the sword of Welleran? And all the people wondered at Rold as he sat there with the sword in his hand, muttering, What should a man do with the sword of Welleran? Presently there came to the ears of Rold the noise of a jingling up in the ravine, and all the people that knew not of war, heard the jingling coming nearer in the night, for the 4 armies were moving on Merimna, and not yet expecting an enemy. And Rold gripped upon the hilt of the great curved sword, and the sword seemed to lift a little. And a new thought came into the hearts of Merimna's people as they gripped their grandsires' swords. Nearer and nearer came the heedless armies of the 4 kings, and old ancestral memories began to arise in the minds of Merimna's people in the desert, with their swords in their hands, sitting behind Rold. And all the sentinels were awake, holding their spears. For Rollory had put their dreams to flight, Rollory that once could put to flight armies, and now was but a dream, struggling with other dreams. And now the armies had come very near. Suddenly Rold leaped up, crying, Welleran, and the sword of Welleran! The savage lusting sword that had thirsted for 100 years went up with the hand of Rold, and swept through a tribesman's ribs. And with the warm blood all about it there came a joy into the curved soul of that mighty sword, like to the joy of a swimmer coming up dripping out of warm seas, after living for long in a dry land. When they saw the red cloak and that terrible sword, a cry ran through all the tribal armies, Welleran lives! And there arose the sounds of the exulting of victorious men, and the panting of those that fled, and the sword singing softly to itself as it whirled dripping through the air. The last that I saw of the battle as it poured into the depth and darkness of the ravine was the sword of Welleran sweeping up and falling, gleaming blue in the moonlight whenever it arose, and afterwards gleaming red, and so disappearing into the darkness. But in the dawn Merimna's men came back, and the sun, arising to give new life to the world, shone instead upon the hideous things that the sword of Welleran had done. And Rold said, "O sword, sword, how horrible thou art! Thou art a terrible thing to have come among men. How many eyes shall look upon gardens no more because of thee? How many fields must go empty that might have been fair with cottages, white cottages with children all about them? How many valleys must go desolate that might have nursed warm hamlets, because thou hast slain long since the men that might have built them? I hear the wind crying against thee, thou sword. It comes from the empty valleys. It comes over the bare fields. There are children's voices in it. They were never born. Death brings an end to crying for those that had life once, but these must cry forever. O sword, sword, why did the gods send thee among men?" And the tears of Rold fell down upon the great sword, but could not wash it clean. And now that the ardour of battle had passed away, the spirits of Merimna's people began to gloom a little, like their leaders, with their fatigue, with the cold of the morning. And they looked at the sword of Welleran and Rold's hand and said, "Not any more, not any more forever will Welleran now return, for his sword is in the hand of another. Now we know indeed that he is dead. O Welleran, thou wast our sun and moon and all our stars. Now is the sun fallen down and the moon broken, and all the stars are scattered as the diamonds of a necklace that is snapped off one who is slain by violence." Thus wept the people of Merimna in the hour of their great victory, for men have strange moods, while beside them their old inviolate city slumbered safe. But back from the ramparts and beyond the mountains and over the lands that they had conquered of old, beyond the world and back again to paradise, went the souls of Welleran, Surinard, Mamalek, Rolleroy, Akanax, and young Iraine. End of The Sword of Welleran by Lord Dunsany. Read by Robert Smith.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Telltale Heart. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain. But once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see he would have been a very profound old man indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief, oh no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or, "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it, you cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot out from the crevice and full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And now have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber, and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end to these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentlemen welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room, and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted familiar things. But, ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observation of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting, and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose all over and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God! No, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by John Sindell.
To Build a Fire by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Day had broken cold and gray, exceedingly cold and gray, when the man turned aside from the main Yukon trail and climbed the high earth bank, where a dim and little-traveled trail led eastward through the fat spruce timberland. It was a steep bank, and he paused for breath at the top, excusing the act to himself by looking at his watch. It was 9 o'clock. There was no sun nor hint of sun, though there was not a cloud in the sky. It was a clear day, and yet there seemed an intangible pall over the face of things, a subtle gloom that made the day dark, and that was due to the absence of sun. This fact did not worry the man. He was used to the lack of sun. It had been days since he had seen the sun, and he knew that a few more days must pass before that cheerful orb, due south, would just peep above the skyline and dip immediately from view. The man flung a look back along the way he had come. The Yukon lay a mile wide and hidden under 3 feet of ice. On top of this ice were as many feet of snow. It was all pure white, rolling in gentle undulations where the ice jams of the freeze-up had formed. North and south, as far as the eye could see, it was unbroken white, save for a dark hairline that curved and twisted from around the spruce-covered island to the south, and that curved and twisted away into the north, where it disappeared behind another spruce-covered island. This dark hairline was the trail, the main trail, that led south 500 miles to the Chilkoot Pass, Dyea, and Saltwater, and that led north 70 miles to Dawson, and still on to the north 1,000 miles to Nulato, and finally to St. Michael on Bering Sea, 1,000 miles and 1,500 more. But all this, the mysterious far-reaching hairline trail, the absence of sun from the sky, the tremendous cold, and the strangeness and the weirdness of it all, made no impression on the man. It was not because he was long used to it. He was a newcomer in the land, a chechaquo, and this was his first winter. The trouble with him was that he was without imagination. He was quick and alert in the things of life, but only in the things, and not in the significances. 50 degrees below zero meant 80-odd degrees of frost. Such fact impressed him as being cold and uncomfortable, and that was all. It did not lead him to meditate upon his frailty as a creature of temperature, and upon man's frailty in general, able only to live within certain narrow limits of heat and cold, and from there on it did not lead him to the conjectural field of immortality and man's place in the universe. 50 degrees below zero stood for a bite of frost that hurt and that must be guarded against by the use of mittens, ear-flaps, warm moccasins, and thick socks. 50 degrees below zero was to him just precisely 50 degrees below zero. That there should be anything more to it than that was a thought that never entered his head. As he turned to go on, he spat speculatively. There was a sharp, explosive crackle that startled him. He spat again, and again, in the air, before it could fall to the snow, the spittle crackled. He knew that at 50 below spittle crackled on the snow, but this spittle had crackled in the air. Undoubtedly it was colder than 50 below. How much colder he did not know. But the temperature did not matter. He was bound for the old claim on the left fork of Henderson Creek, where the boys were already. They had come over across the divide from the Indian Creek country, while he had come the roundabout way to take a look at the possibilities of getting out logs in the spring from the islands in the Yukon. He would be in camp by 6 o'clock. A bit after dark, it was true, but the boys would be there, a fire would be going, and a hot supper would be ready. As for lunch, he pressed his hand against the protruding bundle under his jacket. It was also under his shirt, wrapped up in a handkerchief, and lying against the naked skin. It was the only way to keep the biscuits from freezing. He smiled agreeably to himself as he thought of those biscuits, each cut open and sopped in bacon grease, and each enclosing a generous slice of fried bacon. He plunged in among the big spruce trees. The trail was faint. A foot of snow had fallen since the last sled had passed over, and he was glad he was without a sled, traveling light. In fact, he carried nothing but the lunch wrapped in the handkerchief. He was surprised, however, at the cold. It certainly was cold, he concluded, as he rubbed his numbed nose and cheek-bones with his mittened hand. He was a warm-whiskered man, but the hair on his face did not protect the high cheek-bones and the eager nose that thrust itself aggressively into the frosty air. At the man's heels trotted a dog, a big native husky, the proper wolf-dog, grey-coated and without any visible or temperamental difference from its brother, the wild wolf. The animal was depressed by the tremendous cold. It knew that it was no time for travelling. Its instinct told it a truer tale than was told to the man by the man's judgment. In reality, it was not merely colder than 50 below zero. It was colder than 60 below, than 70 below. It was 75 below zero. Since the freezing point is 32 above zero, it meant that 107 degrees of frost obtained. The dog did not know anything about thermometers. Possibly in its brain there was no sharp consciousness of a condition of very cold, such as was in the man's brain. But the brute had its instinct. It experienced a vague but menacing apprehension that subdued it, and made it slink along at the man's heels, and that made it question eagerly every unwonted movement of the man, as if expecting him to go into camp, or to seek shelter somewhere and build a fire. The dog had learned fire, and it wanted fire, or else to burrow under the snow and cuddle its warmth away from the air. The frozen moisture of its breathing had settled on its fur in a fine powder of frost, and especially were its jowls, muzzle, and eyelashes whitened by its crystalled breath. The man's red beard and mustache were likewise frosted, but more solidly, the deposit taking the form of ice and increasing with every warm, moist breath he exhaled. Also, the man was chewing tobacco, and the muzzle of ice held his lips so rigidly that he was unable to clear his chin when he expelled the juice. The result was that a crystal beard of the colour and solidity of amber was increasing its length on his chin. If he fell down, it would shatter itself like glass into brittle fragments. But he did not mind the appendage. It was the penalty all tobacco chewers paid in that country, and he had been out before in 2 cold snaps. They had not been so cold as this, he knew, but by the spirit thermometer at 60 Mile he knew they had been registered at 50 below and at 55. He held on through the level stretch of woods for several miles, crossed a wide flat of niggerheads, and dropped down a bank to the frozen bed of a small stream. This was Henderson Creek, and he knew he was 10 miles from the forks. He looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. He was making 4 miles an hour, and he calculated that he would arrive at the forks at 12:30. He decided to celebrate that event by eating his lunch there. The dog dropped in again at his heels, with a tail-drooping discouragement, as the man swung along the creek bed. The furrow of the old sled-trail was plainly visible, but a dozen inches of snow covered the marks of the last runners. In a month no man had come up or down that silent creek. The man held steadily on. He was not much given to thinking, and just then particularly he had nothing to think about save that he would eat lunch at the forks, and that at 6 o'clock he would be in camp with the boys. There was nobody to talk to, and, had there been, speech would have been impossible because of the ice muzzle on his mouth. So he continued monotonously to chew tobacco and to increase the length of his amber beard. Once in a while the thought reiterated itself that it was very cold, and that he had never experienced such cold. As he walked along, he rubbed his cheek-bones and nose with the back of his mittened hand. He did this automatically, now and again changing hands. But rub as he would, the instant he stopped, his cheek-bones went numb, and the following instant the end of his nose went numb. He was sure to frost his cheeks. He knew that, and experienced a pang of regret that he had not devised a nose-strap of the sort Bud wore in cold snaps. Such a strap passed across the cheeks as well, and saved them. But it didn't matter much, after all. What were frosted cheeks? A bit painful, that was all. They were never serious. Empty as the man's mind was of thoughts, he was keenly observant, and he noticed the changes in the creek, the curves and bends and timber jams, and always he sharply noted where he placed his feet. Once, coming around a bend, he shied abruptly, like a startled horse, curved away from the place where he had been walking, and retreated several paces back along the trail. The creek he knew was frozen clear to the bottom. No creek could contain water in that Arctic winter. But he knew also that there were springs that bubbled out from the hillsides and ran along under the snow and on top the ice of the creek. He knew that the coldest snaps never froze those springs, and he knew likewise their danger. They were traps. They hid pools of water under the snow that might be 3 inches deep or 3 feet. Sometimes a skin of ice half an inch thick covered them, and in turn was covered by the snow. Sometimes there were alternate layers of water and ice skin, so that when one broke through, he kept on breaking through for a while, sometimes wetting himself to the waist. That was why he had shied in such panic. He had felt the give under his feet and heard the crackle of a snow-hidden ice skin. And to get his feet wet in such a temperature meant trouble and danger. At the very least it meant delay, for he would be forced to stop and build a fire, and under its protection to bare his feet while he dried his socks and moccasins. He stood and studied the creek bed and its banks, and decided that the flow of water came from the right. He reflected a while, rubbing his nose and cheeks, then skirted to the left, stepping gingerly and testing the footing for each step. Once clear of the danger, he took a fresh chew of tobacco and swung along at his 4-mile gait. In the course of the next 2 hours he came upon several similar traps. Usually the snow above the hidden pools had a sunken, candied appearance that advertised the danger. Once again, however, he had a close call, and once, suspecting danger, he compelled the dog to go on in front. The dog did not want to go. It hung back until the man shoved it forward, and then it went quickly across the white, unbroken surface. Suddenly it broke through, floundered to one side, and got away to firmer footing. It had wet its forefeet and legs, and almost immediately the water that clung to it turned to ice. It made quick efforts to lick the ice off its legs, then dropped down in the snow and began to bite out the ice that had formed between the toes. This was a matter of instinct. To permit the ice to remain would mean sore feet. It did not know this. It merely obeyed the mysterious prompting that arose from the deep crypts of its being. But the man knew, having achieved a judgment on the subject, and he removed the mitten from his right hand and helped tear out the ice particles. He did not expose his fingers more than a minute, and was astonished at the swift numbness that smote them. It certainly was cold. He pulled on the mitten hastily, and beat the hand savagely across his chest. At 12 o'clock the day was at its brightest, yet the sun was too far south on its winter journey to clear the horizon. The bulge of the earth intervened between it and Henderson Creek, where the man walked under a clear sky at noon, and cast no shadow. At 12:30, to the minute, he arrived at the forks of the creek. He was pleased at the speed he had made. If he kept it up, he would certainly be with the boys by 6. He unbuttoned his jacket and shirt and drew forth his lunch. The action consumed no more than a quarter of a minute, yet in that brief moment the numbness laid hold of the exposed fingers. He did not put the mitten on, but instead struck the fingers a dozen sharp smashes against his leg. Then he sat down on a snow-covered log to eat. The sting that followed upon the striking of his fingers against his leg ceased so quickly that he was startled. He had had no chance to take a bite of biscuit. He struck the fingers repeatedly and returned them to the mitten, baring the other hand for the purpose of eating. He tried to take a mouthful, but the ice muzzle prevented. He had forgotten to build a fire and thaw out. He chuckled at his foolishness, and as he chuckled he noted the numbness creeping into the exposed fingers. Also, he noted that the stinging which had first come to his toes when he sat down was already passing away. He wondered whether the toes were warm or numbed. He moved them inside the moccasins, and decided that they were numbed. He pulled the mitten on hurriedly and stood up. He was a bit frightened. He stamped up and down until the stinging returned into the feet. It certainly was cold, was his thought. That man from Sulphur Creek had spoken the truth when telling how cold it sometimes got in the country, and he had laughed at him at the time. That showed one must not be too sure of things. There was no mistake about it. It was cold. He strode up and down, stamping his feet and threshing his arms, until reassured by the returning warmth. Then he got out matches and proceeded to make a fire. From the undergrowth, where high water of the previous spring had lodged a supply of seasoned twigs, he got his firewood. Working carefully from a small beginning, he soon had a roaring fire, over which he thawed the ice from his face, and in the protection of which he ate his biscuits. For the moment the cold of space was outwitted. The dog took satisfaction in the fire, stretching out close enough for warmth and far enough away to escape being singed. When the man had finished, he filled his pipe and took his comfortable time over a smoke. Then he pulled on his mittens, settled the ear-flaps of his cap firmly about his ears, and took the creek trail up the left fork. The dog was disappointed and yearned back toward the fire. This man did not know cold. Possibly all the generations of his ancestry had been ignorant of cold, of real cold, of cold 107 degrees below freezing point. But the dog knew. All its ancestry knew, and it had inherited the knowledge. And it knew that it was not good to walk abroad in such fearful cold. It was the time to lie snug in a hole in the snow and wait for a curtain of cloud to be drawn across the face of outer space whence this cold came. On the other hand, there was keen intimacy between the dog and the man. The one was the toil-slave of the other, and the only caresses it had ever received were the caresses of the whiplash and of harsh and menacing throat sounds that threatened the whiplash. So the dog made no effort to communicate its apprehension to the man. It was not concerned in the welfare of the man. It was for its own sake that it yearned back toward the fire. But the man whistled and spoke to it with the sound of whiplashes, and the dog swung in at the man's heels and followed after. The man took a chew of tobacco and proceeded to start a new amber beard. Also, his moist breath quickly powdered with white his mustache, eyebrows, and lashes. There did not seem to be so many springs on the left fork of the Henderson, and for half an hour the man saw no signs of any. And then it happened. At a place where there were no signs, where the soft unbroken snow seemed to advertise solidity beneath, the man broke through. It was not deep. He wetted himself halfway to the knees before he floundered out to the firm crust. He was angry and cursed his luck aloud. He had hoped to get into camp with the boys at 6 o'clock, and this would delay him an hour, for he would have to build a fire and dry out his footgear. This was imperative at that low temperature, he knew that much, and he turned aside to the bank, which he climbed. On top, tangled in the underbrush about the trunks of several small spruce trees, was a high-water deposit of dry firewood, sticks and twigs principally, but also large portions of seasoned branches and fine, dry, last year's grasses. He threw down several large pieces on top of the snow. This served for a foundation and prevented the young flame from drowning itself in the snow it otherwise would melt. The flame he got by touching a match to a small shred of birch bark that he took from his pocket. This burned even more readily than paper. Placing it on the foundation, he fed the young flame with wisps of dry grass and with the tiniest dry twigs. He worked slowly and carefully, keenly aware of his danger. Gradually, as the flame grew stronger, he increased the size of the twigs which he fed it. He squatted in the snow, pulling the twigs out from their entanglement in the brush and feeding directly to the flame. He knew there must be no failure. When it is 75 below zero, a man must not fail in his first attempt to build a fire. That is, if his feet are wet. If his feet are dry and he fails, he can run along the trail for half a mile and restore his circulation. But the circulation of wet and freezing feet cannot be restored by running when it is 75 below. No matter how fast he runs, the wet feet will freeze the harder. All this the man knew. The old-timer on Sulphur Creek had told him about it the previous fall, and now he was appreciating the advice. Already all sensation had gone out of his feet. To build the fire he had been forced to remove his mittens, and the fingers had quickly gone numb. His pace of 4 miles an hour had kept his heart pumping blood to the surface of his body and to all the extremities, but the instant he stopped, the action of the pump eased down. The cold of space smote the unprotected tip of the planet, and he, being on that unprotected tip, received the full force of the blow. The blood of his body recoiled before it. The blood was alive, like the dog, and like the dog it wanted to hide away and cover itself up from the fearful cold. So long as he walked 4 miles an hour, he pumped that blood willy-nilly to the surface. But now it ebbed away and sank down into the recesses of his body. The extremities were the first to feel its absence. His wet feet froze the faster, and his exposed fingers numbed the faster, though they had not yet begun to freeze. Nose and cheeks were already freezing, while the skin of all his body chilled as it lost its blood. But he was safe. Toes and nose and cheeks would only be touched by the frost, for the fire was beginning to burn with strength. He was feeding it with twigs the size of his finger. In another minute he would be able to feed it with branches the size of his wrist, and then he would remove his wet foot-gear, and while it dried, he would keep his naked feet warm by the fire, rubbing them at first, of course, with snow. The fire was a success. He was safe. He remembered the advice of the old-timer on Sulphur Creek, and smiled. The old-timer had been very serious in laying down the law that no man must travel alone in the Klondike after 50 below. Well, here he was. He had had the accident, he was alone, and he had saved himself. Those old-timers were rather womanish, some of them, he thought. All a man had to do was keep his head, and he was all right. Any man who was a man could travel alone. But it was surprising, the rapidity with which his cheeks and nose were freezing, and he had not thought his fingers could go lifeless in so short a time. Lifeless they were, for he could scarcely make them move together to grip a twig, and they seemed remote from his body and from him. When he touched a twig he had to look and see whether or not he had hold of it. The wires were pretty well down between him and his finger ends. All of which counted for little. There was the fire, snapping and crackling and promising life with every dancing flame. He started to untie his moccasins. They were coated with ice. The thick German socks were like sheaths of iron halfway to the knees, and the moccasin strings were like rods of steel, all twisted and knotted as by some conflagration. For a moment he tugged with his numbed fingers. Then, realizing the folly of it, he drew his sheath-knife. But before he could cut the strings, it happened. It was his own fault, or rather his mistake. He should not have built the fire under the spruce tree. He should have built it in the open. But it had been easier to pull the twigs from the brush and drop them directly on the fire. Now, the tree under which he had done this carried a weight of snow on its boughs. No wind had blown for weeks, and each bough was fully freighted. Each time he had pulled a twig, he had communicated a slight agitation to the tree, an imperceptible agitation so far as he was concerned, but an agitation sufficient to bring about the disaster. High up in the tree, one bough capsized its load of snow. This fell on the boughs beneath, capsizing them. This process continued, spreading out and involving the whole tree. It grew like an avalanche, and it descended without warning upon the man and the fire was blotted out. Where it had burned was a mantle of fresh and disordered snow. The man was shocked. It was as though he had just heard his own sentence of death. For a moment he sat and stared at the spot where the fire had been. Then he grew very calm. Perhaps the old-timer on Sulphur Creek was right. If he had only had a trail-mate, he would have been in no danger now. The trail-mate could have built the fire. Well, it was up to him to build the fire over again, and this second time there must be no failure. Even if he succeeded, he would most likely lose some toes. His feet must be badly frozen by now, and there would be some time before the second fire was ready. Such were his thoughts, but he did not sit and think them. He was busy all the time they were passing through his mind. He made a new foundation for a fire, this time in the open, where no treacherous tree could blot it out. Next he gathered dry grasses and tiny twigs from the high-water flotsam. He could not bring his fingers together to pull them out, but he was able to gather them by the handful. In this way he got many rotten twigs and bits of green moss that were undesirable, but it was the best he could do. He worked methodically, even collecting an armful of the larger branches to be used later when the fire gathered strength. And all the while the dog sat and watched him, a certain yearning wistfulness in its eyes, for it looked upon him as the fire provider, and the fire was slow in coming. When all was ready, the man reached into his pocket for a second piece of birch bark. He knew the bark was there, and though he could not feel it with his fingers, he could hear its crisp rustling as he fumbled for it. Try as he would, he could not clutch hold of it, and all the time in his consciousness was the knowledge that at each instant his feet were freezing. This thought tended to put him in a panic, but he fought against it and kept calm. He pulled on his mittens with his teeth and thrashed his arms back and forth, beating his hands with all his might against his sides. He did this sitting down, and he stood up to do it, and all the while the dog sat in the snow, its wolf-brush of a tail curved around warmly over its forefeet, its sharp wolf-ears pricked forward intently as it watched the man. And the man, as he beat and threshed with his arms and legs, felt a great surge of envy as he regarded the creature that was warm and secure in its natural covering. After a time he was aware of the first far-away signals of sensation in his beaten fingers. The faint tingling grew stronger till it evolved into a stinging ache that was excruciating, but which the man hailed with satisfaction. He stripped the mitten from his right hand and fetched forth the birch bark. The exposed fingers were quickly going numb again. Next he brought out his bunch of sulphur matches, but the tremendous cold had already driven the life out of his fingers. In his effort to separate one match from the others, the whole bunch fell in the snow. He tried to pick it out of the snow, but failed. The dead fingers could neither touch nor clutch. He was very careful. He drove the thought of his freezing feet and nose and cheeks out of his mind, devoting his whole soul to the matches. He watched, using the sense of vision in place of that of touch, and when he saw his fingers on each side of the bunch, he closed them. That is, he willed to close them, for the wires were drawn and the fingers did not obey. He pulled the mitten on the right hand and beat it fiercely against his knee. Then, with both mittened hands, he scooped the bunch of matches, along with much snow, into his lap. Yet he was no better off. After some manipulation, he managed to get the bunch between the heels of his mittened hands. In this fashion he carried it to his mouth. The ice crackled and snapped when by a violent effort he opened his mouth. He drew the lower jaw in, curled the upper lip out of the way, and scraped the bunch with his upper teeth in order to separate a match. He succeeded in getting one, which he dropped on his lap. He was no better off. He could not pick it up. Then he devised a way. He picked it up in his teeth and scratched it on his leg. 20 times he scratched before he succeeded in lighting it. As it flamed, he held it with his teeth to the birch bark. But the burning brimstone went up his nostrils and into his lungs, causing him to cough spasmodically. The match fell into the snow and went out. The old-timer on Sulphur Creek was right, he thought in the moment of controlled despair that ensued. After 50 below, a man should travel with a partner. He beat his hands, but failed in exciting any sensation. Suddenly he bared both hands, removing the mittens with his teeth. He caught the whole bunch between the heels of his hands. His arm muscles, not being frozen, enabled him to press the hand-heels tightly against the matches. Then he scratched the bunch along his leg. It flared into flame, 70 sulphur matches at once. There was no wind to blow them out. He kept his head to one side to escape the strangling fumes, and held the blazing bunch to the birch bark. As he so held it, he became aware of sensation in his hand. His flesh was burning. He could smell it. Deep down below the surface he could feel it. The sensation developed into pain that grew acute, and still he endured it, holding the flame of the matches clumsily to the bark that would not light readily because his own burning hands were in the way, absorbing most of the flame. At last, when he could endure no more, he jerked his hands apart. The blazing matches fell sizzling into the snow, but the birch bark was alight. He began layering dry grasses and the tiniest twigs on the flame. He could not pick and choose, for he had to lift the fuel between the heels of his hands. Small pieces of rotten wood and green moss clung to the twigs, and he bit them off as well as he could with his teeth. He cherished the flame carefully and awkwardly. It meant life, and it must not perish. The withdrawal of blood from the surface of his body now made him begin to shiver, and he grew more awkward. A large piece of green moss fell squarely on the little fire. He tried to poke it out with his fingers, but his shivering frame made him poke too far, and he disrupted the nucleus of the little fire, the burning grasses and tiny twigs separating and scattering. He tried to poke them together again, but in spite of the tenseness of the effort, his shivering got away with him, and the twigs were hopelessly scattered. Each twig gushed a puff of smoke and went out. The fire-provider had failed. As he looked apathetically about him, his eyes chanced on the dog, sitting across the ruins of the fire from him in the snow, making restless, hunching movements, slightly lifting one forefoot and then the other, shifting its weight back and forth on them with wistful eagerness. The sight of the dog put a wild idea into his head. He remembered the tale of the man, caught in a blizzard, who killed a steer and crawled inside the carcass, and so was saved. He would kill the dog and bury his hands in the warm body until the numbness went out of them. Then he could build another fire. He spoke to the dog, calling it to him, but in his voice was a strange note of fear that frightened the animal, who had never known the man to speak in such way before. Something was the matter, and its suspicious nature sensed danger. It knew not what danger, but somewhere, somehow, in its brain arose an apprehension of the man. It flattened its ears down at the sound of the man's voice, and its restless hunching movements, and the liftings and shiftings of its forefeet became more pronounced, but it would not come to the man. He got on his hands and knees and crawled toward the dog. This unusual posture again excited suspicion, and the animal sidled mincingly away. The man sat up in the snow for a moment and struggled for calmness. Then he pulled on his mittens by means of his teeth and got upon his feet. He glanced down at first in order to assure himself that he was really standing up, for the absence of sensation in his feet left him unrelated to the earth. His erect position in itself started to drive the webs of suspicion from the dog's mind, and when he spoke peremptorily, with the sound of whip-lashes in his voice, the dog rendered its customary allegiance and came to him. As it came within reaching distance, the man lost his control. His arms flashed out to the dog, and he experienced general surprise when he discovered that his hands could not clutch, that there was neither bend nor feeling in the fingers. He had forgotten for the moment that they were frozen, and that they were freezing more and more. All this happened quickly, and before the animal could get away, he encircled its body with his arms. He sat down in the snow, and in this fashion held the dog, while it snarled and whined and struggled. But it was all he could do, hold its body encircled in his arms and sit there. He realized that he could not kill the dog. There was no way to do it. With his helpless hands he could neither draw nor hold his sheath-knife, nor throttle the animal. He released it, and it plunged wildly away, with tail between its legs and still snarling. It halted 40 feet away and surveyed him curiously, with ears sharply pricked forward. The man looked down at his hands in order to locate them, and found them hanging on the ends of his arms. It struck him as curious that one should have to use his eyes in order to find out where his hands were. He began threshing his arms back and forth, beating the mittened hands against his sides. He did this for 5 minutes, violently, and his heart pumped enough blood up to the surface to put a stop to his shivering. But no sensation was aroused in the hands. He had an impression that they hung like weights on the ends of his arms, but when he tried to run the impression down, he could not find it. A certain fear of death, dull and oppressive, came to him. This fear quickly became poignant as he realized that it was no longer a mere matter of freezing his fingers and toes, or of losing his hands and feet, but it was a matter of life and death, with the chances against him. This threw him into a panic, and he turned and ran up the creek bed along the old dim trail. The dog joined in behind and kept up with him. He ran blindly, without intention, in fear such as he had never known in his life. Slowly, as he plowed and floundered through the snow, he began to see things again, the banks of the creek, the old timber jams, the leafless aspens, and the sky. The running made him feel better. He did not shiver. Maybe, if he ran on, his feet would thaw out, and anyway, if he ran far enough, he would reach camp and the boys. Without doubt he would lose some fingers and toes, and some of his face, but the boys would take care of him and save the rest of him when he got there. And at the same time there was another thought in his mind that said he would never get to the camp and the boys, that it was too many miles away, that the freezing had too great a start on him, and that he would soon be stiff and dead. This thought he kept in the background and refused to consider. Sometimes it pushed itself forward and demanded to be heard, but he thrust it back and strove to think of other things. It struck him as curious that he could run at all on feet so frozen that he could not feel them when they struck the earth and took the weight of his body. He seemed to himself to skim along above the surface and to have no connection with the earth. Somewhere he had once seen a winged Mercury, and he wondered if Mercury felt as he felt when skimming over the earth. His theory of running until he reached camp and the boys had one flaw in it. He lacked the endurance. Several times he stumbled, and finally he tottered, crumpled up, and fell. When he tried to rise, he failed. He must sit and rest, he decided, and next time he would merely walk and keep on going. As he sat and regained his breath, he noted that he was feeling quite warm and comfortable. He was not shivering. It had even seemed that a warm glow had come to his chest and trunk. And yet, when he touched his nose or cheeks, there was no sensation. Running would not thaw them out, nor would it thaw out his hands and feet. Then the thought came to him that the frozen portions of his body must be extending. He tried to keep this thought down, to forget it, to think of something else. He was aware of the panicky feeling that it caused, and he was afraid of the panic. But the thought asserted itself and persisted until it produced a vision of his body totally frozen. This was too much, and he made another wild run along the trail. Once he slowed down to a walk, but the thought of the freezing extending itself made him run again. And all the time the dog ran with him, at his heels. When he fell down a second time, it curled its tail over its forefeet and sat in front of him, facing him, curiously eager and intent. The warmth and security of the animal angered him, and he cursed it till it flattened down its ears appeasingly. This time the shivering came more quickly upon the man. He was losing in his battle with the frost. It was creeping into his body from all sides. The thought of it drove him on, but he ran no more than 100 feet when he staggered and pitched headlong. It was his last panic. When he had recovered his breath and control, he sat up and entertained in his mind the conception of meeting death with dignity. However, the conception did not come to him in such terms. His idea of it was that he had been making a fool of himself, running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Such was the simile that occurred to him. Well, he was bound to freeze anyway, and he might as well take it decently. With his new-found peace of mind came the first glimmerings of drowsiness. A good idea, he thought, to sleep off to death. It was like taking an anesthetic. Freezing was not so bad as people thought. There were lots worse ways to die. He pictured the boys finding his body next day. Suddenly he found himself with them, coming along the trail and looking for himself. And, still with them, he came around a turn in the trail and found himself lying in the snow. He did not belong with himself any more, for even then he was out of himself, standing with the boys and looking at himself in the snow. It certainly was cold, was his thought. When he got back to the States, he could tell the folks what real cold was. He drifted on from this to a vision of the old-timer on Sulphur Creek. He could see him quite clearly, warm and comfortable, smoking a pipe. "You were right, old hoss, you were right," the man mumbled to the old-timer of Sulphur Creek. Then the man drowsed off into what seemed to him the most comfortable and satisfying sleep he had ever known. The dog sat facing him and waiting. The brief day drew to a close in a long, slow twilight. There were no signs of a fire to be made, and, besides, never in the dog's experience had it known a man to sit like that in the snow and make no fire. As the twilight drew on, its eager yearning for the fire mastered it, and with a great lifting and shifting of forefeet, it whined softly, then flattened its ears down in anticipation of being chidden by the man. But the man remained silent. Later the dog whined loudly, and still later it crept close to the man and caught the scent of death. This made the animal bristle and back away. A little longer it delayed, howling under the stars that leaped and danced and shone brightly in the cold sky. Then it turned and trotted up the trail in the direction of the camp it knew, where were the other food providers and fire providers. End of To Build a Fire by Jack London.
The Urge by Maryland Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. She is now a woman ageless because she is famous. She is surrounded by a swarm of lovers and possesses a great many beautiful things. She has more than one Ming jar in the library at her country place. Yards upon yards of Pois de Venise lace in her top bureau drawer. She is able to employ a very pleasant, wholesome woman whose sole duty is to keep her clothes in order. She wears superb clothes, the last word in richness and the elegance of perfection. Clothes that no man can declaim over, stimulating himself the while with shot after shot of that most insidious of all dope, self-pity. You see, she earns them all herself, along with the Ming jars, the Pois de Venise, the country place, and countless other things. She is the funniest woman in the world, not in her press agent's imagination, but in cold, sober fact. She can make anybody laugh. She does make everybody. Night after night, in the huge public theaters of the common people, in the small private ones of the commoner rich, in Greek amphitheaters where the laughter rolls away in thunderous waves to be echoed back by distant blue hills, in institutions for the blind, in convalescent wards, everywhere, every time, she makes them laugh. The day laborer, sodden and desperate from too much class legislation, the ego in his cosmos and the struggle for existence, the statesman, fearful of losing votes, rendered blue and depressed by the unruliness of nations and all the vast multitude of horrors that lie in between. All of these, all of them, she makes laugh. She is queen of the profession she has chosen, unusual for one of her sex. She is the funniest woman in the world. When she is at home, which is seldom, she has many visitors and strives, if possible, to see none of them. "You know, I entertain so much," she pleads in that vivid, whimsical way of hers that holds as much of sadness as mirth. But this time, it being so early in the afternoon, she was caught unawares. The girls, they were nothing but girls, 3 of them, found her out upon the lawn, sitting on a seat where the velvety green turf fell away in a steep hillside, and far beneath them they could see the river moving whitely beyond the trees. They halted there before her, happy but trembling, giggling but grave. They were gasping and incoherent, full of apologies and absurd tremors. It had taken their combined week's savings to bribe the gardener, and they only wanted to know one thing. How had she achieved all this fame and splendor? By what magic process had she become that rarest of all living creatures, the funniest woman in the world? It was an easy enough question to ask, and to them, hovering, twittering upon high heels, a trifle worn to one side, a simple one for her to answer. She looked at them in that humorous, kindly way of hers, looked at their silly, excited, made-up faces with noses sticking out stark like handles from a too heavy application of purplish-white powder. Then her glance travelled down the velvety green slope to the bright river glancing and leaping beyond the shady trees. Did she think of that other girl, sitting there with that strange smile upon her face, the smile that is neither mirth nor sadness, but a poignant, haunting compound of both? Did she remember her and the urge that had always been upon her, racking her like actual pain, driving her with a whip of scorpions, flaying her on and on with a far more vivid sense of suffering than the actual beatings laid on her by her mother's heavy hand? The thing that found articulation in the words, "I must be famous, I must." She belonged in the rear of a batch of a dozen and had never been properly named. The wind was blowing from the stockyards on the dark hour when she arrived. It penetrated even to the small, airless chamber where she struggled for her first breath, one of a flat in the poorest tenement in the worst slum in Chicago. Huddled in smelly rags by a hastily summoned neighbor from the floor above, the newcomer raised her untried voice in a frail, reedy cry. Perhaps she did not like the smell that oozed in around the tightly closed window to combat the foul odors of the airless room. Whatever it was, the protest availed her nothing, for the neighbor hurriedly departed, having been unwilling from the first, and the mother turned away and lay close against the stained, discolored wall, too apathetic, too utterly resigned to the fate life had meted out to her, to accord this most unwelcome baby further attention. This first moment of her life might easily serve as the history of her babyhood. Her father was also indifferent. He brought home his money and gave it to his wife. Children were strictly none of his business. Her brothers and sisters, each one busily and fiercely fending for himself, gave no attention to her small affairs. Tossed by the careless hand of fate into the dark sea of life to swim or perish, she awoke to consciousness with but one thought: food. One ruling passion: to get enough. And since, in her habitual half-starved state, all food looked superlatively good to her, cake was the first word she learned to speak. It formed her whole vocabulary for a surprisingly long time, and cake was the only name she was ever known by in her family circle, and on the street that to her ran on and on and on, as narrow and dirty, as crowded and as cruel as where it passed the great dilapidated old rookery that held the 4 dark rooms that she called home. Up to the age of 10 her life was sketchy, a passionate scramble for food. Beatings, tears, slumber, a swift transition from one childish ailment to another that kept her forever out of reach of the truant officer. She lay upon the floor in a little dark room, and through the window in the airless air shaft, high up in one corner, she could see a 3-cornered spot of light. At first she wondered what it was, since she lived in a tenement not under the sky. Then it resolved itself into a ball, white and luminous, that floated remote in that high place that seemed to draw her, and was somehow akin to the queer gnawing pain that developed about that time beneath her breastbone. It was all inarticulate, queer and confused. She did not think. She did not know how. She only felt that queer gnawing beneath her breastbone, distinct from all her other pains, and which she ascribed to hunger, and saw the lovely trembling globe of light. At first she felt it only when she was ill and lay on the tumbled floor bed and looked up through the dark window. Afterward, always in her dreams. After she passed her 10th birthday, the confusion within her seemed to settle as the queer pain increased, and she began to think, to wonder what it could be. A year or two later her father died, and as she was the only child over whom her mother could exercise any control, the report of her death was successfully impressed upon the truant officer, so that she might be put to work unhindered to help the family in its desperate scramble for food, a scramble in which she took part with vivid earnestness. She was hired to Maverick's to wash dishes. Maverick was a Greek and kept an open all-night chop house, a mean hole-in-the-wall 2 doors from the corner, where Cake's surpassing thinness made her invaluable at the sink. Also the scraps she carried home in her red water-puckered hands helped out materially. Then her mother took a boarder and rested in her endeavors, feeling she had performed all things well. This boarder was a man with a past, and he had left it pretty far behind, else he had never rented a room and meals from the mother of Cake. In this boarder, drink and debauchery had completely beaten out of shape what had once been a very noble figure of a man. His body was shrunken and trembling. The old ragged clothes he wore flapped about him like the vestments of a scarecrow. His cheeks had the bruised, congested look of the habitual drinker. His nose seemed a toadstool on his face, and his red eyes were almost vanished behind puffy, purple, pillow-like lids. His voice was husky and whispering, except when he raised it. Then it was surprisingly resonant and mellow, with something haunting in it, like the echo of a very moving sweetness. One night Cake, returning all weary and played out from dishwashing at Maverick's, heard him speaking in this loud voice of his, pushed the door open a crack, and peeked in. He was standing in the middle of the floor, evidently speaking what the child called to herself a piece. Her big mouth crooked derisively in the beginning of what is now her famous smile. The lodger went on speaking, being fairly well stimulated at the time, and presently Cake pushed the door wider and crept into the dry goods box, where her mother always kept a candle, and sat down. The lodger talked on and on while Cake sat rapt, the flickering candle in her hands throwing strange lights and shadows upon her gaunt face. How was she to know she was the last audience of one of the greatest Shakespearean actors the world had ever seen? It was a grave and wondering Cake that crept to her place to sleep that night between her 2 older sisters, and while they ramped against her and chewed and snorted in her ears, she listened all over again to that wonderful voice, and was awed by the color and beauty of the words that it had spoken. She slept, and saw before her the globe of light, trembling and luminous, the one bright thing of beauty her life had ever known, that seemed to draw her up from darkness slowly and with great suffering. Trembling and weeping, she awoke in the dawn, and the strange pain that had tortured her so much and that she had called hunger and sought to assuage with scraps from the plates that came to the sink at Maverick's became articulate at last. With her hands clasped hard against her breast, she found relief in words. "I gotta be somebody," sobbed the child. "I must be famous. I must." She arose to find life no longer a confused struggle for food, but a battle and a march. A battle to get through one day to march on to the next, And so on and on until in that long line of days that stretched out ahead of her like chambers waiting to be visited, she reached the one where rested fame, that trembling, luminous globe of beauty it was so vitally necessary for her to achieve. "How come he can talk like that?" she demanded of herself, musing on the lodger's wonderful exhibition over the greasy dishwater at Maverick's. And that night she asked him, prefacing her question with the offering of an almost perfect lamb chop. Only one piece had been cut from it since the purchaser, at that moment apprised by Maverick himself that the arrival of the police was imminent, had taken a hasty departure. "Who learned you to talk that way?" demanded Cake, licking a faint, faraway flavor of the chop from her long, thin fingers. The lodger, for a moment, had changed places with the candle. That is to say, he sat upon the dry goods box. The candle burned upon the floor. And having been most unfortunate that day, the lodger was tragically sober. He bit into the chop voraciously, like a dog, with his broken, discolored teeth. "A book learned me," he said, "and practice and experience, and something else." He broke off short. "They called it genius then," he said bitterly. Cake took a short step forward. That thing beneath her prominent breastbone pained her violently, forced her on to speak. "You learn me," she said. The lodger ceased to chew and stared, the chop bone uplifted in his dirty hand. A pupil for him. "You want to do this, perhaps," he began. "Pray do not mock me. I'm a very foolish, fond old man." The disreputable, swollen-faced lodger, with a nose like a poisoned toadstool, vanished. Cake saw an old, white-haired man, crazy and pitiful, yet bearing himself grandly. She gasped. The tears flew to her eyes, blinding her. The lodger laughed disagreeably. He was gnawing on the chop bone again. "I suppose you think because you've found me here it is likely I'll teach you. You starved alley cat," he snarled. Kate did not even blink. It is repetition that dulls, and she was utterly familiar with abuse. "And suppose I did learn you," he sneered. "What would you do with it?" "I would be famous," cried Cake. Then the lodger did laugh, looking at her with his head hanging down, his swollen face all creased and purple, his hair sticking up rough and unkempt. He laughed, sitting there a degraded, debauched ruin, looking down from the height of his memories upon the gaunt, unlovely child of the slums, who was rendered even more unlovely by the very courage that kept her waiting beside the broken door. "So you think I could learn you to be famous, eh?" Even the words of this gutter filth he sought to construe into something mattering to himself. Cake nodded. Really, she had not thought of it that way at all, and there was no thinking connected with her decision. The dumb hours she had spent staring up at the air shaft had resolved themselves with the passing years into a strange, numb will to do. There was the light, and she must reach it. Indeed, the thing there behind the narrow walls of her chest gave her no alternative. She did not think she wanted to be an actress. It was a long time after that before she even knew what an actress was. She did not know what the lodger had been. No, instinctively, groping and inarticulate, she recognized in him the rags and shreds of greatness, knew him to be a one-time dweller in that temple whither, willing or not, she was bound, to reach it or to die. The lodger looked down at the naked chop bone in his hand. The juicy broiled meat was comforting to his outraged stomach. Meat. The word stood out in his mind, to be instantly followed by that other word that, for him, had spelled ruin, made him a ragged panhandler, reduced him to living among the poorest and most hopeless. Drink. He raised his head and eyed Cake with crafty calculation. "What will you pay me for such teaching?" he demanded, and looked down again at the bone. What he did in the end, Cake herself was satisfied, came to him afterward. At first he was actuated only by the desire to procure food and drink, more especially the drink, at the cost of the least possible effort to himself. Cake saw the look, and she knew. She even smiled a little in the greatness of her relief. She saw she had been right to bring the chop, and appreciated that her progress along the road to fame would be as slow or fast as she could procure food for him in lesser or larger quantities. "I'll bring you eats," she said cunningly. "From Maverick's," she added, by which she meant the eats would be has-is, distinctly second class, quite possibly third. The lodger nodded. "And booze," he put in, watching her face. Booze," Cake assented. So the bargain was struck in a way that worked the most cruel hardship on the girl. Food she could steal, and did, blithely enough, since she had no monitor but the lure of brightness and that thing within her breast that hotly justified the theft and only urged her on. But booze was a very different proposition. It was impossible to steal booze, even a little. To secure booze she was forced to offer money. Now what money Cake earned at Maverick's her mother snatched from her hand before she was well within the door. If she held out even a dime she got a beating, and Cake's mother, in the later years of her life, besides being a clever evader of the police and the truant officer, developed into a beater of parts. Broken food the child offered in abundance and piteous hope, but the lodger was brutally indifferent. "Food," he scoffed. "Why, it says in the Bible." "You never heard of the Bible, hey?" Cake shook her tangled head. "No? Well, it's quite a book," commented the lodger. He had been fortunate that day and was, for him, fairly intoxicated. "And it says right in there, and some consider that book an authority, man cannot live by food alone. Drink. I drink when I have occasion, and sometimes when I have no occasion. Don't you know what drink is, alley cat? Very well, then. Wine is wont to show the mind of man, and you won't see mine until you bring me booze. Get out!" And Cake got out. Also, being well versed in a very horrid wisdom, she took the food with her. This was hardly what the lodger had expected, and I think what respect he was capable of sprouted for her then. Behind a screen of barrels in the corner of the alley, Cake ate the broken meats herself, taking what comfort she could, and pondering the while the awful problem of securing the booze, since she must be taught, and since the lodger moved in her sphere as the only available teacher. There was a rush up the alley past her hiding place, a shout, and the savage thud of blows. Very cautiously, as became one wise in the ways of that place, Cake peered around a barrel. She saw Red Dan, who sold papers in front of Giardooli's place, thoroughly punishing another and much larger boy. The bigger boy was crying. "Anybody can sell papers," shouted Red Dan, pounding the information home bloodily. "You hear me? Anybody!" Cake crept out of her hiding place on the opposite side. She did not care what happened to the bigger boy, though she respected Red Dan the more. She knew where the money was going to come from to buy the lodger's booze. It meant longer hours for her. It meant care, to work only out of school hours. It meant harder knocks than even she had experienced. It meant a fatigue there were no words to describe even among the beautiful, wonderful, colorful ones the lodger taught her. But she sold the papers and she purchased the booze. Her mother did not know where she spent this extra time. She did not care, since the money came in from Maverick steadily each week. Neither did the lodger care how the booze was procured. The big thing to him was that it came. At first these lessons were fun for him. The big, gawky, half-starved, overworked child, seeing so vividly in pictures all that he told her in words. Full-fed on the scraps from Mavericks, he was no longer fastidious, well stimulated by the drink she bought. He took an ugly sort of degraded pleasure in posturing before her, acting as he alone could act, those most wonderful of all plays, watching with hateful, sardonic amusement the light and shadow of emotion upon her dirty face. Oh, he was a magician, no doubt at all of that, past master in the rare art of a true genius, that of producing illusion. And then he would make Cake try, rave at her, curse her, strike her, kill himself laughing, drink some more, and put her at it again. Night after night, almost comatose with the fatigue of a day that began while it was still dark, she carried a heaped-up plate and a full bottle to the lodger's room and sat down upon the dry goods box with the candle beside her on the floor. And having thus secured her welcome, night after night she walked with him among the greatest of all throngs of soldiers and lovers, kings and cardinals, queens, prostitutes and thieves. If the liquor was short in the bottle a dime's worth, the lesson was curtailed. At first Cake tried to coax him. Come on, you're Romeo on the street in Mantua. But the lodger was never so drunk that he made the slightest concession. Yes, I'm Romeo, all right. The lads there never fear gutter snipe. But the bottle is not full. After that she never attempted to change his ruling. She was letter perfect in the bitter lesson, and if the sale of papers did not bring in enough to fill the bottle, she accepted the hard fact with the calm of great determination, and did not go near the lodger's room, but went to bed instead. Perhaps it was these rare occasions of rest that kept her alive. After the lodger had been teaching her for several years, her mother died and was buried in the potter's field. Cake managed to keep 2 rooms of the wretched flat, and no word of his landlady's demise reached the lodger's drink-dulled ears. Otherwise, Cake feared he might depart, taking with him her one big chance to reach the light. You see, she did not know the lodger. Things might have been different if she had. But he was never a human being to her, even after she knew the truth. Only a symbol, a means to the great end. Her brothers went away, to the penitentiary and other places. One by one the flood of life caught her sisters and swept them out. She did not know to what. She never even wondered. She had not been taught to care. She had never been taught anything. The knowledge that she must be famous danced through her dreams like a will-o'-the-wisp, had grown within her in the shape of a great pain that never ceased, only eased a little as she strove mightily toward the goal. So she still sold papers, a homely, gawky, long-legged girl in ragged clothes much too small for her. enslaved at Maverick's for the lodger's nightly dole that he might teach her and she be famous. At first he was keen on the meat and drink, more especially the drink. Later, gradually, a change came over him. Only Cake did not notice this change. She was too set on being taught so she could become famous. At first, the lodger was all oaths and blows, with shouts of fierce, derisive laughter intermingled. "My God," he would cry, "if Noyes could only see this, if he only could!" This Noyes, it appeared, was a man he furiously despised. When he was in the third stage of drunkenness he would never teach Cake, but would only abuse his enemies, and this Noyes inevitably came in for a fearful shower of epithets. It was he, as Cake heard it, sitting huddled on the dry goods box, the candle casting strange shadows into her gaunt, unchildlike face, who was the cause of the lodger's downfall. But for Noyes, with a blasting array of curses before the name, he would now have what Cake so ardently strove for, fame. But for Noyes he would be acting in his own theatre, riding in his own limousine, wearing his own diamonds, entertaining his own friends upon his own gold plate. When he was still too sober to take a really vital interest in the teaching, he was a misanthrope, bitter and brutal, with an astonishing command of the most terrible words. At these times he made the gravest charges against Noyes, charges for which the man should be made accountable, even to such a one as the lodger. One evening Cake sat watching him, waiting for this mood to pass so that the teaching might begin. "If I was youse," she said at last, "and hated a guy like youse do this Noyes, I'd fetch him an insult that'd get under his skin right. I'd make evens with him. I would. Not just talk about it." "Oh, you would," remarked the lodger. He took a long pull at the bottle. "You be Queen Catherine, you alley cat." So the nightly teaching began with the usual accompaniment of curses, blows, and shouts of brutal laughter. But when it was over, and the lodger was sinking to the third stage that came inevitably with the bottom of the bottle, he kept looking at his pupil queerly. "Oh, you would. Oh, you would you?" He said it over and over again. "Oh, you would you?" And after that he was changed by the leaven of hate her suggestion had started working in him. For one thing, he took a far greater interest in the teaching for its own sake. Of that much the girl herself was thankfully aware. And she thought, Cake did, that the dull husk of self was wearing away from that part of her destined to be famous. Wearing away at last. The lodger's curses changed in tone as the nights filed past. The blows diminished. The laughter became far more frequent. Cake, as rapidly reaching the end of her girlhood as the lodger was nearing the limits of his drink-sapped strength, redoubled her efforts. It was very plain to her that he could not live much longer. Death in delirium tremens was inevitable. After that, she decided, school would not keep, and she must try her fortune. Then one night in the midst of the potion scene, when she felt herself Juliet, soft, passionate, and beautiful, far away in the land of tragic romance, she heard the lodger crying, "Stop! My God, stop! How do you get that way? Don't you know there's a limit to human endurance, alley cat?" He was fairly toppling from the dry goods box. His eyes were popping from his head, and in the flickering candlelight his face looked strained and queer. In after life she became very familiar with that expression. She saw it on all types of faces. In fact, She came to expect to see it there. But she did not know how to analyze it then. She glimpsed it only as a tribute to her performance, so immense that she had to be halted in the middle, and felt correspondingly elated. She was exactly right in her deduction. But Cake and the lodger advanced along very different lines of thought. The next night he was shaky, came all too quickly to the teaching period, and left it as speedily. Then he retired to the flock mattress in the corner of the room and called Cake to bring the candle. "I've an idea I'm going to leave you, Guttersnipe," he said, "and I doubt if I ever see you again. The end of life cancels all bonds. And the one that bound you to me, Alley Cat, was very material indeed. The kind that runs easily in and out of a black bottle." He laughed. "You Shakespearean actress!" He laughed again, longer this time. "But I have not forgotten you," he resumed. "In addition to all that I have taught you, I'm going to leave you something. Here." He fumbled out a square envelope, and Cake took it between her hands. "Take that to the address written on it," said the lodger, "and see what the gentleman does." He began to laugh again. "Noyes!" he cried, and broke off to curse feebly but volubly. Cake did not even glance in his direction. She went away out of the room, too utterly stunned with fatigue to look at the letter in her dingy hand. The next morning the lodger was dead. He was buried in the potter's field quite near his old landlady. This second funeral, such as it was, closed the shelter that Cake, for want of a more fitting name, had called home. She decided to put all her years of bitterly acquired learning to the test, and as she best knew what she had bought and paid for it, she felt she could not fail. She unfolded from a scrap of newspaper the envelope presented her by the lodger and carefully studied the address. Cake could both read and write, having acquired these arts from a waiter at Maverick's, who also helped her steal the broken meats with which she secured her artistic education. And watching the steady disappearance of the food, this waiter marveled that she got no fatter as she grew upward, hovering about in hope of becoming her lover, if she ever did. But even if that miracle had ever been accomplished, the helpful waiter would still have waited. Cake's conception of a real lady was Queen Catherine. Cleopatra, her dream of a dangerous, fascinating one. And what chance in the world for either with a waiter? Cake read the name and address upon the envelope freely, as the hopeful breadcaster had taught her. Arthur Payson Noyes, National Theatre. With the simplicity and dispatch that characterized her, she went to that place. To the man reposing somnolently in the broken old chair beside the door, she said she had a letter for Mr. Noyes. The doorkeeper saw it was a large, swanking envelope with very polite writing. He straightened up in the chair long enough to pass her in, and then slumped down again. Cake found herself in a queer barn-like place, half room and half hallway, feebly illumined by a single electric bulb suspended above the door. Very composedly she looked about her. If Mr. Arthur Noyes lived in this place, he was one of her own kind, and there was no need for any palpitation on her part. Anyway, she was looking solely for her chance to become famous, and she brought to this second stage of her search the same indifference to externals, the same calm, unfaltering courage as she had to the first. "Now then," said a voice briskly, "say what you want. We have not advertised for any extra people. At least not this year." A short, stout man emerged from the shadows. He was very blond, with his hair cut snapper, and his pale eyes popped perpetual astonishment. She returned his look steadily and well. She knew she was born to be famous, and fame has a certain beauty of dignity utterly lacking in mere success. "I am not an extra person," she replied. "I have come to see Mr. Noyes," and he displayed once more the large square envelope, her legacy from the lodger. The knife with which she proposed to shuck from its rough shell that oyster, the world. The man looked even more astonished, if the thing could have been accomplished, and regarded her keenly, stared. "Come this way," he said. Cake followed him up a long, narrow passage that turned off to the right, down 5 steps, across a narrow entry, up 3 more steps. Although it seems quite silly, she never in her life forgot the odd number of those worn steps, and halted before a closed door. On this the fat man knocked once and opened immediately without waiting. "Someone I think you'll see," he said, standing between Cake and the interior. There came to her a murmur over his chunky shoulder. "She has a letter from—" The fat man dropped his voice and mumbled. "Positive," he said aloud. After a pause, broken only by the vague murmur within the room, "I'd know his fist anywhere. Yes." And then he pushed the door open wide, stood aside, and looked at Cake. "Walk in," he said. She did so, beautifully. Poems have been written about her walk. 2 kinds. The room she entered was square, with concrete floor and rough walls. But Cake did not notice the room for 3 reasons: the rug on the floor, 4 pictures on the walls, and the man who looked at her as she entered. They gazed at each other, Cake and this man, with sudden, intense concentration. He was a genius in his line, she as surely one in hers. And instinctively to that strange bright flame each rendered instant homage. What he saw he described long afterward, when a million voices were vociferously raised in a million different descriptions. What she saw she likened in her mind to a dark sheath from which a sword flashed gloriously. That sword was his soul. "He says your name is Plain Cake. Is that true?" He referred to the lodger's letter held open in his hand, and by that she knew he was Arthur Noyes. And great. That last she had not needed any telling. "Yes," she replied. "He says you are the right Shakespearean actress for me." Noyes referred to the letter again. "Do you know Shakespeare?" "All the way," said Cake. It was not quite the answer Queen Catherine might have made, perhaps, but her manner was perfect. "Come here." He pointed to the center of the rapturous rug. "And do the potion scene for me." Cake stepped forward. "Perhaps you have been so fortunate as to see her. If so, you know that to step forward is her only preparation." She was poised. She was gone. And then suddenly she heard the lodger's voice crying, "Stop! My God, stop! How do you get that way? Don't you know there's a limit to human endurance, alley cat?" She broke off, staring confusedly into space, just the height of his debauched old figure crouching on the dry goods box. Then, with swift realization of her surroundings, her vision cleared. It was the fat man in the checked suit she saw leaning helplessly against the closed door. His jaw sagged. His eyes were frightfully popped. His face wore the same strained, queer look she had come to see so often on the lodgers, and he made weak little flapping gestures with his hands. Cake looked then at Arthur Noyes. His face was white as the letter in his hand. His dark eyes were dilated with a look of dreadful suffering, the numb, unconscious reaction of one who has received a mortal blow. "Come here, Crum," he cried, as if there was no one else in the room, and Crum fairly tottered forward. "What do you make of this?" asked Noyes, while Cake stood and listened. I stammered Crum exhaustedly. "My God," he groaned, "it's too much for me. And training." "Oh, trained," Cake heard Noyes say. "Such training as only he could give. Years of it, that's plain. And then to send her to me, a Shakespearean actress, for me, to insult me like that." "It's too much for me, boss," said Crum again, still. Oh, my." His back was turned, but Cake saw his whole body shake. "Telephone Meyer," exclaimed Noyes suddenly. "Meyer?" Crum became immediately composed, and Cake saw that he was tremendously surprised. "You don't mean that you're going to after this?" "Why, she's in the know. Look at her. It's perfect." And they both turned and looked at Cake, standing unconscious and serene on the other side of the room. You who have seen her know just how perfect the pose was. "It is perfect," Noyes said. "I'd be a pretty poor sport if I did not acknowledge that." And then his voice dropped, and Cake only caught snatches here and there. "Such genius. Once in a century. Get even with him in a way he least expects. Wipe off the slate entirely. No come back to my play. Let him see that for himself. Call Meyer." And then he turned to Cake. "Sit down, please," he said courteously. "I have sent for a man who may give you an engagement." She returned his gaze so quietly that he was puzzled. About her was neither nervous anticipation nor flighty vivacity. The actions of her audience of two left her incurious and calm. You see, she was used to the lodger. Also, she had worked to be famous so long that all the flowery borders of self were worn down to the keen edge of doing. Of plain Cake she thought not at all. But then she never had. Only of the light at the end of the passage that now loomed so bright to her watching eyes. It seemed only a minute before Noyes spoke again. "This is Mr. Meyer." He regarded her shrewdly all the time. Cake bowed to Mr. Meyer, a fat, gaudy gentleman with thick, hairy hands. And Mr. Meyer looked at Noyes and shook his head. She realized they had already been talking together. "Never before," Mr. Meyer said. "If you will repeat the potion scene," Arthur Noyes suggested. "This time I trust you will not be interrupted," he added politely. And Cake stepped once more into that rich orgy of emotion. This time, though dimly aware of noise and a confusion of shouting, she carried the scene through to the end. "Romeo, I come. This do I drink to thee." And she lay for a moment where she had fallen, close to the heavenly colors of the rug. "Good God!" gasped Mr. Meyer, and Cake sat up. She saw he was rather collapsed upon a chair near which he had been standing up when she began. His fat face was purple, and tears stood in his eyes. But Arthur Noyes had not changed. White, with that look of mortal hurt, he still stood straight and slim against the table. "You cannot offer her less than 200 a week to begin," he said, with the same air of being alone with Mr. Meyer. "No, no," sighed Mr. Meyer, wiping his eyes. He rose and bowed to Cake with the queerest respect, still wiping his eyes with the back of his thick, hairy hands. It was a striking commentary upon her years of training that both these men, successful from long and hard experience, paid her the compliment of thinking her an old hand at the game. "Mine is the Imperial Theatre, miss," said Meyer. "You should be there tonight by 7 o'clock. It ain't necessary we should rehearse." "No, oh, no, 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 no. And now perhaps," he looked her up and down oddly, "perhaps I can take you to your hotel?" Kate looked him back, serene in her belief in what the lodger had taught her. "I'll be there at 7," she said. "No, thank you." She walked out and across into a small park where she sat until the appointed time. Then she went to the stage entrance of the Imperial Theatre, presented the card Mr. Meyer had given her, and entered. Once inside, she was taken to a dressing room by a fat, comfortable, middle-aged woman who seemed to be waiting for her. After a very short and, to Kate, tranquil period, Mr. Meyer bustled in. "Of course, miss, you know this is a review," he explained, rubbing his hands with a deference that Kate shed utterly because she did not know it was there. She nodded, accepting his statement. "We make 'em laugh here," said Mr. Meyer. Again Kate nodded. She knew exactly as much about the show as she did before. "You close the second act. It's the best place for you. Leafy here will help you dress." Kate sat still while Leafy dressed her, very hushed and still. The light blazed so near after all these hard, lean years of pursuit, years in which the little affairs of life, like the business of growing from a child to a woman, had simply passed her by. Of that urge to be famous she was even more burningly aware. Herself she did not know at all. Mr. Meyer came and took her by the hand. His fat face was pale and sweating. He seemed almost awestruck by Kate's calm. He drew her out of the dressing room and through a crowd of people, men and women with painted faces, some beautifully, some extravagantly and strangely dressed. They all stared. One woman shook her head. A man said, "Search me, I never saw her before." Then Mr. Meyer thrust her out into the face of a bright light. "Begin," he said hoarsely. "Walk over there and begin." Quietly Cake obeyed. She had walked right into the bright light that had drawn her so hard and so long. Of course it was time for her to begin. And with this bright light in her face, which soon became to her the candle in that dark room left so far behind, she fared away to the magic land of beautiful make-believe. And only when Juliet, that precocious child, sank down poisoned, did she become aware of the uproar about her, the shouts of the lodger. "Stop! My God, stop! How do you get that way?" Augmented 1,000,000 times. It was this she heard. Slowly Cake lifted herself on her hands. Dazedly she peered through the heart of the great light that had caused her such suffering and that she had followed faithfully so bitterly long. On the other side she saw faces, rows and rows of them, mounting up to the very roof. Faces laughing, faces convulsed, streaming with tears, faces with eyes fixed and wearing that same queer, strained look she had noticed before. Hundreds of faces, topping each other over in semicircular rows, all different but all alike, and yet they were all laughing. She rose to her knees and rested there on all fours, staring. Laughter, a great clapping of hands, rolled about her like thunder, dying down and rising again to even greater volume. Cries of "Go on!" assailed her ears, mingled with "Stop! Stop! I can't bear it!" The curtain fell before her, blotting out the vision of those faces, making the uproar slightly dimmer. Mr. Meyer advanced and lifted her to her feet. He moved weakly, exhausted with mirth. "Even Noyes," he gasped. He can't help it. Oh, my good God!" Kate looked away from him to the men and women that thronged about her. The same faces that had turned to her such a short while ago. But now, how different. "Oh, don't criticize," one woman cried. "Hand it to her. She can't be beat. She's the one that comes once in a century to show the rest of us what really can be done." "Meyer!" shouted a man. "Meyer! She'll have to go back, Meyer. She's stopped the show." Quiet and very still, Cake drew away. It seemed to her only a moment later that Leafy touched her arm. "Mr. Meyer has taken a suite for you here in this hotel," she said. "Can't you eat a little, miss?" Eat? She had never had enough to eat in her life. Her life? She had spent her life securing food for the lodger that he might teach her to be famous. Leafy lifted the spoon of hot soup to her lips, and immediately she drank. She who had never had enough to eat in her life, morsel by morsel, from the bountifully filled table the kindly dresser fed her. Obediently she ate, and the hot, rich food stimulated her to swifter, more agonizing thought. And then for the first time she saw Arthur Noyes standing with his back against the closed door. She read pity in his eyes, comprehension, great wonder. And what she did not know then was the love that came to a rare perfection between them and has never faded, and has no place in this story. "Will you tell me," he said, "what your name is, where your home is, and who are those that love you there?" Then he broke off and shrank a little against the door. "Oh, don't!" he protested. Yet she had only looked at him and smiled. But it came to her keenly in her new awareness that his questions covered the whole of a woman's life. Her name, her home, and the ones that loved her there. Well, she had no name. She did not even know the lodger's name. She looked down with strange astonishment at her grown-up figure, her woman's hands. She saw herself a ragged, gaunt, bushy-headed child moving on a tightrope above a dark abyss, intent only upon a luminous globe floating just out of reach ahead of her, that she stretched out for eagerly with both her hands. Suddenly the lovely bubble burst, and the child was a woman, falling and falling among rows of convulsed, shining white faces to the sound of gargantuan laughter. "You tell me," Arthur Noyes pleaded gently, and she did so, very simply and beautifully. She did know Shakespeare. It was the only English that she had ever been taught. So Noyes heard how she became an instrument in the hands of the man who hated him mortally, and owed her debut and her terrible awakening to what he considered the only sporting answer to that insult. While he listened, he pondered, awestruck, upon the fact that out of all this muck and blackness, the degradation of hate by the lodger, the refinement of hate by himself, had flowered that rarest of all human creatures, one that could make the whole world laugh. "He always hated me," he said. "I told him he had traded his genius for drink, and he never forgave me. Where is he now?" "Now?" Cake looked up at him in startled wonder. It came over her suddenly that he counted upon the lodger's being in the Imperial Theater that night. Now? she repeated. "Why, he's dead." It took Noyes a minute to recover. "What will you do?" he asked her. "Will you go on from this start? Continue this sort of success?" He felt it the basest of cruelty, in the face of her story, to say it was the only kind she was ever destined to make. He waited for her answer, wondering, and a little awestruck. It seemed to him they had come to the supreme test of her genius. As she looked up at him with such sadness and such mirth, such tragic, humorous appreciation of the darkness in which she had been born, the toilsome way she had travelled to the great light, and what it actually revealed when she arrived. "I will go on from this success," she said. Involuntarily she raised her hand to her breast. "I must, since it is the only way for me, you see," with a humour far more touching than the saddest tears. "I must be famous." And she smiled that smile that hurt him, the smile the world loves and will give anything to see. The most famous fun-maker of her time looked away from the bright river fleeting beyond the trees to her giggling, half-terrified visitors. "Fame," she said, "is a secret that cannot be told. It must be discovered by the seeker. Let me offer you tea as a substitute." End of The Urge by Maryland Allen. Read by mystery teacher Michael Everding.
Walter Schnaff's Adventure by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Ever since he entered France with the invading army, Walter Schnaffs had considered himself the most unfortunate of men. He was large, had difficulty in walking, was short of breath, and suffered frightfully with his feet, which were very flat and very fat. But he was a peaceful, benevolent man, not warlike or sanguinary, the father of 4 children whom he adored, and married to a little blonde whose little tendernesses, attentions, and kisses he recalled with despair every evening. He liked to rise late and retire early, to eat good things in a leisurely manner, and to drink beer in the saloon. He reflected, besides, that all that is sweet in existence vanishes with life, and he maintained in his heart a fearful hatred, instinctive as well as logical, for cannon, rifles, revolvers, and swords, but especially for bayonets, feeling that he was unable to dodge this dangerous weapon rapidly enough to protect his big paunch. And when night fell and he lay on the ground, wrapped in his cape beside his comrades who were snoring, he thought long and deeply about those he had left behind and of the dangers in his path. If he were killed, what would become of the little ones? Who would provide for them and bring them up? Just at present they were not rich, although he had borrowed when he left so as to leave them some money. And Walter Schnaffs wept when he thought of all this. At the beginning of a battle his legs became so weak that he would have fallen if he had not reflected that the entire army would pass over his body. The whistling of the bullets gave him goose-flesh. For months he had lived thus in terror and anguish. His company was marching on Normandy, and one day he was sent to reconnoitre with a small detachment, simply to explore a portion of the territory and to return at once. All seemed quiet in the country. Nothing indicated an armed resistance. But as the Prussians were quietly descending into a little valley traversed by deep ravines, a sharp fusillade made them all halt suddenly, killing 20 of their men. and a company of sharpshooters, suddenly emerging from a little wood as large as your hand, darted forward with bayonets at the end of their rifles. Walter Schnapps remained motionless at first, so surprised and bewildered that he did not even think of making his escape. Then he was seized with a wild desire to run away, but he remembered at once that he ran like a tortoise compared with those thin Frenchmen, who came bounding along like a lot of goats. Perceiving a large ditch full of brushwood covered with dead leaves about 6 paces in front of him, he sprang into it with both feet together, without stopping to think of its length, just as one jumps from a bridge into the river. He fell like an arrow through a thick layer of vines and thorny brambles that tore his face and hands, and landed heavily in a sitting posture on a bed of stones. Raising his eyes, he saw the sky through the hole he had made in falling through. This aperture might betray him, and he crawled along carefully on hands and knees at the bottom of this ditch beneath the covering of interlacing branches, going as fast as he could and getting away from the scene of the skirmish. Presently he stopped and sat down, crouched like a hare amid the tall dry grass. He heard firing and cries and groans going on for some time. Then the noise of fighting grew fainter and ceased. All was quiet and silent. Suddenly something stirred beside him. He was frightfully startled. It was a little bird which had perched on a branch and was moving the dead leaves. For almost an hour Walter Schnapp's heart beat loud and rapidly. Night fell, filling the ravine with its shadows. The soldier began to think. What was he to do? What was to become of him? Should he rejoin the army? But how? By what road? And he began over again the horrible life of anguish, of terror, of fatigue and suffering that he had led since the commencement of the war. No, he no longer had the courage. He would not have the energy necessary to endure long marches and to face the danger to which one was exposed at every moment. But what should he do? He could not stay in this ravine in concealment until the end of hostilities. No, indeed. If it were not for having to eat, this prospect would not have daunted him greatly. But he had to eat every day. And here he was, alone, armed and in uniform, on the enemy's territory, far from those who would protect him. A shiver ran over him. All at once he thought, "If I were only a prisoner!" And his heart quivered with a longing, an intense desire to be taken prisoner by the French. A prisoner, he would be saved, fed, housed, sheltered from bullets and swords, without any apprehension whatever, in a good, well-kept prison. A prisoner! What a dream! His resolution was formed at once. I will constitute myself a prisoner. He rose, determined to put this plan into execution without a moment's delay. But he stood motionless, suddenly a prey to disturbing reflections and fresh terrors. Where would he make himself a prisoner, and how? What direction? And frightful pictures of death came into his mind. He would run terrible danger in venturing alone through the country with his pointed helmet. Supposing he would meet some peasants. These peasants, seeing a Prussian who had lost his way, an unprotected Prussian, would kill him as if he were a stray dog. They would murder him with their forks, their picks, their scythes, and their shovels. They would make a stew of him, a pie, with the frenzy of exasperated, conquered enemies. If he should meet the sharpshooters, these sharpshooters, madmen without law or discipline, would shoot him just for amusement to pass an hour. It would make them laugh to see his head. And he fancied he was already leaning against a wall in front of 4 rifles, whose little black apertures seemed to be gazing at him. Supposing he should meet the French army itself? The vanguard would take him for a scout, for some bold and sly trooper who had set off alone to reconnoitre, and they would fire at him. And he could already hear, in imagination, the irregular shots of soldiers lying in the brush, while he himself, standing in the middle of the field, was sinking to the earth, riddled like a sieve with bullets which he felt piercing his flesh. He sat down again in despair. His situation seemed hopeless. It was quite a dark, black, and silent night. He no longer budged, trembling at all the slight and unfamiliar sounds that occur at night. The sound of a rabbit crouching at the edge of his burrow almost made him run. The cry of an owl caused him positive anguish, giving him a nervous shock that pained like a wound. He opened his big eyes as wide as possible to try and see through the darkness, and he imagined every moment that he heard someone walking close beside him. After interminable hours in which he suffered the tortures of the damned, he noticed through his leafy cover that the sky was becoming bright. He at once felt an intense relief. His limbs stretched out, suddenly relaxed, his heart quieted down, his eyes closed, he fell asleep. When he awoke, the sun appeared to be almost at the meridian. It must be noon. No sound disturbed the gloomy silence. Walter Schnapps noticed that he was exceedingly hungry. He yawned, his mouth watering at the thought of sausage, the good sausage the soldiers have, and he felt a gnawing at his stomach. He rose from the ground, walked a few steps, found that his legs were weak, and sat down to reflect. For 2 or 3 hours he again considered the pros and cons, changing his mind every moment, baffled, unhappy, torn by the most conflicting motives. Finally he had an idea that seemed logical and practical. It was to watch for a villager passing by alone, unarmed and with no dangerous tools of his trade, and to run to him and give himself up, making him understand that he was surrendering. He took off his helmet, the point of which might betray him, and put his head out of his hiding-place with the utmost caution. No solitary pedestrian could be perceived on the horizon. Yonder, to the right, smoke rose from the chimney of a little village, smoke from kitchen fires. And yonder, to the left, he saw at the end of an avenue of trees a large turreted château. He waited till evening, suffering frightfully from hunger, seeing nothing but flights of crows, hearing nothing but the silent expostulation of his empty stomach. And darkness once more fell on him. He stretched himself out in his retreat, and slept a feverish sleep, haunted by nightmares, the sleep of a starving man. Dawn again broke above his head, and he began to make his observations. But the landscape was deserted as on the previous day, and a new fear came into Walter Schnaff's mind, the fear of death by hunger. He pictured himself lying at full length on his back at the bottom of his hiding-place, with his 2 eyes closed, and animals, little creatures of all kinds, approached and began to feed on his dead body, attacking it all over at once, gliding beneath his clothing to bite his cold flesh, and a big crow pecked out his eyes with its sharp beak. He almost became crazy, thinking he was going to faint and would not be able to walk, and he was just preparing to rush off to the village, determined to dare anything, to brave everything, when he perceived 3 peasants walking to the fields with their forks across their shoulders, and he dived back into his hiding-place. But as soon as it grew dark, he slowly emerged from the ditch and started off, stooping and fearful, with beating heart, towards the distant château, preferring to go there rather than to the village, which seemed to him as formidable as a den of tigers. The lower windows were brilliantly lighted. One of them was open, and from it escaped a strong odour of roast meat, an odour which suddenly penetrated to the olfactories and to the stomach of Walter Schnaffs, tickling his nerves, making him breathe quickly, attracting him irresistibly, and inspiring his heart with the boldness of desperation. And abruptly, without reflection, he placed himself, helmet on head, in front of the window. 8 servants were at dinner around a large table. But suddenly one of the maids sat there, her mouth agape, her eyes fixed and letting fall her glass. They all followed the direction of her gaze. They saw the enemy. Good God! The Prussians were attacking the chateau. There was a shriek, only one shriek made up of 8 shrieks uttered in 8 different keys, a terrific screaming of terror. Then a tumultuous rising from their seats, a jostling, a scrimmage, and a wild rush to the door at the farther end. Chairs fell over. The men knocked the women down and walked over them. In 2 seconds the room was empty, deserted, and the table, covered with eatables, stood in front of Walter Schnaff's, lost in amazement and still standing at the window. After some moments of hesitation he climbed in at the window and approached the table. His fierce hunger caused him to tremble as if he were in a fever, but fear still held him back, numbed him. He listened. The entire house seemed to shudder. Doors closed, quick steps ran along the floor above. The uneasy Prussian listened eagerly to these confused sounds. Then he heard dull sounds, as though bodies were falling to the ground at the foot of the walls, human beings jumping from the first floor. Then all motion, all disturbance ceased, and the great chateau became as silent as the grave. Walter Schnaff sat down before a clean plate and began to eat. He took great mouthfuls, as if he feared he might be interrupted before he had swallowed enough. He shovelled the food into his mouth, open like a trap, with both hands, and chunks of food went into his stomach, swelling out his throat as it passed down. Now and then he stopped, almost ready to burst like a stopped-up pipe. Then he would take the cider jug and wash down his esophagus as one washes out a clogged rain-pipe. He emptied all the plates, all the dishes, and all the bottles. Then, intoxicated with drink and food, besotted, red in the face, shaken by hiccups, his mind clouded and his speech thick, he unbuttoned his uniform in order to breathe, or he could not have taken a step. His eyes closed, his mind became torpid. He leaned his heavy forehead on his folded arms on the table, and gradually lost all consciousness of things and events. The last quarter of the moon above the trees in the park shed a faint light on the landscape. It was the chill hour that precedes the dawn. Numerous silent shadows glided among the trees, and occasionally a blade of steel gleamed in the shadow as a ray of moonlight struck it. The quiet chateau stood there in dark outline. Only 2 windows were still lighted up on the ground floor. Suddenly a voice thundered, "Forward! Nom, nom, nom! To the breach, my lads!" And in an instant the doors, shutters, and window-panes fell in beneath a wave of men, who rushed in, breaking, destroying everything, and took the house by storm. In a moment 50 soldiers, armed to the teeth, bounded into the kitchen where Walter Schnaff was peacefully sleeping, and placing to his breast 50 loaded rifles, they overturned him, rolled him on the floor, seized him, and tied his head and feet together. He gasped in amazement, too besotted to understand, perplexed, bruised, and wild with fear. Suddenly a big soldier, covered with gold lace, put his feet on his stomach, shouting, "You are my prisoner! Surrender!" The Prussian heard only the one word, "prisoner," and he sighed, "Ja, ja, ja." He was raised from the floor, tied in a chair, and examined with lively curiosity by his victors, who were blowing like whales. Several of them sat down, done up with excitement and fatigue. He smiled, actually smiled, secure now that he was at last a prisoner. Another officer came into the room and said, "Colonel, the enemy has escaped. Several seem to have been wounded. We are in possession." The big officer, who was wiping his forehead, exclaimed, "Victory!" And he wrote in a little business memorandum book which he took from his pocket, "After a desperate encounter, the Prussians were obliged to beat a retreat, carrying with them their dead and wounded, the number of whom is estimated at 50 men. Several were taken prisoners." The young officer inquired, "What step shall I take, Colonel?" "We will retire in good order," replied the colonel, "to avoid having to return and make another attack with artillery and a larger force of men." And he gave the command to set out. The column drew up in a line in the darkness beneath the walls of the chateau and filed out, a guard of 6 soldiers with revolvers in their hands surrounding Walter Schnaufs, who was firmly bound. Scouts were sent ahead to reconnoitre. They advanced cautiously, halting from time to time. At daybreak they arrived at the district of La Roche-Choiselle, whose National Guard had accomplished this feat of arms. The uneasy and excited inhabitants were expecting them. When they saw the prisoners' helmets, tremendous shouts arose. The women raised their 10 arms in wonder. The old people wept. An old grandfather threw his crutch at the Prussian and struck the nose of one of their defenders. The colonel roared, "See that the prisoner is secure." At length they reached the town hall. The prison was opened, and Walter Schnaufs, freed from his bonds, cast into it. 200 armed men mounted guard outside the building. Then, in spite of the indigestion that had been troubling him for some time, the Prussian, wild with joy, began to dance about, to dance frantically, throwing out his arms and legs and uttering wild shouts until he fell down exhausted beside the wall. He was a prisoner saved. That was how the Château de Charpigny was taken from the enemy after only 6 hours of occupation. Colonel Ratier, a cloth merchant, who had led the assault at the head of a body of the National Guard of La Roche-Choiselle, was decorated with an order. End of Walter Schnauf's adventure.
Where Love Is, There God Is Also, by Leo Tolstoy. Translated from the Russian by Nathan Haskell Dole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Where Love Is, There God Is Also, by Leo Tolstoy. In the city lived the shoemaker Martin Avditch. He lived in a basement in a little room with one window. The window looked out on the street. Through the window he used to watch the people passing by, although only their feet could be seen. Yet by the boots Martin Avditch recognized the people. Martin Avditch had lived long in one place and had many acquaintances. Few pairs of boots in his district had not been in his hands, once and again. Some he would half-sole, some he would patch, some he would stitch around, and occasionally he would also put on new uppers. And through the window he often recognized his work. Avditch had plenty to do, because he was a faithful workman, used good material, did not make exorbitant charges, and kept his word. If it was possible for him to finish an order by a certain time, he would accept it. Otherwise he would not deceive you. He would tell you so beforehand, and all knew Avditch, and he was never out of work. Avditch had always been a good man, but as he grew old, he began to think more about his soul and get nearer to God. Martin's wife had died when he was still living with his master. His wife left him a boy 3 years old. None of their other children had lived. All the eldest had died in childhood. Martwin at first intended to send his little son to his sister in the village, but afterward he felt sorry for him. He thought to himself, "It will be hard for my Kapitoshka to live in a strange family. I shall keep him with me." And Avdich left his master and went into lodgings with his little son. But God gave Avdich no luck with his children. As Kapitoshka grew older, he began to help his father and would have been a delight to him. But a sickness fell on him. He went to bed, suffered a week, and died. Martwin buried his son and fell into despair. So deep was this despair that he began to complain of God. Martwin fell into such a melancholy state that more than once he prayed to God for death, and reproached God because he had not taken him, who was an old man, instead of his beloved only son. Avdich also ceased to go to church. And once a little old man from the same district came from Troitsa to see Avdich. For 7 years he had been wandering about. Avdich talked with him and began to complain about his sorrows. "I have no desire to live any longer," he said. "I only wish I was dead. That is all I pray God for. I am a man without anything to hope for now." And the little old man said to him, "You don't talk right, Martwin. We must not judge God's doings. The world moves not by our skill, but by God's will. God decreed for your son to die, for you to live. So it is for the best. And you are in despair because you wish to live for your own happiness." "But what shall one live for?" asked Martwin. And the little old man said, "We must live for God, Martwin. He gives you life, and for his sake you must live. When you begin to live for him, you will not grieve over anything, and all will seem easy to you." Martwin kept silent for a moment and then said, "But how can one live for God?" And the little old man said, "Christ has taught us how to live for God. You know how to read? Buy a testament and read it. There you will learn how to live for God. Everything is explained there." And these words kindled a fire in Avdich's heart, and he went that very same day, bought a New Testament in large print, and began to read. At first Avdich intended to read only on holidays, but as he began to read, it so cheered his soul that he used to read every day. At times he would become so absorbed in reading that all the kerosene in the lamp would burn out, and still he could not tear himself away. And so Avdich used to read every evening. And the more he read, the clearer he understood what God wanted of him, and how one should live for God. And his heart kept growing easier and easier. Formerly, when he lay down to sleep, he used to sigh and groan, and always thought of his Kapitoshka, and now his only exclamation was, Glory to thee, Lord, thy will be done." And from that time Avdich's whole life was changed. In other days he, too, used to drop into a public house as a holiday amusement, to drink a cup of tea, and he was not averse to a little brandy either. He would take a drink with some acquaintance and leave the saloon not intoxicated exactly, yet in a happy frame of mind, and inclined to talk nonsense and shout and use abusive language at a person. Now he left off that sort of thing. His life became quiet and joyful. In the morning he would sit down to work, finish his allotted task, then take the little lamp from the hook, put it on the table, get his book from the shelf, open it, and sit down to read. And the more he read, the more he understood, and the brighter and happier it grew in his heart. Once it happened that Martwin read till late into the night. He was reading the Gospel of Luke. He was reading over the 6th chapter, and he was reading the verses, "And unto him that smiteth thee on the one cheek, offer also the other. And him that taketh away thy cloak, forbid not to take thy coat also. Give to every man that asketh of thee. And of him that taketh away thy goods, ask them not again. And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise." He read farther also those verses where God speaks, "And why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? Whosoever cometh to me, and heareth my sayings, and doth them, I will shew you to whom he is like. He is like a man which built an house, and digged deep, and laid the foundation on a rock. And when the flood arose, the stream beat vehemently upon that house, and could not shake it, for it was founded upon a rock. But he that heareth and doth not is like a man that without a foundation built an house upon the earth, against which the stream did beat vehemently, and immediately it fell, and the ruin of that house was great." Avdich read these words, and joy filled his soul. He took off his spectacles, put them down on the book, leaned his elbows on the table, and became lost in thought. And he began to measure his life by these words. And he thought to himself, "Is my house built on the rock or on the sand? 'Tis well if on the rock. It is so easy when you are alone by yourself. It seems as if you had done everything as God commands, but when you forget yourself, you sin again. Yet I shall still struggle on. It is very good. Help me, Lord." Thus ran his thoughts. He wanted to go to bed, but he felt loath to tear himself away from the book, and he began to read farther in the 7th chapter. He read about the centurion. He read about the widow's son. He read about the answer given to John's disciples, and finally he came to that place where the rich Pharisee desired the Lord to sit at meat with him. And he read how the woman that was a sinner anointed his feet, and washed them with her tears, and how he forgave her. He reached the 44th verse and began to read. "And he turned to the woman and said unto Simon, Seest thou this woman? I entered into thine house. Thou gavest me no water for my feet, but she hath washed my feet with tears, and wiped them with the hairs of her head. Thou gavest me no kiss, but this woman since the time I came in hath not ceased to kiss my feet. My head with oil thou didst not anoint, but this woman hath anointed my feet with ointment." He finished reading these verses and thought to himself, "Thou gavest me no water for my feet, thou gavest me no kiss, my head with oil thou didst not anoint." And again Avdich took off his spectacles, put them down on the book, and again he became lost in thought. "It seems that Pharisee must have been such a man as I am. I, too, apparently have thought only of myself, how I might have my tea, be warm and comfortable, but never to think about my guest. He thought about himself, but there was not the least care taken of the guest. And who was his guest? The Lord himself. If he had come to me, should I have done the same way?" Avdich rested his head upon both his arms, and did not notice that he fell asleep. "Martwin," suddenly seemed to sound in his ears. Martwin started from his sleep. "Who is here?" He turned around, glanced toward the door. No one. Again he fell into a doze. Suddenly he plainly heard, "Martwin? Ah, Martwin, look tomorrow on the street. I am coming." Martwin awoke, rose from the chair, began to rub his eyes. He himself could not tell whether he heard those words in his dream or in reality. He turned down his lamp and went to bed. At daybreak next morning Avdich rose, made his prayer to God, lighted the stove, put on the ski and the kasha, put the water in the samovar, put on his apron, and sat down by the window to work. And while he was working, he kept thinking about all that had happened the day before. It seemed to him, at one moment, that it was a dream, and now he had really heard a voice. "Well," he said to himself, "such things have been." Martwin was sitting by the window and looking out more than he was working. When anyone passed by in boots which he did not know, he would bend down, look out of the window, in order to see not only the feet, but also the face. The dvornik passed by in new felt boots. The water carrier passed by. Then there came up the window an old soldier of Nicola's time, in an old pair of laced felt boots, with a shovel in his hands. Avdich recognized him by his felt boots. The old man's name was Stepanich, and a neighboring merchant out of charity gave him a home with him. He was required to assist the dvornik. Stepanich began to shovel away the snow from in front of Avdich's window. Avdich glanced at him and took up his work again. "Pshaw! I must be getting crazy in my old age," said Avdich, and laughed at himself. "Stepanich is clearing away the snow, and I imagine that Christ is coming to see me. I was entirely out of my mind, old dotard that I am." Avdich sewed about a dozen stitches, and then felt impelled to look through the window again. He looked out again through the window, and saw that Stepanich had leaned his shovel against the wall, and was warming himself and resting. He was an old, broken-down man. Evidently he had not strength enough even to shovel the snow. Avdich said to himself, "I will give him some tea. By the way, the samovar has only just gone out." Avdich laid down his awl, rose from his seat, put the samovar on the table, poured out the tea, and tapped with his finger at the glass. Stepanich turned around and came to the window. Avdich beckoned to him and went to open the door. "Come in and warm yourself a little," he said. "You must be cold." "May Christ reward you for this. My bones ache," said Stepanich. Stepanich came in and shook off the snow, tried to wipe his feet so as not to soil the floor, but staggered. "Don't trouble to wipe your feet. I will clean it up myself. We are used to such things. Come in and sit down," said Avdich. "Here, drink a cup of tea." And Avdich lifted 2 glasses and handed one to his guest, while he himself poured his tea into a saucer and began to blow it. Stepanich finished drinking his glass of tea, turned the glass upside down, put the half-eaten lump of sugar on it, and began to express his thanks. But it was evident he wanted some more. "Have some more," said Avdich, filling both his own glass and his guest's. Avdich drank his tea, but from time to time glanced out into the street. "Are you expecting anyone?" asked his guest. "Am I expecting anyone? I am ashamed even to tell whom I expect. I am. And I am not expecting someone, but one word has kindled a fire in my heart. Whether it is a dream or something else, I do not know. Don't you see, brother, I was reading yesterday the gospel about Christ the Batushka, how he suffered, how he walked on the earth. I suppose you have heard about it." "Indeed I have," replied Stepanitch, "but we are people in darkness, we can't read." "Well, now I was reading about that very thing, how he walked on the earth. I read, you know, how he came to the Pharisee, and the Pharisee did not treat him hospitably. Well, and so, my brother, I was reading yesterday about this very thing, and was thinking to myself how he did not receive Christ, the Batushka, with honor. Suppose, for example, he should come to me or anyone else, I said to myself, I should not even know how to receive him. And he gave him no reception at all. Well, while I was thus thinking, I fell asleep, brother, and I heard someone call me by name. I got up, the voice, just as if someone whispered, said, 'Be on the watch. I shall come tomorrow.' And this happened twice. Well, would you believe it? It got into my head. I scolded myself, and yet I'm expecting him, the Batushka." Stepanitch shook his head and said nothing. He finished drinking his glass of tea and put it on the side, but Avditch picked up the glass again and filled it once more. "Drink some more for your good health. You see, I have an idea that when the Batushka went about on this earth, he disdained no one, and had more to do with the simple people. He always went to see the simple people. He picked out his disciples more from among folk like such sinners as we are, from the working class. Said he, whoever exalts himself shall be humbled, and he who is humbled shall become exalted, said he. You call me Lord, and, said he, I wash your feet. Whoever wishes, said he, to be the first, the same shall be a servant to all. Because, said he, blessed are the poor, the humble, the kind, the generous." And Stepanitch forgot about his tea. He was an old man, and easily moved to tears. He was listening, and the tears rolled down his face. "Come now, have some more tea," said Avditch. But Stepanitch made the sign of the cross, thanked him, turned down his glass, and arose. "Thanks to you," he says, "Martwin Avditch, for treating me kindly and satisfying me, soul and body." "You are welcome. Come in again. Always glad to see a friend," said Avditch. Stepanitch departed, and Martwin poured out the rest of the tea, drank it up, put away the dishes, and sat down again by the window to work, to stitch on a patch. He kept stitching away, and at the same time looking through the window. He was expecting Christ, and was all the while thinking of him and his deeds, and his head was filled with the different speeches of Christ. Two soldiers passed by. One wore boots furnished by the crown, and the other one boots that he had made. Then the master of the next house passed by in shining galoshes. Then a baker with a basket passed by. All passed by, and now there came also by the window a woman in woolen stockings and rustic bashmaks on her feet. She passed by the window and stood still near the window case. Avditch looked up at her from the window and saw it was a stranger, a woman poorly clad and with a child. She was standing by the wall with her back to the wind, trying to wrap up the child, and she had nothing to wrap it up in. The woman was dressed in shabby summer clothes, and from behind the frame Avditch could hear the child crying and the woman trying to pacify it, but she was not able to pacify it. Avditch got up, went to the door, ascended the steps, and cried, "My good woman! Hey, my good woman!" The woman heard him and turned around. "Why are you standing in the cold with the child? Come into my room, where it is warm. You can manage it better. Here, this way." The woman was astonished. She saw an old man in an apron, with spectacles on his nose, calling her to him. She followed him. They descended the steps and entered the room. The old man led the woman to his bed. "There," says he, "sit down, my good woman, nearer to the stove. You can get warm and nurse the little one." "I have no milk for him. I myself have not eaten anything since morning," said the woman, but nevertheless she took the baby to her breast. Avditch shook his head, went to the table, brought out the bread and a dish, opened the oven door, poured into the dish some cabbage soup, took out the pot with the gruel, but it was not cooked as yet, so he filled the dish with tea only and put it on the table. He got the bread, took the towel down from the hook and spread it upon the table. "Sit down," he says, "and eat, my good woman, and I will mind the little one. You see, I once had children of my own. I know how to handle them." The woman crossed herself, sat down at the table, and began to eat while Avditch took a seat on the bed near the infant. Avditch kept smacking and smacking to it with his lips, but it was a poor kind of smacking, for he had no teeth. The little one kept on crying, and it occurred to Avditch to threaten the little one with his finger. He waved his finger right before the child's mouth and hastily withdrew it. He did not put it to its mouth because his finger was black and soiled with wax. And the little one looked at his finger and became quiet. Then it began to smile, and Avditch also was glad. While the woman was eating, she told who she was and whither she was going. Said she, "I'm a soldier's wife. It is now 7 months since they sent my husband away off, and no tidings. I lived out as cook. The baby was born. No one cared to keep me with the child. This is the 3rd month that I have been struggling along without a place. I ate up all I had. I wanted to engage as a wet nurse. No one would take me. I'm too thin, they say. I have just been to the merchant's wife, where lives a young woman I know, and so they promised to take us in. I thought that was the end of it, but she told me to come next week. And she lives a long way off. I got tired out, and it tired him too, my heart's darling. Fortunately, our landlady takes pity on us for the sake of Christ, and gives us a room, else I don't know how I should manage to get along." Avditch sighed and said, "Haven't you any warm clothes?" "Now is the time, friend, to wear warm clothes, but yesterday I pawned my last shawl for a 20-kopeck piece." The woman came to the bed and took the child, and Avditch rose, went to the partition, rummaged round, and succeeded in finding an old coat. "Na," says he, "it is a poor thing, yet you may turn it to some use." The woman looked at the coat and looked at the old man. She took the coat and burst into tears, and Avditch turned away his head. Crawling under the bed, he pushed out a little trunk, rummaged in it, and sat down again opposite the woman. And the woman said, "May Christ bless you, little grandfather. He must have sent me to your window. My little baby would have frozen to death. When I started out it was warm, but now it has grown cold. And he, the batushka, led you to look through the window and take pity on me, an unfortunate." Avditch smiled and said, Indeed he did that. I have been looking through the window, my good woman, for some wise reason." And Martwin told the soldier's wife his dream, and how he heard the voice, how the Lord promised to come and see him that day. "All things are possible," said the woman. She rose, put on the coat, wrapped up her little child in it, and as she started to take leave, she thanked Avditch again. "Take this for Christ's sake," said Avditch, giving her a 20-kopeck piece. "Redeem your shawl." She made the sign of the cross, and Avditch made the sign of the cross and went with her to the door. The woman went away. Avditch ate some tea, washed the dishes, and sat down again to work. While he was working he still remembered the window. When the window grew darker, he immediately looked out to see who was passing by. Acquaintances passed by, and strangers passed by, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. But here Avditch saw that an old apple woman had stopped in front of his window. She carried a basket with apples. Only a few were left, as she had evidently sold them nearly all out, and over her shoulder she had a bag full of chips. She must have gathered them up in some new building, and was on her way home. One could see that the bag was heavy on her shoulder. She tried to shift it to the other shoulder. So she lowered the bag on the sidewalk, stood the basket with the apples on a little post, and began to shake down the splinters in the bag. And while she was shaking her bag, a little boy in a torn cap came along, picked up an apple from the basket, and was about to make his escape. But the old woman noticed it, turned around, and caught the youngster by his sleeve. The little boy began to struggle, tried to tear himself away, but the old woman grasped him with both hands, knocked off his cap, and caught him by the hair. The little boy was screaming. The old woman was scolding. Avditch lost no time in putting away his awl. He threw it upon the floor, sprang to the door. He even stumbled on the stairs and dropped his spectacles, and rushed out into the street. The old woman was pulling the youngster by his hair, and was scolding and threatening to take him to the policeman. The youngster was defending himself and denying the charge. "I did not take it," he said. "What are you licking me for? Let me go." Avditch tried to separate them. He took the boy by his arm and said, "Let him go, babushka. Forgive him for Christ's sake." "I'll well forgive him so that he won't forget it till the new broom grows. I'm going to take the little villain to the police." Avditch began to entreat the old woman. "Let him go, babushka," he said. "He will never do it again. Let him go for Christ's sake." The old woman let him loose. The boy started to run, but Avditch kept him back. "Ask the babushka's forgiveness," he said, "and don't you ever do it again. I saw you take the apple." The boy burst into tears and began to ask forgiveness. "There now, that's right, and here's an apple for you." And Avditch took an apple from the basket and gave it to the boy. "I will pay you for it, babushka," he said to the old woman. "You ruin them that way, the good-for-nothings," said the old woman. "He ought to be treated so that he would remember it for a whole week." Babushka, babushka," said Avditch. "That is right according to our judgment, but not according to God's. If he is to be whipped for an apple, then what ought to be done to us for our sins?" The old woman was silent, and Avditch told her the parable of the master who forgave a debtor all that he owed him, and how the debtor went and began to choke one who owed him. The old woman listened, and the boy stood listening. "God has commanded us to forgive," said Avditch, "else we too may not be forgiven. All should be forgiven, and the thoughtless especially." The old woman shook her head and sighed. "That's so," said she, "but the trouble is that they are very much spoiled." "Then we who are older must teach them," said Avditch. "That's just what I say," remarked the old woman. "I myself have had 7 of them. Only 1 daughter is left." And the old woman began to relate where and how she lived with her daughter, and how many grandchildren she had. "Here," she says, "my strength is only so, and yet I have to work. I pity the youngsters, my grandchildren. But what nice children they are! No one gives me such a welcome as they do. Aksintka won't go to any one but me. Babushka, dear Babushka, loveliest." And the old woman grew quite sentimental. "Of course it is a childish trick. God be with him," said she, pointing to the boy. The woman was just about to lift the bag upon her shoulder when the boy ran up and said, "Let me carry it, Babushka. It is on my way." The old woman nodded her head and put the bag on the boy's back, and side by side they passed along the street. And the old woman even forgot to ask Avditch to pay for the apple. Avditch stood motionless and kept gazing after them, and he heard them talking all the time as they walked away. After Avditch saw them disappear, he returned to his room. He found his eyeglasses on the stairs. They were not broken. He picked up his awl and sat down to work again. After working a little while it grew darker, so that he could not see to sew. He saw the lamplighter passing by to light the street lamps. "It must be time to make a light," he said to himself. So he got his little lamp ready, hung it up, and he took himself again to his work. He had 1 boot already finished. He turned it around, looked at it. Well done! He put away his tools, swept off all the cuttings, cleared off the bristles and ends, took the lamp, set it on the table, and took down the Gospels from the shelf. He intended to open the book at the very place where he had yesterday put a piece of leather as a mark. But it happened to open at another place, and the moment Avditch opened the Testament, he recollected his last night's dream, and as soon as he remembered it, it seemed as if he heard someone stepping about behind him. Avditch looked around and saw, there in the dark corner, it seemed as if people were standing. He was at a loss to know who they were, and a voice whispered in his ear, "Martwin, ah, Martwin, did you not recognize me?" "Who?" exclaimed Avditch. "Me," repeated the voice. "It was I." And Stepanich stepped forth from the dark corner. He smiled, and like a little cloud faded away, and soon vanished. "And it was I," said the voice. From the dark corner stepped forth the woman with her child. The woman smiled, the child laughed, and they also vanished. "And it was I," continued the voice. Both the old woman and the boy with the apple stepped forward. Both smiled and vanished. Avditch's soul rejoiced. He crossed himself, put on his spectacles, and began to read the Evangelists where it happened to open. On the upper part of the page he read, "For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in." And on the lower part of the page he read this, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." St. Matthew chapter 25. And Avditch understood that his dream had not deceived him, that the Saviour really called on him that day, and that he really received him. End of Where Love Is, There God Is Also by Leo Tolstoy. Read by Lars Rolander.